Chapter 677. The Dragon Ball was where the essence of the true dragons resided. It was a top-grade treasure for many spirit beasts that possessed the bloodline of the true dragons. However, this Dragon Ball was born from a metal-type true dragon. Ling Xiao had always been hesitant to let the blue aquatic dragon know about it. After all, the attributes of the two were different. If the blue aquatic dragon knew about it, it would only be envious. After some consideration, Ling Xiao decided to take it out, hoping that it would be of some help to the blue aquatic dragon. Sure enough, the blue aquatic dragon's anxious and envious look seemed to be of some use to it. "Xiaolong, is this useful to you?" Ling Xiao asked again. The blue aquatic dragon hurriedly replied, "Boss, it's very useful. It can help me transform. Can you let it eat me?" "But this is of the metal type. Will it really be useful to you?" Ling Xiao asked. Before the blue aquatic dragon could reply, the prodigal said, "Boss, you might not know this, but the origin essence of the gods is non-elemental. It can be consumed by any descendant of the gods." The blue water dragon replied from the side, "Just as your highness said, as long as I consume this profound qi, I can increase the power of my bloodline, reshape my body, condense the Dragon Ball and become a true god. So that's how it is. Then you can swallow it." Ling Xiao threw the Dragon Ball to the blue Jiao dragon. The blue aquatic dragon opened its mouth wide and caught the Dragon Ball, then immediately swallowed it. "Boss, I'm going to enter the cauldron's space. I'm afraid I'll need a long time to digest this." The blue aquatic dragon's body instantly grew bigger as it spoke. Its aura slowly became more fearsome, and the spirit beasts nearby seemed to have sensed the supreme coercion, causing them to flee in all directions. Ling Xiao did not hesitate and immediately stored it into the cauldron. The prodigal said, "This time this Xiaolong can become a god with a high-grade bloodline like me." The Golden Wolf King let out a few howls, its eyes filled with envy. Ling Xiao touched the Golden Wolf King's forehead and said, "Xiao Jin, stop yelling. Your bloodline is not bad. In the future you can at least become a holy beast." The Golden Wolf King was the first mount he had personally tamed. Of course, he couldn't let it stop here. Although it did not have the bloodline of a divine beast, the fact that it had opened its third eye proved that it had a mutated bloodline. In the future it could at least advance to the level of a rank 9 holy beast. Over the next few days, Ling Xiao continued to comprehend and research his world force. He really couldn't understand why a spiritual world had started to form in his sea of consciousness. This was a sign that only appeared after reaching the emperor rank. The Empyrean step was a process of comprehending one's own Tao. It was a kind of energy that was deduced from one's spiritual sea and dantian. It possessed a destructive might. However, it was impossible for an Empyrean to form a spiritual world. Only after reaching the emperor rank would it be possible to form a spiritual world, storing all of the world force in the sea of consciousness and using the dantian and spiritual power to constantly nourish the world force, allowing it to gradually grow larger. Now that Ling Xiao had only broken through to the Sky Sovereign stage, he had actually formed a spiritual world first. This made him very puzzled. After studying for a few days, he came to a conclusion. "Looks like this young master's character is good. I've received the favor of the heavens, allowing me to be one step ahead of others." It had to be said that Ling Xiao had always been overly narcissistic. In fact, the reason why he was able to form a spiritual world ahead of time had a lot to do with his refined spiritual power. His sea of consciousness was much more spacious than others, and his spiritual power had reached a level that ordinary people could not compare to. In order to form a spiritual world, one needed enough space in the sea of consciousness and gentle spiritual power. Ling Xiao had already met these two standards, so he was naturally able to form a spiritual world a step ahead of others. Forming a spiritual world is easy. I can cultivate the ancient sovereign divine art's 6th transformation, spiritual refinement. Ling Xiao muttered. Spiritual refinement could allow one's sea of consciousness to form a powerful defense, preventing it from being injured. At the same time, when one's soul left the body, it would also have a certain level of defense, making it harder for others to destroy it easily. In the past, the Zhan Wang had cultivated to the peak of spiritual refinement. Even after his soul was severed from his body, he was still able to survive for 100,000 years. Moreover, his combat power was not weak. This was the power of spiritual refinement. In other words, if one day Ling Xiao met with a calamity after his soul left the body, he would still have a certain level of self-protection. It was not something ordinary wandering ghosts could compare to. At this time, 3 powerful auras rose up one after another. At the same time, some icy snowflakes began to fall from the sky, making it look beautiful and cool. Li Shui, Bing Ruoshui and Yao Qingmin all broke through together. Li Shui's beautiful figure landed gracefully in front of Ling Xiao. Her face was filled with endless joy as she said, "Thank you for your help." Looking at this beautiful woman, Ling Xiao's index finger was moved. However, this was Bing Ruoshui's master, so it was better not to be so desperate. Otherwise, their relationship would be messed up. "It's nothing, it's just a small matter." Ling Xiao smiled faintly. Bing Ruoshui and Yao Qingmin had also become mid-level Earth Emperors. Although their foundations were a little unstable, they could be made up for with time. "I'll call you young Master Ling from now on. Since we've chosen to follow you, we'll naturally listen to your orders from now on," Li Shui said humbly. She now firmly believed that with Ling Xiao's current ability, it was still possible for him to establish a power, but to reach the level of the 18 powers he still had a long way to go. Ling Xiao didn't act pretentious and nodded. "Don't worry, you won't regret your determination." "Alright, do you really have the ability to help that Commander Lu break through to the Emperor stage?" Li Shui asked curiously. "Of course I won't speak carelessly," Ling Xiao replied. Li Shui's heart became a little excited. If Ling Xiao could help Lu Kun break through, it would mean that she would also have the chance to take that step in the future. Once one reached the Emperor stage, their lifespan would greatly increase. Anyone would feel exceptionally happy. "Then do you want him to join our ranks by helping him break through?" Li Shui asked again. Ling Xiao didn't deny it. "Of course there's no free lunch in this world." "But aren't you afraid that he'll go back on his word after breaking through?" Li Shui asked again. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. "Don't worry, if I can help him break through, I naturally have a way to suppress him." Looking at the calm Ling Xiao, Li Shui didn't say anything else. At this time he took out 3 10,000-year-old pearls and gave them to the 3 women. This time the 3 women were overjoyed. These were all top-grade beauty and beauty treasures. They had participated in an auction before and had also seen these 10,000-year-old pearls. At that time they were also envious, but they didn't have the financial resources to auction them. Now these things were like ordinary goods in Ling Xiao's hands, and he casually gave them to them. They were extremely moved in their hearts. Half a month's time was up and Lu Kun was still late in the end. Lu Kun greets the Emperor stage venerable. Lu Kun respectfully greeted Ling Xiao. The first emperor was Ling Xiao's lifelong glory, and no matter where he went he would be respected by everyone. And now that Ling Xiao had the strength of an Empyrean, he could already be called a venerable. Ling Xiao cupped his hands and said, "I thought that Commander Lu wouldn't come. This old man has no other choice now. Perhaps the Emperor stage venerable is my blessing," Lu Kun said with a smile. He didn't have much time to waste, so he might as well give it a try. He believed in the demonic emperor's only successor. Perhaps he really did have some kind of treasure that could help him break through. "Commander Lu, your choice is correct, but you should know that there is no free lunch in this world. I will help you break through to the emperor level, but you must serve me for 100 years. After 100 years I will return you your freedom," Ling Xiao said straightforwardly. There was no need for him to be secretive. After all, becoming an emperor was an extravagant hope for many people, and Ling Xiao could help Lu Kun become a true emperor. Of course, he needed Lu Kun to give him enough bargaining chips. Otherwise, Ling Xiao didn't have the spirit of a saint who took pleasure in helping others. Lu Kun seemed to have already known about Ling Xiao's request. He nodded and replied, "As long as you can help me break through to the emperor level, even if I have to serve you for 500 years, I won't frown." In the central region, an emperor-level expert was already at the peak, and his lifespan could be increased by 3,000 years. 100 years was really not worth mentioning. Ling Xiao nodded and said, "All right, since you've already made up your mind, then you can stay by my side in the future. I'll give this to you first. I believe that it won't be a problem for you to live for another 200 years. Ling Xiao took out a small bottle containing the milk of the 10,000-year tree and threw it to Lu Kun. An ordinary person could increase their lifespan by 100 years if they consumed the milk of the 10,000-year tree, but a wood attribute martial artist like Lu Kun could increase their lifespan by more than 100 years. At the same time, it could also repair some of the hidden injuries in his body. Lu Kun opened the bottle and looked at the drop of pure and vast liquid. His old eyes flashed with joy. With just this bit of essence he could increase his lifespan by 200 years. He knew that Ling Xiao could help him break through to the emperor level. Lu Kun thanks master. Lu Kun bowed to Ling Xiao. By doing this he also expressed his loyalty to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao waved his hand and said, "There's no need to call me master. Just call me young master or young master Ling." "Yes, young master." Lu Kun hurriedly corrected himself. "Take the milk of the 10,000-year tree first. We'll leave this place tomorrow," Ling Xiao said very straightforwardly. Lu Kun nodded and impatiently walked to the side to consume the 10,000-year tree milk. That pure energy caused Lu Kun to instantly release a ball of dense green light. His aura continued to rise and his body that was originally filled with aging energy actually recovered a lot of vitality. Lu Kun couldn't help but cry out in surprise. A green light shot out from his hand and instantly destroyed a nearby mountain peak. "Haha, I feel that long-lost vitality again." Lu Kun laughed, then returned to Ling Xiao and said respectfully, "Lu Kun swears to follow young master to the death." Ling Xiao nodded in satisfaction. "All right, let's go." Chapter 678. After leaving the setting sun mountains, Ling Xiao and the others went straight to Zhongguang City. They didn't stop and immediately went to Maple Flame Valley through the transmission array. Maple Flame Valley was the Gu clan's territory. It was a valley surrounded by mountains on all four sides. Bright red maple trees grew all over the place, creating a fiery red color. Looked extremely spectacular and peculiar. All the buildings here were basically built along the mountains, and when paired with the maple trees, it was even more beautiful. The Gu family was quite famous in the central region. Although it couldn't compare to the 18 great forces, it was one of the top forces. The Gu family had been famous for its alchemy for generations. There were 2 7th-grade alchemists in the Gu family, more than 10 6th-grade alchemists, and even more 5th-grade and below alchemists. Alchemists had always been the most popular and respected profession in the mainland. Therefore, an alchemy family of the Gu family's scale naturally had many experts following them. In the Gu family, Yi Yunfeng was arranged to stay in a high-class guest room. After 2 to 3 months, Yi Yunfeng's strength had actually broken through to the strength of a low-level heavenly venerable. His aura was already very different from before, and the majesty of a venerable was gradually taking shape. That memory is really precious. Not only did it help me break through to the heavenly venerable level, but it also gave me a secret technique similar to the Yi family's ascension technique. However, this secret technique can increase my combat strength by 5 times. Although it can only maintain my combat strength for an hour, there are no side effects. Military advisor really has foresight. He knew that I would definitely gain something from this trip. Yi Yunfeng muttered to himself as he sat cross-legged on the bed. Previously, Yi Yunfeng's sea of consciousness had been invaded by a remnant soul in the chaos abyss of war. Fortunately, Ling Xiao had helped him disperse the remnant soul and allowed him to absorb its power. The remnant soul's memories had also been absorbed by him, and Yi Yunfeng had benefited greatly from those memories. Without those memories, he wouldn't have been able to understand the remnant soul's understanding of breaking through to the venerable level, as well as the secret technique similar to the Yi families. Of course, there were also some other precious techniques. A series of light footsteps sounded outside the door. Yi Yunfeng didn't have to guess to know that it was Gu Jiaojiao. He opened the door and sure enough he saw Gu Jiaojiao's beautiful face. However, there was a trace of worry on her face, and her dimples weren't as charming as they used to be. "Is there something on your mind?" Yi Yunfeng asked gently. After spending some time together, the relationship between Yi Yunfeng and Gu Jiaojiao improved further, and Gu Jiaojiao gradually had a good impression of Yi Yunfeng. "Yunfeng, there's something I want to talk to you about," said Gu Jiaojiao with a guilty expression. "Okay, go ahead." Yi Yunfeng seemed to know why Gu Jiaojiao was here and replied calmly. Actually, the reason I brought you to Maple Flame Valley is because I want Ling Xiao to make a trip here." Gu Jiaojiao hesitated for a moment before gathering her courage to speak. Yi Yunfeng clenched his fists, suppressing the rising anger in his heart, and asked, "Why?" If the Gu family or Gu Jiaojiao wanted to harm his boss, he would never forgive himself, nor would he let Gu Jiaojiao off. Even if he liked Gu Jiaojiao, he would still kill her without mercy. "Yunfeng, don't worry. I have no intention of harming Ling Xiao." Gu Jiaojiao quickly comforted Yi Yunfeng. Yi Yunfeng's anger subsided slightly. Gu Jiaojiao continued, "Didn't you say that Ling Xiao is a 6th-rank alchemist?" I want him to help our Gu family participate in the medicine school's alchemy conference that's held every 5 years. Of course, we'll give him enough compensation. Why would my boss care about your family's compensation? Yi Yunfeng snorted coldly. The anger in his heart had mostly dissipated. He was really afraid that the Gu family wanted to harm his boss, but now it seemed that it wasn't the case. Gu Jiaojiao said apologetically, I know, but this alchemy conference concerns our Gu family's reputation and our ranking in the Alchemy Alliance. That's why I came up with this plan. She paused for a moment before continuing, however, I don't need Ling Zhao's help anymore. I don't need to feel so guilty anymore. Yi Yunfeng looked at Gu Jiaojiao in astonishment. His eyes were filled with questions. Gu Jiaojiao was just about to speak when she sensed someone walking over. 3 young people walked over, 2 men and 1 woman. The tall and skinny man on the right looked somewhat similar to Gu Jiaojiao, so he must be her older brother, Gu Li. The other man was wearing the unique clothes of an alchemist. He had an evil smile on his face, and his eyes were looking at Gu Jiaojiao without concealing his greed at all. This person was called Qi Tong. The young woman beside him looked like a fox, and her typical mean face was revealed. She was Gu Jiaojiao's cousin, Gu Tingting. Brother Tong, you insisted on seeing your cousin. I'm having a rendezvous with my lover. Why don't I take you around our Maple Flame Valley? It'll be more comfortable. Gu Tingting's mocking and flirtatious tone sounded so sharp. From the moment she was born, Gu Tingting was destined to be Gu Jiaojiao's foil. Whether it was in terms of appearance, cultivation or alchemy, she was suppressed by Gu Jiaojiao. This caused her to have a deep resentment towards her cousin since she was young. The Gu family rarely interfered with the competition between the younger generation. This was also a relaxed system that allowed them to compete with each other. As long as one was strong and had a high tenbin of alchemy, they would be respected and have a corresponding status. Therefore, even though Gu Tingting was mocking Gu Jiaojiao like this, she wasn't afraid that Gu Jiaojiao would dare to do anything to her. In any case, she didn't insult her elders. Qi Tong smiled and ignored Gu Tingting. He only looked at Gu Jiaojiao and said gently, Qi Tong, congratulations to Jiaojiao for obtaining the top 100 battle emperors. Now that your strength has reached the half-venerable realm, it is truly worthy of celebration. He directly ignored Yi Yunfeng as if Yi Yunfeng was nothing in his eyes. Gu Jiaojiao's beautiful eyes revealed a look of annoyance, but she didn't directly show it. She only returned the greeting and said, Thank you for your concern, I was just lucky. There's no such thing as luck in the ranking of combat emperors. 10 years ago I also risked my life to get into the 57th place and I was only slightly higher than Brother Gu Li. I'm really ashamed, Qi Tong said with a chuckle. Although he was ashamed, he didn't feel the slightest bit of shame. Instead, he was more proud. 10 years ago he and Gu Li had participated in the imperial ranking battle together, but he had obtained the 57th place, while Gu Li had only obtained the 72nd place. This difference was not small, and it also represented the gap between the two. Qi Tong also wanted to use this opportunity to show off and show his superiority. Gu Li, who was standing to the side, had a slightly ugly expression on his face. He had indeed had fewer imperial pills than Qi Tong, but these few imperial pills were enough to pull the two of them far apart in the rankings. This could only be attributed to his bad luck and not to his inferior strength compared to Qi Tong. Now that the two of them were both low-level Empyreans, if they were to really fight, he had absolute confidence in defeating Qi Tong. However, he and Qi Tong were old acquaintances, and this time it was their Gu family who had invited him to help, so it was really not good for him to shed all pretense of cordiality with Qi Tong. Furthermore, Qi Tong might become his brother-in-law this time, and in terms of status he was also a level higher than Qi Tong, so he couldn't be bothered to argue with him. Gu Jiaojiao had always regarded her big brother as a role model. Now that she heard Qi Tong use her big brother to mock her, she immediately said unhappily, 57th place is indeed quite a high ranking. When Qi Tong heard this, he felt very comfortable in his heart. Gu Tingting, who was at the side, also raised her voice and said, Of course, Brother Tong is not only good at alchemy, but even his cultivation of tenbin is also amazing. Gu Jiaojiao curled her lips and said, 57th place is amazing, but your sister also obtained 23rd place this time, and my friend Yi Yunfeng even obtained 15th place, almost advancing to become a slaughter emperor. When Gu Jiaojiao said this, Qi Tong and Gu Tingting's expressions both changed. Gu Li, on the other hand, seemed to already know, and a faint smile hung on his face. If it was said that Gu Jiaojiao being able to enter the top 20 was shocking to them, then Yi Yunfeng, who was infinitely close to becoming a slaughter emperor, was even more shocking. Just based on him, he can also obtain 15th place. Cousin, I think you're just bragging for your lover. If he has the ability, then let him prove that he has the ability. Gu Tingting said disapprovingly. She did not believe that Yi Yunfeng was truly someone who was close to becoming a slaughter emperor. If he really had that kind of strength, she did not believe that he would follow her cousin to their Maple Flame Valley. He should have long been taken away by other great powers. With your weak strength, of course I don't believe it. Yunfeng is already an Empyrean, so there is no need for him to prove anything to a mere Earth Emperor like you. Gu Jiaojiao angrily stared at Gu Tingting and said rudely. The prestige of a venerable could not be offended. Moreover, Yi Yunfeng was a guest that she had invited, and his boss's battle strength was unparalleled. She absolutely did not want her cousin to offend Yi Yunfeng. Otherwise it would be hard to explain to Ling Xiao. Gu Tingting did not expect that her cousin, who had always been gentle, would actually reprimand her like this. It was as if she had been ruthlessly slapped in the face, making her feel extremely uncomfortable. Nonsense, he actually dares to call himself an Empyrean with just his strength of a mid-level Earth Emperor? I think there's something wrong with your eyes, cousin. Gu Tingting pointed at Yi Yunfeng and scolded. Currently, Yi Yunfeng had used the concealing breath technique to suppress his aura to that of a mid-level Earth Emperor. He did not want to be too ostentatious and show off while sitting here as a guest. However, this Gu Tingting refused to budge, which really annoyed him. I think there's something wrong with your eyes. Yi Yunfeng coldly snorted. His venerable strength instantly burst forth, and the pressure of a venerable pressed towards Gu Tingting. Brother Yi, please be merciful. Gu Li shouted softly and immediately moved in front of Gu Tingting. Gu Tingting, who was behind him, was already in a cold sweat. She really did not expect that the other party would actually conceal his aura, which made her feel extremely embarrassed. At this time, Qi Tong began to seriously look at Yi Yunfeng. His eyes were filled with a bit of hostility and a bit of disdain. So it turns out that you are a hidden expert. Qi Tong has been disrespectful. Qi Tong said lightly to Yi Yunfeng. So what if Yi Yunfeng was close to the rank of Imperial Killer? He was ultimately not an Imperial Killer, while Qi Tong had the noble status of an alchemist. Yi Yunfeng also had a look of hostility towards Qi Tong. He disapprovingly replied, likewise. Chapter 679. Your strength is not bad, but I advise you to leave Jiaojiao. I can give you 50 top grade 5 pills as compensation. How about it? Qi Tong stared at Yi Yunfeng and said faintly. Qi Tong, you. Gu Jiaojiao wanted to say something, but she was interrupted by Gu Li. Sister, let them settle this themselves. Besides, the clan has already made a decision. Although Gu Li was biased towards his sister, in a large clan like theirs, marriage was not up to him. He could only listen to the clan's arrangements. Although Qi Tong's words were a little harsh, it was still a good way for Yi Yunfeng to withdraw in advance. Gu Tingting's eyes were like silk, flashing with a wanton light as if she was waiting to watch a good show. Yi Yunfeng looked at Qi Tong and murmured, 55th grade pills? That sounds pretty good. Qi Tong revealed a proud expression and said, of course, it's not a problem to take it to the auction and get 1,000,000 high Xian grade crystals. It's also enough for you to raise your cultivation by another level. This price should be enough for you to leave Jiaojiao. What if I say no? Yi Yunfeng chuckled. Gu Jiaojiao finally relaxed when she heard this. Although she had taken a fancy to Ling Xiao before, the gap between her and Ling Xiao was too far, making her look up to him from afar. On the other hand, Yi Yunfeng liked her, and after these days of contact, Yi Yunfeng had become a lot calmer. He had even broken through to the Sky Sovereign stage, so she had a good impression of Yi Yunfeng. Qi Tong's arrogant personality always made her dislike him. Qi Tong was slightly stunned and a fierce light flashed in his eyes. Good. You have a bit of backbone. Since you don't want it, you can save it, but Jiao Jiao is not someone you can touch. At this time, Gu Tingting said from the side, Brother Tong is an alchemist invited by my clan to participate in this year's pill competition. He has already reached the peak of the 5th rank. You should be more tactful and listen to Brother Tong. Otherwise, you won't be safe outside of Maple Flame Valley. Tingting, if you dare to threaten my friend again, believe it or not, I will immediately tear your mouth apart. Gu Jiaojiao angrily said to Gu Tingting. Good, you're actually so fierce to me because of an outsider. Brother Tong, look at how much my cousin cares about her lover. It's fine if she doesn't want this kind of woman. In any case, she doesn't like you. Why don't Tingting marry you? I'll be good to you for the rest of my life. Gu Tingting said to Gu Jiaojiao, her expression changing again. She was really thick-skinned and didn't know shame. Qi Tong chuckled and said, my goal is Jiaojiao. Of course. If you are willing to be a concubine, I don't mind taking you in as well. You. Gu Tingting didn't expect Qi Tong to be so direct. She was so ashamed that she couldn't speak. She lightly stamped her feet, turned around and ran away. Qi Tong looked at Yi Yunfeng again and said, perhaps you don't know this, but this time I agreed to represent the Gu family in the alchemy competition because of Jiao Jiao. As long as I can protect the Gu family's position or even go one step further, I can form an alliance with Jiao Jiao. So, don't even think about it. After saying this, he glanced at Gu Jiaojiao, turned around and left. Gu Li didn't say anything and immediately followed him. Now only Gu Jiaojiao and Yi Yunfeng were left. After a while, Yi Yunfeng opened his mouth and said, what he said is true? He didn't know why, but when he heard this news he felt a faint pain in his heart. He realized that he really liked Gu Jiaojiao. Gu Jiaojiao nodded lightly, and an unnatural expression flashed across her face. She said, yes, what he said is true. Yi Yunfeng clenched his fists and a pained expression appeared on his face. Then do you like him? If Gu Jiaojiao really liked Qi Tong, then he had nothing to say. Gu Jiaojiao shook her head, and her beautiful eyes revealed a hint of sadness. She said, why would I like someone like him? But this is the family's arrangement. What can I do? Then are you willing to be with me? Yi Yunfeng hesitated for a moment, and finally asked the question that he had been suppressing for a long time. Gu Jiaojiao looked at Yi Yunfeng's handsome face, and a faint blush appeared on her face. Finally, she said in a voice that was as soft as a mosquito, rather than marry Qi Tong, I'd rather marry you. When Yi Yunfeng heard this, his eyebrows immediately relaxed, and his heart was already bursting with joy. Jiao Jiao, in this life you will only be my woman. No one can take you away from me. Yi Yunfeng revealed his true feelings, and with both hands he solemnly promised Gu Jiaojiao. Gu Jiaojiao's heart trembled, and her beautiful eyes revealed infinite tenderness as she looked at Yi Yunfeng. Unfortunately, this tenderness only lasted for a moment. She shook off Yi Yunfeng's hand and said, my family will never allow it. You have to believe me. Tell me what the pill-gathering grand competition is all about. I will definitely think of a way to change your family's mind. Yi Yunfeng refused to give up. Gu Jiaojiao took a light breath and slowly began to explain the reason for the pill-gathering grand competition. The pill-gathering grand competition was a kind of alchemy test organized by one of the 18 major forces, the medicine sect and many alchemy sects and families. In the central region, all alchemists below the age of 100 could participate. It was held once every 5 years. Apart from evaluating the level of every participating alchemist, it was also a system to reward alchemists for their hard work in alchemy. At the same time, the pill-gathering grand competition was also a standard to evaluate the ranking of the various alchemy forces. The medicine sect, as well as many alchemy sects and families, formed an alliance called the Dan Alliance. This force was as strong as the spiritual martial pavilion in the central region. However, the Dan Alliance had never participated in any battles. Every allied force had their own jurisdiction, and every year, they would provide a certain amount of alliance fees to the medicine sect, who occupied the position of alliance master and the top 10 members. Every 5 years there would be a reselection, and every time the evaluation and ranking would be adjusted. Therefore, the Dan Alliance was not included in the 18 major forces, but its scope of power could be compared to the spiritual martial pavilion. The Gu family was a member of the Dan Alliance, and was ranked in the top 9 out of more than 100 forces in the past 5 years. Every year they could enjoy a batch of alchemy resources from the Dan Alliance. At its peak, the Gu family could be ranked in the top 5 of the member forces, but in the past few years, the Gu family's aptitude had declined a lot with each generation, and they were about to fall out of the top 10. Once the Gu family fell out of the top 10, they would no longer be able to enjoy the free alchemy resources, and would have to pay a certain amount of alchemy resources to the Dan Alliance every year. This was a situation that the Gu family did not want to see. Every 5 years, in the Dan competition, Each force could choose 5 alchemists under the age of 100 to participate in the competition. For example, 2 of the top 10 members of the Gu family had to advance to the top 20, and one of them could at least advance to the top 10 in order to maintain or improve their ranking. If the 5 representatives did not achieve this result, then they would be replaced by the other forces that did not enter the top 10. The higher the ranking of the participating representatives, the higher the ranking of the forces, and the more benefits they would enjoy. This kind of competition in alchemy was the purpose of the Dan competition. Currently, there were not many outstanding alchemists under the age of 100 in the new generation of the Gu family. If they wanted to maintain their position in the top 10, they needed to have 2 5th grade and 3 peak 4th grade alchemists in this competition. Currently, there was only one person in the Gu family who had reached the 5th level under the age of 100. There were quite a few at the peak of the 4th level, but none of them were useful. Therefore, their Gu family had to find external help to maintain their ranking in this competition. Otherwise, they would fall out of the top 10. Qi Tong was the external help that the Gu family had invited this time. 3 years ago he was already a 5th grade alchemist. The main reason why Qi Tong was valued by the Gu family was that he had a rather arrogant master. His master had been a famous figure for many years. His name was Wu Fu and people called him Master Wu. He was a high-grade alchemist who had already advanced to the 7th level. In the central region he was also a well-known alchemist. He had always been a rogue cultivator and had never joined any forces. However, as a high-grade alchemist he had many followers and was also a distinguished guest of various forces. Therefore the Gu family was very concerned about Wu Fu and Qi Tong. Qi Tong had long taken a fancy to Gu Jiaojiao of the Gu family, so he agreed to the Gu family's invitation. The condition was that the Gu family agreed to marry Gu Jiaojiao to him. After a unanimous discussion among the Gu family's higher-ups, they had already tacitly agreed to Qi Tong's request. They felt that Gu Jiaojiao marrying Qi Tong would allow them to obtain an outstanding alchemy master. It would also allow Qi Tong's master Wu Fu to be on the same line as the Gu family. This was definitely a good thing for the Gu family, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Gu Jiaojiao was naturally clear about the layers of relationships involved. This was also why she felt so helpless and sad. Originally, when the trip to the Enlightenment Pond ended, she wanted to ask for Ling Xiao's help. However, Ling Xiao was unable to comprehend his own Dao and had to cultivate on his own for a few days. She had no choice but to use Yi Yunfeng's favorable impression of her to invite him to their Maple Flame Valley as a guest. Her goal was to hope that after Ling Xiao finished his cultivation he would make a trip to their Gu family. At that time she would ask for Ling Xiao's help. Who knew that before Ling Xiao came, the Gu family had already recruited Qi Tong as their external help. This had already become a fact. What could she do to change the family's mind? After listening to Gu Jiaojiao's story, Yi Yunfeng's brows furrowed into the shape of a chuan. A deep feeling of helplessness arose in his heart. Why don't we elope together? As long as you follow me, I definitely won't let you suffer any grievances. Yi Yunfeng said anxiously. Since Gu Jiaojiao had already admitted that she was willing to be with him, he definitely could not let his woman become someone else's wife. Gu Jiaojiao smiled bitterly and said, "You're too naive. Right now I've already been grounded by my family. Before the pill competition, I definitely can't take half a step out of the Gu family." "Then why don't you just let my boss be your external help?" Yi Yunfeng said again. "Then do you think they will give up an ally of a 7th-tier alchemist and a 5th-tier alchemist for a foreign aid?" Gu Jiaojiao asked. Yi Yunfeng immediately became speechless. It was also at this time that Ling Xiao and the others quietly arrived at the Maple Flame Valley. Chapter 680. Maple Flame Valley, one of the 28 valleys of the central region, really does have some unique characteristics. Look at these maple trees, they're all over 1,000 years old. Many of them are over 1,000 years old, and their red maple leaves are the best supplementary ingredient for refining 3rd-rank medicinal pills. Ling Xiao sighed in admiration as he looked at the maple trees, which were so beautiful that they were both red and purple. After he left the Setting Sun mountain range he immediately brought Lu Kun, Li Shui, Bing Ruoshui and Yao Qingmin to Maple Flame Valley. The prodigal didn't like to communicate with others, so he put him and the Golden Wolf King into the cauldron. However, he didn't let them know the secret of the cauldron for now. When they asked about the prodigal's whereabouts he just brushed them off. Maple Flame Valley is surrounded by third-grade spiritual lands that can grow many third-grade spiritual herbs. It's nothing to the Gu family, which is an alchemy family. Moreover, the medicine sect has 5th-grade spiritual fields that grow 5th-grade spiritual herbs everywhere, Lu Kun said from the side. So that's how it is. With these spirit grasses, we'll be able to let the younger generation squander them. Ling Xiao nodded. May I know why young master came to the Gu family? Could it be that you want someone from the Gu family to help you refine pills? Lu Kun asked again. Yao Qingmin, who was quick to speak, said, young master doesn't need others to refine pills for him. He's a 6th-grade alchemist himself. What young master is a 6th-grade alchemist? Lu Kun almost bit his tongue in shock. Of course. Yao Qingmin puffed out her full chest. Looking at her expression, it was as if she was the 6th-grade alchemist. Young masters, is this true? Lu Kun asked from the side. If you believe it, then it's true. If you don't believe it, then it's false. Ling Xiao kept them in suspense. Lu Kun revealed a bit of excitement. He was now more and more convinced that Ling Xiao had the ability to help him take that step. The group arrived at the main entrance of the Gu family's courtyard. Just as they were about to go forward to let the guard announce their arrival, a woman hurriedly ran out and almost bumped into Ling Xiao. Fortunately, Ling Xiao's reaction was fast enough to avoid a collision. Why are you all blocking my way? Do you all want to die? Gu Tingting had a belly full of anger. She had just run out of the inner courtyard and wanted to go to the market to get some fresh air, but she didn't expect to be blocked by someone. She immediately cursed unreasonably. Ling Xiao frowned. Just as he was about to speak, Yao Qingmin, who was behind him, shouted, You shrew. You were the one who bumped into me, yet you're still scolding me. Qingmin. Li Shui immediately shouted. Yao Qingmin's personality was too straightforward. This was someone else's territory, so it was better to be more patient. This was also the cautious personality that Li Shui had developed over the years. Fine. Just who are you to dare curse me? Do you know who I am? How dare you behave so atrociously in my Gu family's territory? Men, kill them all. Gu Tingting looked at the 3 women in front of her. They were all incredibly beautiful, and that made her even more envious. She didn't even bother to sense their strength before directly ordering people to kill them. Good. Just who are you to dare to curse me? It had to be said that Gu Tingting's personality was far different from Gu Jiaojiao's. Before the few king-level guards could even get close, they were immediately suppressed by Lu Kun's powerful aura and were unable to move. Little brat from the Gu family is so rude. Perhaps I, old Lu, will have to discipline you on behalf of your elders. Lu Kun was the first to stand out, and his powerful aura made it hard for Gu Tingting to breathe. At this moment, a few figures rushed out from the Gu family's courtyard. Who dares to cause trouble in the Gu family? A startled shout rang out, and several Empyreans landed in front of Ling Xiao and the others. Gu He, kid, do you recognize this old man? Lu Kun said to the mid-level Empyrean in the lead. The mid-level Empyrean called Gu He looked at Lu Kun and enthusiastically said, So it's Uncle Lu. I didn't know that you would come. I apologize for not coming out to greet you. Ling Xiao and the others hadn't expected that Lu Kun would actually know someone from the Gu family. I haven't been here for so many years. I'm afraid that your old man doesn't even remember me as a brother, Lu Kun said with a displeased expression. Gu He glanced at the suppressed Gu Tingting and seemed to understand something. He immediately said, Uncle Lu, look at what you're saying. My father was still nagging at you a few days ago. If there's anything you want to say, please come to the courtyard and don't make things difficult for these juniors. Lu Kun coldly snorted and dispersed the pressure. Gu Tingting and the guards instantly fell to the ground. The few of them all revealed expressions of fear. Gu Tingting didn't dare to say anything more. She glared at the group of people and hurriedly left. This time I'm not here to look for your old man. I'm here to accompany my young master, Lu Kun said. Your young master? Gu He was stunned for a moment before he exclaimed. As far as he knew, Lu Kun had always been the leader of the Green Cat mercenary group and had never relied on any forces. In the past, his father, Zhou Xian, had repeatedly asked Lu Kun to join the Gu family as a senior elder, but Lu Kun had refused. How could he have a young master now? Gu He's gaze also fell on the extraordinary temperament of Ling Xiao. He almost didn't sense Ling Xiao's aura, but he found that Ling Xiao had an invisible emperor's aura that was suppressing his heart, causing fear to arise in his heart. Ling Xiao cupped his hands towards Gu He and said, I'm Ling Xiao. I once met your young lady Gu Jiaojiao in the chaotic abyss of war. This time I've come by invitation. Please inform her. You're the first emperor, Ling Xiao? Gu He said in shock. The few celestial venerables behind him also revealed a somewhat moved expression. Ling Xiao nodded lightly and said, Yes, it's me. Good. Come with me to the inner courtyard. I'll send someone to inform the young lady immediately, Gu He replied very excitedly. He really didn't expect that this young man in front of him was actually the first emperor, an expert who could suppress the younger generation of the 18 forces. He didn't dare to look at Ling Xiao as a junior. Moreover, Lu Kun's young master made him even more suspicious of Ling Xiao's identity. Gu He brought Ling Xiao and the others directly to the main hall. Not to mention Ling Xiao's identity as the first emperor, Lu Kun's strength as a half-step emperor was enough for them to treat him as a distinguished guest. Not long after everyone sat down, two powerful auras quickly flew over and a hearty voice sounded, Elder Brother Lu is really a rare guest. In the past I invited you many times but you never came. Now that you've personally come to visit, I Zhou Xian am flattered. An old man and a middle-aged man walked into the main hall at the same time, and the one who spoke was the old man. He was Gu He's father, Zhou Xian. He had the strength of a peak celestial venerable and the identity of a fifth-grade alchemist. The middle-aged man beside him had a dignified bearing and a faint imposing manner. Although his strength was not as good as the old man's, he was also a middle-stage celestial venerable. He was the Gu family's patriarch, Gu Ying, and the identity of a sixth-grade alchemist. Ordinary alchemists had a certain degree of difficulty if they wanted to have particularly high achievements in strength. After all, most of their energy was spent on alchemy, and most of their strength was increased with the help of alchemy. The higher their realm, the harder it was for them to improve. Their foundation also became more and more superficial, and their combat strength was much worse than those of the same level. Therefore, although Gu Ying and Gu Xian looked strong, they were actually much weaker than those of the same level. Ling Xiao and the others stood up and bowed slightly to Gu Ying and Gu Xian. Lu Kun said, Younger brother Gu is too serious. A boor like me has to fight every day for a living. How could I be as carefree as you? Gu Xian smiled and then introduced Lu Kun to Gu Ying. Patriarch, this is Lu Kun, the leader of the Green Cat Mercenary Group, one of the 3 great mercenary groups in the Setting Sun Mountain Range. He is also a good brother that I made when I was out adventuring in the past. Our family also has a lot of spirit grass transactions with the Green Cat Mercenary Group. Gu Ying had obviously heard of Lu Kun's name, and his attitude immediately became much more enthusiastic. He said, So its leader Gu Ying has been impolite. Lu Kun was already a half-step emperor, which was comparable to the older generation of the Gu family. Gu Ying did not dare to neglect him. Lu Kun was not polite and immediately introduced Ling Xiao to the two of them. This is my family's young master, Ling Xiao. This time Lu Kun is only accompanying him. I hope Patriarch Gu and younger brother Gu will not take offense. Your family's young master, Ling Xiao? Both of them were surprised. Gu Ying immediately said, Could it be the first emperor-level expert, Ling Xiao, emperor-level expert? Ling Xiao cupped his hands and replied, Yes, it's me. I've let Patriarch Gu see a joke. Good. You really are a young hero. I heard from my granddaughter Jiao Jiao that she was able to become a war emperor because of your protection. Gu Tan said with a smile. After all, the first emperor-level expert was only a junior. So, Gu Ying should not be so polite to him. However, it was said that Ling Xiao was the disciple of that legendary person. This was confirmed by a senior of the spiritual martial pavilion. So, Gu Ying did not dare to neglect him. Patriarch Gu's words are too serious. I came here to reminisce about the old days and also to... Ling Xiao had not finished speaking when he was interrupted by a voice. Big brother, you've finally come. Yi Yunfeng's voice sounded outside the hall. Then he and Gu Jiao entered the hall together. Both of them saluted Gu Tan and Gu Xian. Yi Yunfeng stood beside Ling Xiao with a rather excited look on his face. Now he needed his big brother to stand up for him. His big brother had come at the right time. Grandpa, he is Ling Xiao, the first emperor-level expert. Even the evildoer of the spiritual martial pavilion was suppressed by him. Gu Jiao pointed at Ling Xiao and introduced him to Gu Ying. Gu Ying stroked his beard and said with a smile, Grandpa already knows. Oh, by the way, Grandpa Ling Xiao is also a 6th grade alchemist. Let him replace Qi Tong and participate in the elixir gathering on behalf of our Gu family. Our chances of winning will be greater. Gu Jiao could not wait to cut to the chase. Gu Ying and Gu Xian's expressions changed. Obviously, they had not expected that Ling Xiao had such an identity. Gu Ying was about to say something when 3 people came in from outside the main hall. One of them was wearing the Gu family's emblem, while the other 2 were wearing alchemist robes. One of them was Qi Tong, who had been seen before. He still had a sinister smile on his face. Beside him was a short and fat old man whose hair had almost all fallen off. This old man was his master Wu Fu. He was a 7th grade alchemist and a powerful expert with the cultivation of a half-emperor. Chapter 681. The status of the old man from the Gu clan that brought Wu Fu and Qi Tong here wasn't low. He was Gu Ying's cousin and his name was Gu Fun. His cultivation was above Gu Ying's, but his alchemist grade was a grade lower than Gu Tan's, and he was only a grade 5 alchemist. Because of this, Gu Ying had narrowly missed the position of patriarch. After all, the Gu family was a family of alchemists, and strength was not the only standard to measure one's position. Alchemy skills were even more important. Seeing the person who had arrived, Gu Jiao became nervous, while Yi Yunfeng, who was at the side, stared at Qi Tong with a gaze filled with hostility. It's actually him. Lu Kun looked at Wu Fu and said in surprise. Who? Ling Xiao asked. 7th tier alchemist Wu Fu. Lu Kun replied. 7th tier alchemist? Ling Xiao muttered to himself as he squinted at the short fatty. He could feel Wu Fu's strong fire attribute, and this attribute also carried a strange smell. It should be some kind of powerful beast fire or earth fire, and he could sense this with the heaven fire. Gu family head, you found a new external aid. It seems like you don't like my disciple. Since that's the case, we won't disturb you any longer. Wu Fu had heard Gu Jiao's words before he entered, and immediately said to Gu Ying angrily. He was a 7th grade alchemist, and belonged to the same generation as the 2 ancestors of the Gu family. There was no need for him to show such a good expression to Gu Ying. Patriarch, you'd better think twice. The old ancestor really hopes to obtain Master Wu's support. Gu Fan said to Gu Ying with a frown. From his tone, he didn't seem to respect Gu Ying at all. Gu Ying glared at Gu Jiao, then said to Wu Fu with a smile. Master Wu must be joking. This kid has a big mouth, please don't take it to heart. This time my Gu family's external aid will still be joined by Qi Tong. Since that's the case, then I ask Gu family head to set a wedding date for my disciple and your grandson. Otherwise, a few juniors will hurt our alliance. Wu Fu said arrogantly, completely not putting Ling Xiao and the others in his eyes. This seems to be too hasty. Gu Ying replied with an ugly expression. Everyone knew how much he doted on Gu Jiao, and he also understood Jiao's feelings. He had been suppressing himself and not completely agreeing to this marriage, hoping that Jiao would have a little more time to consider. But now that Wu Fu had come knocking on his door, it really made him unhappy and put him in a difficult position. Conflicts between factions were unavoidable in any large family. He and his cousin had always been at odds with each other, causing the position of the family head to deteriorate day by day. This time Wu Fu was invited by his cousin, and Wu Fu's reputation was well known. In the last meeting, many elders had agreed to join forces with Wu Fu. If he didn't agree, not only would it affect the clan's results in the elixir gathering, but it would also cause his reputation as the clan head to fall to the extreme. This put him in a very difficult position. Patriarch, this time many of the elders have already agreed and the 2 ancestors have already tacitly agreed. Could it be that the patriarch does not agree with the ancestors' decision? Gu Fan said coldly from the side. Gu Ying was instantly speechless. He glanced at Gu Jiao and sighed heavily. Forget it, having Master Wu join our Gu family is also a great blessing. Jiao's marriage is just like that. However, before he could finish his words, a dissatisfied voice sounded out. Gu family head, please don't come to a conclusion so quickly. No one expected that someone would actually dare to interrupt Gu Ying's words. Their gazes all landed on the person who spoke. The one who spoke was Yi Yunfeng. Gu Jiao nervously tugged at the corner of Yi Yunfeng's clothes and said, Forget it, Yunfeng. This is our Gu family's matter, it's best if you don't participate. No, Jiao, you are mine, no one can take you away. Yi Yunfeng said with incomparable determination. Then he looked at Gu Ying, bowed and pleaded, Patriarch Gu, please allow Jiao Jiao to marry me. Yi Yunfeng. No one thought that Yi Yunfeng would be so bold. He had already decided to marry Gu Jiaojiao to Qi Tong, yet he still had the guts to stand out and propose marriage to the Gu family in front of so many people. Gu Jiaojiao was already very moved in her heart. With a man who liked her so much, she felt that she had no regrets. Yao Qingmin seemed to be a person who couldn't stand loneliness. She actually fanned the flames and said, How mighty! If young master can treat me like this, I'll warm his bed tonight. Li Shui fiercely knocked Yao Qingmin's head and said, No one will think you're mute if you don't speak. Who do you think you are? How dare you influence the decision of my Gu family? Men, kick them out. Gu Fen frowned and shouted at Yi Yunfeng. As soon as his voice fell, several earthly emperors immediately rushed in. They looked fierce as if they wanted to chase Yi Yunfeng, Ling Xiao and the others out. Let me see who dares to be presumptuous. Lu Kun frowned and shouted angrily. The powerful aura of a half-emperor instantly spread in the hall, causing everyone to suffocate. Elder brother Lu, don't be impulsive. Zhou Xian immediately shouted. Who are you? How dare you meddle in the affairs of my Gu family? Do you want to become enemies with my Gu family? Gu Fen looked at Lu Kun with an ashen face and asked. The Gu family is so mighty. This old man is Lu Kun. Lu Kun had recovered 200 years of his lifespan. His essence chi had also increased by a level. He had become incomparably powerful. I was wondering who it was. So it's one of the mountain savages. Wu Fu frowned. With a wave of his sleeves, a majestic energy dispersed Lu Kun's pressure. His eyes were filled with disdain as he looked at Lu Kun. He naturally knew of Lu Kun's name. They were both half-emperors of the same level. However, Lu Kun had reached this level hundreds of years earlier than him. He, on the other hand, had relied on elixirs and spirit herbs to reach this level. On the surface, Lu Kun was stronger than him. However, his fire attribute could restrain Lu Kun's wood attribute. Moreover, he was a 7th-grade alchemist. He looked down on mercenaries like Lu Kun who often fought and killed. That's right. This old man is a mountain savage. However, I'm still better than a hypocritical villain like you. Lu Kun glared at Wu Fufo and shouted. This master can't be bothered to argue with a vulgar person like you. Wu Fufo straightened his sleeves and looked at Gu Fun. He asked again, Gu family head, you don't want me to startle my 2 brothers. Let them decide for you. His tone was full of threat. He clearly didn't have the patience to continue wasting time like this. Leader Lu, this is our Gu family's matter. You shouldn't get involved. Our Gu family has already made a decision on this matter. Jiao Jiao and Master Wu Fu's disciple Qi Tong are a perfect match. Let's hold the engagement ceremony today, and wait until the end of the elixir meeting before holding the wedding. Gu Ying said faintly. Gu Fen said faintly. He also knew that this matter couldn't be changed. If he really startled their family's ancestor, he as the family head would be too incompetent. Gu family head is wise. Wu Fufo said proudly. All right, this matter has already been decided. You are not people of the Gu family. We don't welcome you. Please leave. Gu Fen frowned at Lu Kun, Yi Yunfeng and the others. Gu Jiaojiao's beautiful eyes flashed with tears of grievance. She looked at Yi Yunfeng and didn't say anything else. Their fate had probably come to an end. Boss, please help Yunfeng. Yi Yunfeng gritted his teeth, turned around and knelt down on one knee towards Ling Xiao as he pleaded. Before Yi Yunfeng could kneel to the ground, a force forcefully lifted him up. Yi Yunfeng instantly revealed a look of surprise. Boss, you comprehended it? Don't say anything. I'll make the decision for you. Ling Xiao nodded lightly and slowly stood up from his seat. When Yi Yunfeng heard Ling Xiao's words, he instantly calmed down and looked at Gu Jiaojiao with a determined expression. All of you get out. Do you really want to become enemies with our Gu family? Gu Fen shouted again. Zhou Xian also tried to persuade him. Brother Lu, this matter. I think it's best if you don't care about it. Hurry up and leave. Zhou Xian will personally come to apologize to you in the future. Zhou Xian was only a branch elder of the Gu family. His status in the Gu family was not as high as he had imagined, so he could not speak up for Lu Kun. Young master. Lu Kun said to Ling Xiao. He wanted to persuade Ling Xiao to leave, but he knew that he couldn't make the decision based on his status. so he hesitated and didn't say anything. According to his knowledge, the Gu clan didn't just possess a grade 7 alchemist, it even possessed an emperor rank expert. He was deeply afraid that his young master would go too far and draw out that emperor rank expert, so it was truly unwise for him to do so. Moreover, there were many beauties in the world. If he really wanted to find a woman for his brother, he might not have to find the woman in front of him. Ling Xiao ignored their words and walked over to Gu Jiaojiao. He looked at her and said, "Jiaojiao, do you like Yun Feng? Are you willing to be with him?" Ling Xiao's words were sonorous and powerful, directly pointing to his heart, causing people to have an aura that they didn't dare to disobey. Gu Jiaojiao's body trembled, her beautiful eyes filled with sadness. I don't know, shut up. No matter if you know or not, you're already Qi Tong's wife. You should return to your room and rest first. Gu Fan reprimanded Gu Jiaojiao in a timely manner. You're so noisy. Ling Xiao suddenly turned around and shouted loudly at Gu Fan. A formidable sound wave shook the entire hall, and a terrifying imposing aura instantly charged towards Gu Fan. Gu Fan felt a supreme and overbearing aura press down upon his chest to the point it hurt, and his eardrums rumbled. It caused him to be unable to stabilize his figure, causing his entire body to collide heavily against the wall while a mouthful of blood sprayed from his mouth. Everyone was shocked by this scene. No one had expected that Ling Xiao would be so overbearing. He'd actually merely utilized the imposing aura of a sound wave to blast a high-level heavenly exalt to the point of spitting blood. What exactly do you want? Gu Fan stared at Ling Xiao with an unsightly expression. Even though he wasn't on good terms with his cousin, Ling Xiao had injured someone from the Gu family, which was a slap to the face of the Gu family. As the patriarch, no matter what, he had to stand up and speak up. Ling Xiao ignored Gu Fan and once again said to Gu Jiaojiao, "Let me ask you, do you like Yun Feng? Are you willing to be with him?" "I like him, I'm willing." Gu Jiaojiao was frightened by Ling Xiao's might to the point of panicking. She cried as she nodded her head repeatedly in agreement. "All right then, I'll take you away," Ling Xiao said faintly. Ling Xiao simply ignored the members of the Gu family as well as Wu Fu and his disciple. His calm tone revealed an unquestionable tone, and it was filled with an overbearing imperial might. "How dare you? Junior, do you really think that there's no one in my Gu family?" Gu Fan recovered his breath and immediately roared loudly before fiercely slapping his palm towards Ling Xiao. The fiery-colored strong wind raised the temperature in the room by a lot. Before the flaming palm could hit Ling Xiao, a figure blocked in front of Gu Fan and dispersed the flaming palm. "Who dares to touch my young master?" Lu Kun's half-the-arch aura suddenly rose. The atmosphere in the hall instantly became extremely tense. "Ling Xiao, this matter ends here. Otherwise, don't even think of walking out of my Gu family's door," Gu Fan said. Ling Xiao sneered and said, "Today I'll see how your Gu family can make us stay." Ling Xiao had advanced to the middle stage of the heavenly venerable realm and was already considered a top-notch expert in the central region. Once he used his full strength, even a low-level mystic the Arch would not be afraid. Even if the Gu family's patriarch came out, he would still have a life-saving trump card. Gu Jiaojiao wanted to say something, but when she saw Yi Yunfeng's resolute gaze, she didn't say anything more. Since things had already developed to this point, she had nothing else to say. She would accompany them in their madness. "How dare you? How can you take away my fiancé just like that?" Qi Tong finally couldn't help but get angry. Black flames flashed around his body, and the powerful heavenly venerable aura was unmistakable. A black flaming eagle pounced towards Ling Xiao. The black light was demonic and the raging fire raged. This was definitely a fire seed nurtured by a tier 6 high-grade black eagle. Lu Kun was just about to make a move, but he was held back by Wu Fu's powerful aura. Once he made a move, he would be fiercely attacked by Wu Fu. "What can a mere beast fire do to me?" Ling Xiao sneered disdainfully and suddenly opened his mouth. A powerful suction burst out and the black beast fire attack was forcibly sucked into his mouth. Gulp. "It's really not even enough to fill the gaps between my teeth. Why don't you take out your fire seed and let me have a taste?" Ling Xiao looked at Qi Tong contemptuously. Qi Tong was so infuriated by Ling Xiao's words that he wanted to vomit blood. His face was ashen as he said, How can you suck fire?" The expressions of the people in the hall also changed. Besides Ling Zhao's group, the people from the Gu family and Wu Fu's master were all alchemists. They seemed to have thought of something and their eyes were filled with shock. Could it be that this junior has a high-grade earth fire? Otherwise, how could he swallow the beast fire? Wu Fu thought to himself. Then he actually disregarded everything and used his strength to bully the weak. A crimson claw grabbed towards Ling Xiao. Wu Fu, you ignorant fool, don't you dare succeed. Lu Kun was constantly paying attention to Wu Fu's direction. The moment he saw Wu Fu make a move, he immediately stood in front of Ling Xiao and punched out with a green fist. Rumble. The clash of half-emperor-ranked experts had a huge amount of energy. Even though they had suppressed the destructive power to the minimum, the main hall was still on the verge of collapsing. Who dares to be so impudent in my Gu family? A loud and clear voice sounded. This voice was like a morning bell and it caused everyone's hearts to tremble with fear. A powerful aura instantly descended on the main hall, locking it in place and preventing it from being destroyed. Everyone rushed out of the main hall. The people from the Gu family all knelt towards the fiery figure in the sky and said, "We respectfully welcome the old ancestor." The person who came was actually someone of the same level as the Gu family's old ancestor. Gu Qin was a low-stage mystic Tharch and a grade 7 alchemist. He had a high-grade beast fire seed and was a well-known figure in the Gu family for many years. Raging flames surrounded him and he was like a flaming man. That terrifying aura poured down, and not many people could withstand the true pressure of a Tharch. Wu Fu and Qi Tong both bowed to pay their respects. As for Lu Kun, he did not dare to be careless. Just as he was about to bow, a terrifying aura suddenly rose beside him and actually dispersed the mystic Thearka's pressure. "Young master, you." Lu Kun looked at Ling Xiao and exclaimed. He knew that Ling Zhao's battle prowess was extraordinary, but he did not expect that he would not even care about the true pressure of a Tharch. Lu Kun's heart was extremely complicated, and he did not know if it was a right or wrong decision to follow this reckless young master. Gu Qin, who was high above, looked at Ling Xiao and the others who were not affected by the pressure, and a look of astonishment flashed in his old eyes. "Who are all of you? How dare you not pay your respects when you see this Tharch?" Gu Qin shouted at Ling Xiao and the others. That voice seemed to strike at the bottom of everyone's hearts, and they all felt a chill run down their spines. "Looks like your Gu family's hospitality is not that good," Ling Xiao replied with a similarly thunderous voice. Gu Qin's voice was instantly shattered by Ling Zhao's sound wave, and the others instantly returned to normal. Meanwhile, Gu Fen said to Gu Qin, "Ancestor, this person's origins are unknown. He actually destroyed the alliance between our Gu clan and Master Wu Fu, and he intends to forcefully take the Gu clan's granddaughter away. Ancestor, please uphold justice." "Something like that actually happened." Gu Qin frowned as he replied, and then he glared at Ling Xiao with the intention of exerting an even greater pressure on Ling Xiao. Lu Kun had no choice but to brace himself and stand before the imposing aura, and he shouted with shock. "Please show mercy. You're actually at the quasi-emperor realm. But, your lifespan seems to be less than 3 million. Gu Qin seemed to have discerned Lu Kun's true strength and he spoke with surprise. He paused for a moment before he said, "However, just this little bit of strength you possess isn't sufficient for you to dare act wildly in my Gu clan." As soon as he finished speaking, the formidable imposing aura was like a surging airflow that instantly pressed Lu Kun back by over 10 steps, and he instantly spat out a mouthful of blood. The quasi-emperor realm seemed to be only half a step away from the mystic emperor realm, but the strength between them was worlds apart. "Is that so? Then why don't you try this little bit of strength of mine?" Ling Xiao said faintly, and his entire imposing aura suddenly soared. His figure was like the birth of a real dragon and he instantly shot in front of Gu Qin. A dragon fist with a strong gust of wind smashed towards Gu Qin's chest. Gu Qin's eyelids twitched. He seemed to feel that the young man in front of him was like an awakened real dragon, and he felt a kind of subduing might. "How dare you?" Gu Qin shouted in shock, and his withered old palm slapped towards Ling Zhao's fist. Bang! The fist and palm collided and an ear-piercing muffled sound rang out. Ling Zhao's figure was forced back by more than 10 steps, while Gu Qin only took a slight step back. However, this step in the eyes of the people below was like a stormy sea. This Ling Xiao actually has the strength of a mid-level heavenly venerate, but he can't use this little bit of strength to force the old ancestor back. Gu Ying exclaimed in his heart. The Imperial Roll Tournament had only ended about 3 months ago, which meant that Ling Xiao had jumped 2 levels in these 3 months, from the peak of the Earth Emperor realm to the mid-level Heavenly Venerate. However, the strength of a Heavenly Venerate should not be able to resist the Mystic the Arch, but Ling Xiao could force the Gu family's old ancestor back a step. This meant that Ling Xiao's strength was formidable. The people of the Gu family, Wu Fu and his disciple all revealed looks of horror, and their eyes were filled with disbelief. Kid, you are not bad. You can actually force me back a step. However, I only used 50% of my strength just now. Now, I will let you have a taste of 70% of my strength. Gu Qin also looked at Ling Xiao in surprise. After speaking, he sent an even more ferocious palm strike towards Ling Xiao. The blazing flames and the strong gust of wind were enough to tear apart any small universe of a peak Heavenly Venerate. What do I have to be afraid of? Ling Xiao was full of fighting spirit and his strength had already increased to 15 times. His golden fist was not afraid of any flames, and it directly blasted out a dragon that roared towards the flames. Rumble. The powerful energy exploded in an instant, and the sky above the Gu family seemed to tremble slightly. The surrounding Gu family disciples all felt the earth-shattering power, and many of them cried out in fear. Isn't that the old ancestor? Who is this expert that dares to challenge him? Could it be that he's looking for death? Since he dared to challenge us, of course he has some strength. I just don't know which divine god is so bold. Now that the elixir meeting competition is around the corner, someone has come to cause trouble. I really don't know if it's a blessing or a curse for my Gu family. In this exchange, Ling Xiao once again retreated tens of meters, but Gu Qin actually retreated more than 6 or 7 steps. Good. I didn't think that I, Gu Qin, would meet such a handsome young talent just after I came out of seclusion for so many years. Then let me see how many moves you can take from me. Gu Qin's fighting spirit soared and he shouted a few times as he continuously sent out several fiery palms. The fiery palms tore through the heavens and the earth, burning all the air around them as they bombarded towards Ling Xiao. Then bring it on. Ling Xiao's battle strength was fully unleashed, and his dragon-shaped battle aura burst forth. The powerful dragon's might shook the surroundings. One dragon fist after another continuously clashed with the fiery palms, and the sky kept shaking. Limitless clone technique. 24 clones. Facing a mystic the arch-tier expert, Ling Xiao did not dare to be careless. He immediately counterattacked with all his strength. 24 clones bombarded Gu Qin from all directions. If it was an ordinary high-level heavenly venerable, they might not even know what to do. However, Gu Qin was a genuine mystic the arch. His old eyes twitched as he muttered, "It's actually the Blue Sun Sect's limitless clone technique." At the same time he raised both his palms slightly, and countless palm shadows spread out to meet the 24 clones. A series of terrifying explosions rang out incessantly. Golden light flew everywhere and fiery snakes danced, forming an intense collision in mid-air. Ling Xiao is so strong he can actually fight against the mystic the arch. Li Shui looked at that heroic figure and her beautiful eyes were filled with deep shock. The 2 girls beside her looked even more infatuated. It seems that young master did not use his full strength that day. Lu Kun thought to herself with infinite emotions, and her loyalty towards Ling Xiao skyrocketed. With Ling Xiao's talent, she believed that he would definitely be able to take that step. Jiao Jiao, look, boss will definitely be able to bring us away. Yi Yunfeng quietly held Gu Jiao Jiao's hand and said resolutely. Chapter 682. Flames tore through the sky, dazzling golden light. Gu Qin and Ling Xiao hadn't deduced the power of the world, but the resulting shockwaves were terrifying. No one had expected that Ling Xiao could fight with a mystic the arch so fiercely. The faces of the Gu family's people and Wu Fu turned ashen. The more powerful Ling Xiao was, the more likely it was that things would change today. Ah, good. How delightful. I didn't expect you to have such strength. You can be said to be invincible under the emperor rank, but today you will still lose. Gu Qin laughed a few times and the aura of the emperor rank was fully displayed. A large area of the world's power covered the sky above the Gu family's residence. Gu Qin's generous world was actually a world of fire lotuses. Each of the fire lotuses had 6 petals, and the crystal-clear petals flickered with the fiery light of energy. At the heart of the fire lotuses, there were strange tongues of fire, as if they could rush out at any time and cause great damage. When this world appeared, the sky above the Gu family's residence turned crimson, and the intense heat made some of the Gu family's disciples almost unable to bear it. If you have the guts, then fight with me. Gu Qin naturally didn't want the Gu family's buildings to be destroyed by him. He shouted at Ling Xiao and took the lead to fly towards the mountain range outside the valley. Why would this young master be afraid of you? Ling Xiao was full of fighting spirit. Balls of spiritual energy constantly washed around his body, and the glass dragon scale armor revolved around his body. He turned into a rainbow as he chased after Gu Qin. At the same time, Ling Xiao had already begun to slowly deduce the power of his world. The primordial world was full of vitality and a primitive aura. The trees, the flowers, the grass, the beasts, all of them displayed the flourishing age of the primordial era. The roars of beasts echoed for thousands of miles, like the descent of divine punishment. The spirit beasts in the mountain range were so frightened that they crawled on the ground, not daring to move. There's something strange about this kid. His aura has actually surpassed that of an ordinary peak Empyrean. Interesting. Gu Qin felt Ling Xiao's rising aura and thought excitedly. Although Gu Qin was a rank 7 alchemist, he similarly had a bellicose heart. Now that he saw that although Ling Xiao only had the strength of a mid-level heavenly venerable, his battle prowess was beyond his expectations. It was just the right thing to do. Alright, let's stop here. Kid, don't say that I'm bullying the young. Gu Qin stopped and turned around to speak to Ling Xiao. When he saw Ling Xiao's world energy, his eyes widened. What kind of world energy is this? This was the first time he had seen such a strange world energy. It looked very peaceful, but it contained an aura that made others feel fear. Even though he was at the Emperor realm, he felt the pressure from this world energy greatly increase. It was as if the person in front of him wasn't a heavenly venerate, but the mystic emperor, who was at the same level as him. Don't say that I don't know how to respect the old and love the young. Ling Xiao said faintly as a golden dragon-shaped spear appeared in his hand. In the next moment his aura reached its peak. With a loud shout, his entire body deduced a small universe and collided with Gu Qin. Bring it on. Let me have a quick battle today. Gu Qin's battle intent soared. With a loud shout he also charged towards Ling Xiao. Rumble. Rumble. Violent sounds of energy colliding rang out high up in the sky. Countless elemental abilities rained down, and the mountain ridges below were riddled with holes. The trees, spirit grasses and spirit beasts were all reduced to dust. High up in the sky, countless tree vines, icicles and chilly winds tangled with the fire lotuses. The fire lotuses burned the tree vines and icicles to ashes, but the chilly winds sliced many of the fire lotuses into countless pieces. However, there were so many fire lotuses that they could be broken and reborn at any moment, bursting with astonishing flames that seemed capable of burning the sky and evaporating the sea. Ever since Ling Xiao had deduced the power of worlds, this was the first time he'd felt so oppressed. His sea of knowledge was shaken to the point it shook incessantly, and the blood within his body roiled from the pressure. As expected, there really is a huge gap between the emperor rank and quasi-emperor rank. Ling Xiao showed no intention of backing down. Instead, his dragon eyes were filled with excitement. As the countless fire lotuses compressed his body smaller and smaller, a series of earth-shattering beast roars resounded in the surroundings. As the sound waves resounded, the countless fire lotuses scattered in all directions. What's that? Gu Qin's eyes twitched incessantly as if something that terrified him had appeared. Suddenly, over a dozen mutated three-eyed wind wolves appeared in front of him. Behind them were two even more terrifying figures. Shockingly, they were a golden true dragon and a blue qilin. The wolf king howled, the golden dragon roared, and the qilin burned the sky. Over a dozen ferocious wolf kings pounced towards Gu Qin, while the golden dragon and qilin closed in from behind. The surrounding fire lotuses couldn't stop them at all. Gu Qin was astonished. Could this be the power of a high-grade spirit realm world? No, it's definitely above the spirit realm. Otherwise, how could it possibly resist the power of my world? Very good, it looks like I'll have to go all out. As soon as he finished speaking, his hands moved incessantly in a profound manner. It was as if he was forming lotus flowers, and it looked extremely strange. Within the power of his world, the fire lotuses started to move incessantly. One by one, they converged into a sea of fire lotuses, And then a fire lotus with 36 petals that was like a mountain appeared. Fire lotus burns the sky. The huge fire lotus pressed down towards the wind wolves, golden dragon and Qilin. The raging flames seemed like they could burn the sky and steam the sea, and the majestic power was truly earth-shattering. Ling Xiao realized that Gu Qin had already gone all out, so he didn't dare to hold back any longer. He brandished his golden spear and his spiritual realm began to control the power of his world to fully erupt. Tree twist, ice thorns, wind cut, wolf howl, dragon's roar, Qilin flame. Everything in this desolate world was bombarding each other with all kinds of terrifying power. Among them, the strong corrosive wind and the heavenly fire from the volcano were the most terrifying. The two worlds collided with each other without holding anything back. It was as if this world was going to be torn apart and the mountain ridges below were all flattened. After an unknown period of time, the Fire Lotus world, which had always had the upper hand, began to show signs of collapsing, while the desolate world was still being maintained. However, its power had become several times weaker than before. The two silhouettes separated, and both of them were sent flying far away by the other's strength. Ling Xiao retreated more than 100 meters, his face extremely pale, and he gasped for breath. His glazed dragon scale armor had also become cracked, and traces of golden blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Obviously, he had suffered a serious injury. However, he had the recovery power of the ancient Emperor Divine technique, so it wouldn't take long for his injuries to stabilize. On the other hand, Gu Qin looked even more miserable than Ling Xiao. Although he had only retreated a few dozen meters, his clothes had been blasted to pieces and his body, which was full of vitality, was also covered with many scars. More than half of his white hair had been burned off, making him look extremely comical. Ling Xiao obviously didn't want to give Gu Qin any chance to catch his breath, and he began to brandish the golden dragon spear in his hand. The terrifying golden dragon descended from the sky and blasted towards Gu Qin. Gu Qin was shocked. How can he still have such powerful combat power? A fire sword appeared in his hand, and a strong fiery light slashed towards the golden dragon. However, Ling Xiao's powerful moves were endless, and every move had the power to destroy the heavens and the earth, causing Gu Qin to have a hard time blocking them. His body was forced to retreat repeatedly by Ling Xiao. The people from the Gu family, Wu Fu's master Yi Yunfeng, Lu Kun, Li Shui, and the others who had just rushed over revealed expressions of extreme shock. How is this possible? Ancestor He was actually forced to retreat. This is too terrifying. Unless Ancestor Gu Kuei is here, our Gu family will fall here today. It's said that Ancestor Gu Kuei has already gone out to travel for many years. Unless our Gu family faces a great calamity of life and death, he will never return. How could he possibly appear? Who exactly is that young man? To actually have such terrifying battle prowess, when did our Gu family provoke such a great enemy? I don't want to fight anymore. This old man admits defeat. Gu Qin was forced by Ling Xiao to the point where he had no strength to retaliate. Finally, he could not help but admit defeat. When Ling Xiao heard Gu Qin admit defeat, he let out a heavy sigh and retreated 100 meters away. He immediately stuffed a few pills into his mouth. He had used all his strength to fight Gu Qin head-on, but he was also exhausted. If Gu Qin had been able to hold on for a little longer, the one who would have lost would have been him. Senior, thank you for letting me win. Ling Xiao said indifferently. So you have also reached your limit. This old man has suffered a great loss. If this old man had held on for a little longer, the one who would have lost would have been you. Gu Qin could feel that Ling Xiao's aura had greatly decreased and immediately cried out with emotion. Ling Xiao raised his eyebrows and said, "Why don't you try again, senior?" Now that he had taken the pill, it was not enough for the two divine arts in his body to be instantly digested. His battle prowess had recovered a bit, which was why he dared to say that. Gu Qin waved his hand and said, "This old man is afraid of you. It's really like the waves of the Yangtze River pushing the waves of the old. Since that's the case, then this junior will take my people away." Ling Xiao said indifferently. He believed that with his current battle prowess he had already shocked many people. It was even more impossible for the Gu clan to easily offend him. "Little friend, don't be anxious. Why don't you follow this old man back to my Gu clan's inner courtyard first? When I find out the truth, I will naturally give you a clear answer." Gu Qin slowed down his tone and said. Right now he could only rope in this young man in front of him. He absolutely could not offend him. Otherwise, if this young man continued to grow, their Gu clan would suffer a calamity in the future. Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment, then nodded and returned to the Gu clan's inner courtyard with Gu Qin. Of course, the other spectators immediately followed him back. After Gu Qin returned to the Gu clan's inner courtyard, he immediately asked Gu Su to explain the whole story. At this time, Gu Qin finally understood the whole story. Ancestor, the pill competition is around the corner. Without Qi Tong's help, it will be very difficult for us to defend our top 10 positions. Gu Fan said bitterly. Chapter 683. In the blink of an eye, it's the pill competition again? I never thought that the younger generation of our Gu family would actually decline to such an extent that we would even have to ask for new reinforcements to participate in the pill competition. This is truly a disgrace to the name of an alchemist family. Gu Qin sighed. Back then when their Gu family won, they were ranked in the top 5 families in the Dan Alliance. Now not only had they fallen to 9th place, they even had to face the situation of being kicked out. As the head of the family, Gu Fan's expression was also extremely ugly. He was guessing if the old ancestor was dissatisfied with him. A hint of joy that was difficult to detect flashed across Gu Fan's eyes, and he immediately said, previously the Elders Guild had discussed that granddaughter Gu Jiaojiao would be allowed to marry Master Wu Fu's disciple, Qi Tong. Now that the two sides have formed an alliance, Qi Tong being the son-in-law of my Gu family is not considered a foreign aid. As long as he could facilitate the matter of Qi Tong, Wu Fu and his disciple would be his powerful backup in the future. This way he would be able to contend against his cousin, and the position of patriarch might even fall into their bloodline in the future. Master Gu Qin, my disciple sincerely wants to marry your Gu family's granddaughter. Please consider it carefully, Master Gu Qin. Wu Fu said to Gu Qin faintly. Although Ling Xiao had defeated Gu Qin, Wu Fu did not want to lose face. As an alchemist he had his own unique arrogance. He was not afraid of Ling Xiao. With his connections, it was still possible for him to gather a group of experts to deal with Ling Xiao and the others. If he couldn't beat them alone, he could gather a group of experts to deal with Ling Xiao and the others. As long as the Gu family agreed to this matter, everything would be easy. Gu Qin rubbed his chin and fell into deep thought. However, Ling Xiao said decisively, Jiao Jiao is already my brother's wife, no one can snatch her away. The moment he said this, the Gu family members glared at him angrily. Wu Fu and his disciple also had faces full of displeasure, but due to Ling Xiao's terrifying strength, no one dared to provoke him. Gu Qin said faintly, Brother Ling, this matter concerns the future reputation of my Gu family. Is there really no room for negotiation? Although he sighed at the disappointment of his grandson, this matter was related to the Gu family's thousands of years of reputation, so Gu Qin did not dare to neglect it. If worse came to worst, he didn't mind going all out to make them stay. He really didn't believe that the entire Gu family couldn't deal with these few people. Ling Xiao frowned slightly and said, What's this fishing convention of yours? When is it going to start? This young master will act on your behalf. Boss, it's the alchemy competition. It'll be held in Alchemy City in 3 months, said Yi Yunfeng. Ah, that's hilarious. You don't even know about the Alchemy Guild's alchemy competition. Do you think it's a combat test? How ignorant. Wu Fu sneered. Exactly. Even though your combat strength is extraordinary, this is a competition between respected alchemists. You can't help even if you want to. Gu Fan ridiculed as well. Who says my boss can't help? He's a level 6 alchemist. Yi Yunfeng immediately stood up for Ling Xiao. Huh. If he's a level 6 alchemist, then I'm afraid I'll be able to reach the level 8 Saint Alchemist realm. Qi Tong was the first to laugh. His expression was filled with disdain. Alchemists were the most respected profession. There were very few people who were lucky enough to become alchemists, and it was even more difficult to become a high-level alchemist. Many alchemists had to go through days and nights of hard work to reach their current level step by step. They weren't like martial artists who could rely on certain resources to speed up their advancement. None of them could believe that Ling Xiao was a level 6 alchemist. One had to know that alchemists who reached level 6 and above could all be called masters. Among the tens of billions of people in the central region, there would definitely not be more than 10,000 people who could reach such a high level. Alchemists who could truly reach such a high level were all people of the older generation. Ling Xiao looked like a young man who had just left the thatched cottage. How could they think that Ling Xiao was a level 6 alchemist? Ling Xiao said disapprovingly, "It's up to you whether you believe it or not, but I must take them away." "Brother Ling, don't think that my Gu family can't keep you?" Gu Qin had already lowered his stance to talk to Ling Xiao, but he didn't expect that Ling Xiao's attitude would still be so unyielding. For the sake of the family's honor, he might really have to force Ling Xiao and the others to stay. "How about this? Ling Xiao and Qi Tong will compete in pill refining skills on the spot. Whoever's pill refining skills are stronger will stay and help our Gu family, and Jiao Jiao's ownership will also be decided in this competition. What does everyone think?" At this time, Gu Ying spoke up from the side. As soon as these words fell, Gu Jiaojiao's expression turned pale. The young miss of the Gu family was now treated like a commodity. Anyone would feel extremely uncomfortable. Yi Yunfeng tightened his grip on Gu Jiaojiao's hand and said, "Don't worry, boss will definitely win." "That's right, I think Tanner's method is suitable. What do you think?" Gu Qin nodded and replied. Qi Tong glanced at his master and immediately replied, "Qi Tong has no problem, I'm just afraid that someone won't dare to agree." After he finished speaking, he looked at Ling Xiao with a provocative look. He felt that although Ling Xiao's combat strength was astonishing, how could his alchemy skills be his match? He must properly humiliate this so-called first emperor-level expert. Ling Xiao ignored Qi Tong's words and lightly nodded towards Gu Qin. "No matter what, you are still my brother's family, so I will give you some face. Let's start the competition now. I don't want to waste too much time with this kind of low-grade alchemist." As soon as these words came out, Qi Tong was so angry that he almost vomited blood. It had been many years since he had been spoken to like this by anyone. No matter which sect he and his master went to, those people would have to respectfully call them Master Qi when they saw them. But this Ling Xiao in front of him was really too hateful to actually call him a low-grade alchemist. It was simply the biggest insult to him. "You only know how to use your tongue. Since you are so confident, why don't we add a little more? If you win against my disciple, I am willing to give you another 50 high-grade 6th level spirit herbs. If you lose, you also give me 50 high-grade 6th level spirit herbs. How about it?" As Qi Tong's master, Wu Fu's expression was also extremely ugly. He must make this arrogant young man pay the price. 50 stalks of 6th grade high-rank spirit grass. Everyone present was taken aback. The value of these 50 high-grade 6th level spirit herbs was very high. How could an ordinary person easily take them out? This Wu Fu was clearly making things difficult for Ling Xiao. "Hee, it seems that you have 100 times more confidence in your disciple." Ling Xiao lightly laughed and paused for a moment, then said, "Why don't I add a little more to the bet?" "What bet?" Wu Fu asked. "1 hand each for each of your masters." Ling Xiao narrowed his eyes and said faintly, "What?" Everyone was shocked. Who would have thought that Ling Xiao actually had so much confidence in himself, to actually want the hands of Wu Fu and his master? Gu Fan opened his mouth and said, "Isn't this too much of a bully? Then do you not have confidence in this person?" Ling Xiao asked back. Gu Fan was immediately speechless by Ling Xiao's stare. "You are a mere Empyrean and you want 1 hand each for us master and disciple. Do you really think that we are easy to bully?" Qi Tong rebuked angrily. "If you don't dare, then just admit defeat. I also won't make things difficult for you," Ling Xiao said, turning from guest to host. "Right, we agree." Wu Fu suddenly replied loudly, following which he said, "But our hands are not that easy to take. You also have to pay the corresponding price." Ling Xiao immediately replied, "In that case I lose. I will compensate you with my life." No one present thought that Ling Xiao would be so ruthless, actually using his life to exchange. This price was indeed enough. "All right, this matter will be witnessed by Grandmaster Gu Qin." Wu Fu immediately agreed, following which 50 stalks of high-grade 6 spirit herbs flew out from his spatial ring. Each of these spirit herbs was filled with rich energy, causing the spirits of everyone present to be lifted. If one wanted to obtain high-grade 6 spirit herbs, they would have to face high-grade or peak-grade 6 spirit beasts to obtain them. It seemed that this Wu Fu had also walked through quite a few dangerous places. Ling Xiao didn't waste any time either, summoning a dazzling array of high-grade spirit grasses from his space ring. 100 stalks of high-grade 6 spirit herbs flew towards Gu Qin at the same time. Gu Qin revealed a surprised expression and immediately put away the 100 stalks of spirit herbs. I, Gu Qin, will be the witness for you. However, it's better not to add this additional bet. Both of you are honored guests of my Gu family. If anything happens to you here, my Gu family will also be very embarrassed. Gu Qin said indifferently. Grandmaster Gu Qin, there's no need to say any more. This is all of our own accord. Ling Xiao waved his hand. Wu Fu also said from the side, that's right. No matter what the result is, it has nothing to do with the Gu family. Although Wu Fu was also a 7th grade alchemist like Gu Qin, he was alone and naturally did not dare to offend the Gu family. Alright, since you are determined, then I will be the judge this time. Gu Qin replied, following which he said to Gu Tan, go and clear the alchemy field. Let them compete there. With these words, Gu Qin was also relieved. In any case, if they fought to the death, the Gu family would still be the one to benefit in the end. He was also happy to be the middleman. Gu Tan nodded and then immediately ordered people to clear the venue. At this time, Qi Tong smiled sinisterly at Ling Xiao and said, I want your life. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and ignored him as if he was treating him as air. Qi Tong was extremely angry. He cursed in his heart, you can be arrogant. Later I will let you know how the word, death, is written. The group of people also headed towards the place where the Gu family provided alchemy for their descendants. Yunfeng, isn't this too much? Gu Jiaojiao asked worriedly. Don't worry, I only want one of their arms. Boss didn't kill them all. Yi Yunfeng comforted her. Forget it, I hope nothing goes wrong. Gu Jiaojiao hesitated for a moment, but in the end she did not speak out the worries in her heart. In fact, she was not worried about Wu Fu and his disciple, but about Ling Xiao's safety. Although Yi Yunfeng kept saying that Ling Xiao was a 6th grade alchemist, she had never seen Ling Xiao's alchemy skills with her own eyes, so she really had no confidence. Chapter 684. The Gu family's alchemy field was located in the center of the Gu family's inner court. There were a total of 100 medicinal cauldrons arranged on the field, and on the high platform, there was a huge cauldron that was tens of meters tall. It looked majestic and spectacular. The 101 medicinal cauldrons showed that the Gu family's alchemy family's reputation was not undeserved. Anyone who came here could not help but imagine the lively scene of the Gu family's disciples refining pills here. The lingering fragrance of the medicine made everyone intoxicated. Although the alchemy field had been cleared out, the surroundings were still full of Gu family disciples. They had all stayed behind to observe the competition. Low-level alchemists would more or less gain something from observing high-level alchemists refining pills. On the high platform, Ling Xiao and Qi Tong were already ready. They were only waiting for the order to begin. At this time, Wu Fu said to Qi Tong, haven't you always wanted to use Master's Scarlet Serpent Cauldron? Today I will let you have a taste of your desire. With that, Wu Fu waved his hand and a large scarlet cauldron flew towards Qi Tong. This cauldron emitted a strong flame, and above the flame, a huge scarlet serpent appeared. The serpent's eyes were awe-inspiring, its basin mouth fierce, and its fangs thirsty for blood. This cauldron floated in midair. The body of the cauldron was wide and narrow at the bottom. There were 4 snake-shaped handles on the cauldron as if they were swallowing the world. The cauldron's walls were engraved with spirit snakes that looked like mysterious array patterns, giving off an ancient feeling. As soon as this cauldron appeared, the Gu family couldn't help but burst into an uproar. Is this Great Master Wu's Earth-level cauldron the Scarlet Serpent Cauldron? Looks so beautiful. It is said that Great Master Wu obtained it in a secret realm in his early years, and it is also the reason why he is now a 7th grade alchemist. If this cauldron falls into our Gu family's hands, our Gu family will definitely rise to the next level. With this cauldron, I'm afraid that Qi Tong can use it to refine a 5th grade elixir. I wonder what the first emperor Ling Xiao is relying on. Although the Earth grade Scarlet Serpent Cauldron was ranked 34th among the 36 great Earth grade cauldrons, it still surpassed the grade of ordinary medicine cauldrons. It could greatly improve the quality of the pills refined by an alchemist, allowing them to condense better pills. Ling Xiao had not expected to see an Earth grade cauldron here. He believed that he would be able to see even more extraordinary spiritual fires and medicinal cauldrons at the elixir gathering competition. Qi Tong revealed a fanatical expression and grabbed the Scarlet Serpent Cauldron in his hand. He laughed proudly and said, "Thank you, Master." Then he looked at Ling Xiao and said, "Let's see how you die this time." As soon as his words fell, he immediately placed the medicine cauldron on the stage and many spirit grasses flew out of his space ring. "Refine!" Qi Tong shouted. The hundreds of spirit grasses were all suspended above the medicinal cauldron under his control. As his voice fell, countless black flames immediately shot out of his palms. The flames burned the cauldron walls, and the flames burned the suspended spirit grasses like spiritual snakes. Sizzle! The spirit grasses were immediately burned and quickly withered. Bits of grass essence began to drip into the medicine cauldron. Alchemy into the rain realm. This Qi Tong really has some skill. Gu Jiaojiao's big brother Gu Li quietly came to Gu Jiaojiao's side and whispered. Gu Jiaojiao nodded and responded. Looking at his smooth technique, he must have gone through a period of bitter training. I just don't know what kind of pill he wants to refine. At least at the peak of the 5th grade or... In short, this competition is not optimistic. Even if I go up, I may not be Qi Tong's opponent, Gu Li said with a frown. Gu Jiaojiao's worry became even stronger, but Yi Yunfeng on the side still had a calm smile on his face. Yao Qingmin quietly pulled Bing Ruoshui's hand and said, "Do you think young master will cut off their left or right hands?" Bing Ruoshui rolled her eyes at her and said, "Senior sister, are you really going to be Zhao's maid? Why don't I go talk to Xiao and let this matter go?" Previously, Ling Xiao had promised to save her master, so Yao Qingmin had to promise to be Ling Zhao's maid. Bing Ruoshui thought that this matter was over. She knew Ling Zhao's character and didn't take this matter seriously. However, her senior sister considered herself as a maid. This put Bing Ruoshui in a difficult position. She knew that Ling Xiao already had a lot of women and one less was one less, but it seemed that it would be difficult. Yao Qingmin blinked her big eyes and said, "Junior sister, don't worry. I won't fight with you for your favor. I'm just warming your bed. I won't do anything to let you down." Bing Ruoshui patted her forehead and didn't say anything else. She knew that her senior sister was sometimes very insensitive. If she really wanted to warm the bed, would Ling Xiao be able to hold himself back? Forget it. Rather than letting senior sister follow another man, it's better to share a husband with me. In the future there will definitely be more women by Zhao's side. With senior sister here I can also have an ally. Bing Ruoshui thought. At this time on the high platform, Qi Tong had already finished refining the spirit herbs, but there was still no movement from Ling Xiao. Do you want to secretly learn from me? Unfortunately, you can only learn it in your next life. Qi Tong said proudly. With the Earth-level Scarlet Serpent Cauldron, he was already 100 times more confident in winning against Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao smiled non-committally. He just wanted to see what kind of methods this Qi Tong had. Refining medicine into rain? You have some ability, but unfortunately you met me. Ling Xiao said disdainfully in his heart. Immediately after, Ling Xiao looked at the 100 cauldrons below. He found that these cauldrons were all at the 5th stage, which was really good. If any of these cauldrons were to fall into the northwest or the southern wasteland, they would become treasures that local alchemists would fight over. But here they were just ordinary ones for their descendants to use to refine pills. Ling Xiao casually waved his hand and a cauldron below flew towards him. He patted the cauldron's body lightly, making a few crisp sounds. He murmured, "Not bad, it's you. You want to win against my disciple with this kind of ordinary stuff? You're really delusional." Wu Fu, who was sitting to the side, said disdainfully in his heart. "I really don't know if he knows alchemy. If he really knows alchemy, he should be able to use the cauldron that he usually uses. Seems that he really is a layman." Gu Fen sneered at the side. "Maybe he thinks that our 5th stage cauldron here is better than his own cauldron." An elder of the Gu family beside him echoed. Gu Feng also frowned and murmured, "Is he really just bluffing?" At this time, Ling Xiao also began to make his move. He was not as ostentatious as Qi Tong. Instead, he stuffed all of his spirit herbs into the cauldron. His actions immediately caused everyone around him to criticize him. Does he even know how to refine pills? Even if he can't reach the realm of refining medicine into rain, it's still impossible for him to stuff a bunch of spirit herbs into an apothecary to refine. I'm going to faint. I thought he was also a high-ranked alchemist, but it seems like he's just a layman. That's right. How can he extract the essence of all kinds of spirit herbs by doing this? I'm afraid they'll all turn into a pile of useless grass in the end. What a pity for that pile of spirit herbs. Everyone watching from the high platform also revealed a look of ridicule. Gu Qin, on the other hand, had a puzzled look on his face. What is Brother Ling doing? Could it be that he's just fooling people? Gu Jiaojiao, who was below, almost fainted when she saw this scene. Yunfeng, I've been killed by you. Gu Jiaojiao cried out to Yi Yunfeng. Why do you say that? Yi Yunfeng asked in confusion. You said that he's a 6th grade alchemist, but how can this be considered alchemy? Do you think I'm an idiot? Gu Jiaojiao shouted angrily. She had been learning alchemy since she was young, but she had never seen anyone who would actually put a large pile of spirit herbs into a cauldron to refine. Only a layman would do such an unreasonable thing. She now felt that Yi Yunfeng and Ling Xiao were definitely lying to her. What 6th grade alchemist? He probably couldn't even be considered a first-level alchemist. Yi Yunfeng said innocently, Jiao, don't be angry. Boss naturally has a way. Although I haven't seen Boss's appearance when refining pills, I can be sure that he really is a 6th grade alchemist. Usually Ling Xiao would be alone when refining pills, and he had never observed Ling Xiao's appearance when refining pills. However, the various kinds of pills that his boss had taken out were definitely refined by his boss himself. Yi Yunfeng trusted Ling Xiao unreservedly, and he also firmly believed that Ling Xiao would never lie to him. Gu Jiaojiao was completely speechless. Ling Xiao, who was on the high platform, also began to make his move. His palms flashed like a dream and countless palms struck out. One after another, fire shadows burned the walls of the cauldron. Right now he was only using ordinary flames. He felt that he didn't need to use his full strength to win against Qi Tong. The stalks of spirit herbs in the cauldron were steamed by the scorching energy until they shriveled. If an ordinary person were to refine spirit herbs like this, they would definitely destroy these spirit herbs. However, Ling Xiao would definitely not cause such a result, because his mental power had already controlled the spirit herbs in the cauldron to disperse and wrap them up to prevent them from being destroyed by other scorching energy. In the medicinal cauldron, these spiritual herbs were extracted from the lowest layer of spiritual herbs. However, no one could see the mysteries of this process clearly. Qi Tong, who was at the side, naturally didn't know that Ling Xiao had such a brilliant method. He only thought that he had completely defeated Ling Xiao, and in his heart he was thinking that he should let Ling Xiao die in order to vent the hatred in his heart. Qi Tong compressed all the essence of the spirit herbs to one side, and a sparkling beast core appeared in his hand. He hesitated for a moment but still threw it into the cauldron. Qi Tong, he just threw in a 6th-level beast core. Could it be that he is already a 6th grade alchemist? Gu Fan asked Wu Fu in astonishment. At this time, Gu Ying and the elders of the Gu family pricked up their ears to listen. They all wanted to know if Qi Tong was really a 6th grade alchemist. Wu Fu smiled proudly and kept them in suspense. You can count, but you can also not count. Chapter 685. In the Gu clan's pill refining field, there were disciples of the Gu clan standing everywhere, watching the two people refining medicine on the high platform. At this moment Qi Tong had already reached the final stage, and the beast core that he had thrown in had already been gradually refined by him. On the other hand, Ling Xiao was still slowly refining the spirit grass. He was not in a hurry to quickly refine the spirit grass. This was because he wanted to see the expressions of those people when they fell from heaven to hell. Only then would it be refreshing. The spirit grass in his medicinal cauldron was almost completely refined, and the medicinal smell emitted by the medicinal essence was suppressed by Ling Xiao using his mental power. Everyone thought that Ling Xiao had destroyed the pile of spirit grass. Phew! I've finally finished refining it. Qi Tong let out a light sigh. A lot of sweat had appeared on his face. It was obvious that even he, an Empyrean, could not endure the continuous consumption. He glanced at Ling Xiao, who was still using fire to burn the medicinal cauldron, and revealed a pleased look. You're just pretending, let's see how you cry later. In the blink of an eye, another half an hour had passed and it was finally time for Qi Tong to refine the pill. His face was flushed red and a large amount of black flames emerged from his palm. The powerful flames mixed with the surrounding spirit qi and pressed down on the medicinal cauldron. Bang! A muffled sound rang out, and a strong rebounding force sprayed out from the medicinal cauldron. Qi Tong immediately used his nether protection force, wrapping himself in layers. Ling Xiao also took advantage of the time when no one was paying attention to quickly throw a beast core into the medicinal cauldron. The flame energy in his hands quickly increased, and his mental power turned into countless sharp blades that cut the beast core into countless pieces. In the end, it was easily refined by the fiery energy. No one would have thought that Ling Xiao would be able to refine the beast core in such a short period of time. If others were to see that he had actually done it so quickly, their jaws would probably drop in shock. After all, even a grade 8 alchemist might not be able to refine a grade 6 beast core so quickly. When Qi Tong went to check the medicinal pill he had refined, Ling Xiao also shouted on the other side, "Condense for me." The spiritual energy around Ling Xiao surged towards him like a tidal wave. At the same time, the flames in his hands pressed down on the medicinal cauldron. Once again he was distracted. The spiritual energy compressed all the essence that was about to spill out of the medicinal cauldron. Flames, spiritual energy simultaneously compressed and refined the essence of the spiritual herbs and the energy of the beast cores in the cauldron. Ping! There was also a muffled groan, but not much energy came out of the cauldron. On the other side, Qi Tong seemed to have obtained the pill he had refined, and his face was full of pride. "Qi Tong, quickly show your pill to Grandmaster Gu Qin." Wu Fu impatiently called out to Qi Tong. Qi Tong nodded at him and then quickly walked in front of Gu Qin. He handed an ugly medicinal pill to Gu Qin and said, "Grandmaster Gu Qin, please take a look. This is a grade 6 medicinal pill, the Blood Rapid Pill." The Blood Rapid Pill was a high-grade medicinal pill that could quickly restore blood and qi. It was an excellent and necessary healing medicine for Empyrean powerhouses. Once they lost too much blood, this Blood Rapid Pill could quickly replenish their blood and spiritual energy in a short period of time. This was also the lowest grade of grade 6 medicinal pills, and it was the easiest to refine. Gu Qin glanced at Qi Tong's ugly medicinal pill and said, "This can only be considered a semi-finished grade 6 medicinal pill, but it's already very good that you can condense it. It seems that in a few years, you will have the opportunity to advance to a real grade 6 alchemist." Qi Tong received Gu Qin's praise and immediately bowed and said, "Many thanks for Grandmaster Gu Qin's praise." Although this was only a semi-finished grade 6 medicinal pill, it was already considered a medicinal pill that surpassed grade 5. Unless Ling Xiao could completely refine a grade 6 medicinal pill, it was absolutely impossible to win against him. Congratulations Grandmaster Wu for having such a good disciple. Among the younger generation of my Gu family, there is no one as outstanding as Qi Tong. In the future he will become my Gu family's son-in-law and can be considered half a member of the Gu family. Gu Fan said respectfully to Wu Fu. Wu Fu said modestly, "You flatter me. Your Gu family is full of talents and my disciple only has a little tenbin. It's really not worth mentioning. Although he said so, his face was full of pride, and his heart was incomparably gratified. Although this disciple of his was a little lecherous, his tenbin was indeed not inferior to his, and there was even a chance that he could surpass him one day. At this time the cauldron on Ling Zhao's side also exploded, and everyone's gazes fell in his direction. What the hell is this guy doing? Just now he stuffed a large pile of spirit grass into it so it should have been destroyed. He can actually explode the cauldron and condense the pill, isn't he too good at pretending? That's right, I haven't even seen him put the beast core in. Could it be that he refined a level 1 or 2 medicinal pill? I'm dying of laughter. Haha, I think he can't even refine a level 1 or 2 medicinal pill. He's just using his qi to make a sound. That's right, I'm afraid his medicinal cauldron is just a pile of dregs. Ling Xiao purposely wiped off his sweat and sighed, "Damn, concocting pills is so F***king hard." The surrounding people all laughed in surprise at the same time. Their laughter was not a kind smile, but a smile filled with incomparable ridicule. Gu Jiaojiao almost fainted on the spot. All sorts of signs showed that Ling Xiao was not someone who knew how to concoct pills. He was just a layman. On the other hand, Yi Yunfeng said happily, "Jiao Jiao, did you see that? I told you that boss would not disappoint us." Hearing this, Gu Jiaojiao completely fainted. At this time Gu Qin, who was the judge, said, "I wonder what rank of pill Brother Ling is refining?" Before Ling Xiao could say anything, Gu Fan, who was at the side, mocked, "Ancestor, do you think he can refine a pill like that? I think it's better to immediately get someone to activate the clan's great formation and tie him up so that he won't run away immediately if he loses." Wu Fu, who was at the side, also said, "That's right, he definitely won't be able to refine a pill. Master Gu Qin, please control him first so that he won't go back on his word." Qi Tong smiled disdainfully at Ling Xiao and said, "Competing with me in alchemy, you really don't know what's good for you. If you don't want to die, kneel down and beg me. Maybe I'll let you go if I'm happy." Looking at the mocking expressions, Ling Xiao still did not move. He calmly extended his hand towards the medicinal cauldron and muttered, why didn't I get the pill? Forget it, brother Ling. I think you should apologize to Wu Fu and his disciple and let this matter go." Gu Qin said. He also felt that it was impossible for Ling Xiao to refine a pill, so he said this in hopes that he could be a mediator and make Ling Xiao owe him a favor. However, Ling Xiao did not answer him. Instead, he revealed a look of pleasant surprise and said, I got it. Who said that this young master can't refine a pill? Take a look for yourselves, this is a grade 6 revered pill. Following that, 3 pills appeared in Ling Xiao's hand. He raised them up high like a child who had been praised, smiling very happily. Everyone was stunned and their expressions were extremely strange. You're too funny, cheating in front of everyone in the hall. It's fine if you're cheating, but at least do it more realistically. Have you ever seen anyone who can refine a high-grade pill and condense 3 pills at once? I'm dying of laughter. Qi Tong did not care about his image and burst into laughter. On the high platform, the Gu family and Wu Fu could not help but laugh as well. Obviously, they all tolerated Qi Tong's words. Most of the people present were alchemists. They all knew that a tier 1 or 2 medicinal pill could be condensed into multiple medicinal pills at once. However, when it came to tier 3 and above medicinal pills, it was almost impossible to condense multiple medicinal pills at once. After all, a standard grade medicinal pill required a lot of energy, and at the same time the refining process was complicated. During this process, not many alchemists could completely seal the energy and prevent it from overflowing, so this also led to the loss of a large amount of medicinal essence and energy during the final condensing of the pill. In the end, they could only condense a single medicinal pill. And Ling Xiao took out 3 pills at once. This naturally made them think that he was cheating. Ling Xiao ignored their ridicule and walked in front of Gu Qin with large strides, saying, Master Gu Qin, these are the 3 metal attribute Zun Dan that I refined, take a look. Brother Ling, did you really refine this? Gu Qin asked as he looked at the 3 sparkling pills that were as smooth as jade. He only needed to smell the rich pill fragrance to know that these 3 pills were definitely high-grade pills of excellent quality, but he did not believe that they were refined by Ling Xiao. Master Gu Qin, is there even a need to ask? He clearly took them out of his spatial ring to fool us. He doesn't know how to refine pills, so he lost this match. Wu Fu said from the side. That's right, old ancestor, we have never seen anyone who can refine pills like this, and we also didn't see him throw a beast core in, so how could he possibly condense a pill? This is clearly cheating. Gu Fen said with a sneer. At this time, Gu Ying also shook his head and said, I have also never seen anyone who can condense pills like this. For a moment, everyone accused Ling Xiao of cheating, saying that he didn't know how to refine pills. Yao Qingmin, who was below, said angrily, they clearly lost, yet they actually said that young master doesn't know how to refine pills. They really deserve to die. Isn't that so? Xiao Luo's alchemy is a bit unique, but I also saw him secretly put a beast core in just now. He definitely wouldn't cheat. Bing Ruoshui also stood on Ling Xiao's side and said. Li Shuer and Lu Kun remained silent. They also couldn't distinguish between right and wrong. But of course they all hoped that Ling Xiao was right. Yunfeng, it seems that we really can't be together. Gu Jiaojiao said to Yi Yunfeng with great disappointment. She originally thought that Ling Xiao could really reverse the situation and help her escape the fate of marrying Qi Tong, but now it seemed that it was just her wishful thinking. Impossible, you must believe in boss, these pills are really refined by him. Yi Yunfeng said very firmly. Chapter 686. Facing the questioning and ridicule, Ling Xiao was still waiting for Gu Qin's reply. He also wanted to know if Gu Qin, a 7th grade alchemist, would believe his words. In the end, he looked at Gu Qin's expression and was disappointed. A dignified 7th grade alchemist actually had such poor eyesight and experience. He was truly unworthy of the title of a 7th grade alchemist. It seems that even Master Gu Qin doesn't believe that I refined this. Ling Xiao said as he put away the 3 pills and turned around. Qi Tong immediately shouted from the side, Master Gu Qin, quickly stop him, he's going to escape. I'll stop you. Ling Xiao turned around and roared at Qi Tong. The powerful sound wave was deafening. However, this time, Ling Xiao did not use the heavenly roar of the dragons. Everyone only felt a little uncomfortable, but it did not affect them much. Don't tell me you want to go back on your word? Wu Fu shouted at Ling Xiao with a dark face. That's right, if you go back on your word, your reputation as the first emperor will definitely be destroyed. Tomorrow, everyone in the central region will know that the first emperor Ling Xiao is just a despicable person who doesn't keep his word. Gu Fin shouted from the side. Brother Ling, I think you should beg for forgiveness from Wu Fu and his disciple. Gu Qin said in a very difficult manner. To be honest, he admitted that Ling Xiao's battle prowess was not inferior to his, but this was the Gu clan's territory. If he really wanted to keep Ling Xiao here, he was still confident that he could do it. If you lose, then just admit it. Hurry up and kill yourself. He can't afford to lose, yet he still wants to bet with others. This person's skin is too thick. That's right, to think that he's still the first emperor. I think it's just an undeserved reputation. I'm afraid that the title of first emperor was also obtained through deception. Other than the people on the high platform, the Gu clan disciples below were also shouting non-stop. It was obvious that they were very dissatisfied with Ling Xiao, who was preparing to escape. All of you shut up. Today I will let you so-called alchemists see what the true art of alchemy is. Ling Xiao roared with a dragon's roar. Then something flew towards Gu Qin. Gu Qin immediately reached out and caught it, but before he could see what was inside, Ling Xiao's voice rang out. This is my space ring, please keep it safe for me. Also, give me a portion of the revolving soul pills spirit herbs. This young master will let you broaden your horizons. Wushang Ling Xiao's emperor's might was displayed and everyone was stunned. Everyone quieted down. Standing in front of the medicine cauldron, Ling Xiao's upper body was completely naked, his well-proportioned body showing the most perfect proportion. There were no space rings on his fingers, so it was impossible for him to hide anything on his body. Bastard, you've already lost just now. No matter what you do, it's useless. Qi Tong looked at Ling Xiao, who was showing off his might, and scolded him. Ling Xiao ignored him and turned to stare at Gu Qin. Grandmaster Gu Qin, could it be that your dignified alchemy family has never heard that high-grade pills can be refined in one go? You really don't deserve to be called an alchemy family. Those 3 pills just now were taken out by me from the medicine cauldron. You all said that I cheated, but which one of you saw me cheat? Which one of you saw me throw the pills in? Since you don't believe me, I'll prove it to you now. High-grade pills can also be refined in one go. Right now, I don't have any empty clothes, nor do I have a space ring on hand. If I can refine more pills, I believe you all can shut up. Ling Xiao's series of rhetorical questions left Gu Qin and the others a little speechless. Indeed, as Ling Xiao said, none of them saw Ling Xiao throw the pills into the medicine cauldron, so there was no way to prove whether he cheated or not. Moreover, what Ling Xiao said was also true. Some outstanding alchemists could indeed condense multiple pills in one go, but such alchemists were really rare. As far as Gu Qin knew, there were only 2 or 3 old farts in the medicine sect and the spiritual martial pavilion who could do this. He had never heard of anyone else, so he really did not believe that Ling Xiao could do this. Gu Qin was silent for a moment before saying, "Fine, I'll give you another chance, but if you can't refine a pill, even if this old master has to risk his life, I will take your life here. Of course, your friends will follow you on the road. This is the price you have to pay for looking down on our Gu family." Gu Qin tolerated Ling Xiao, but that didn't mean that he could let Ling Xiao look down on their Gu family. As an ancestor, he had to protect the Gu family's reputation even if he died. Wu Fu was overjoyed and immediately added fuel to the fire. Since Master Gu Qin has spoken, I'll give you a chance. If you can't refine it, I, Wu Fu, have decided to join forces with the Gu family to keep you here. I'll see how you die later. Qi Tong laughed sinisterly. They definitely didn't believe that Ling Xiao could refine multiple pills at once. In their eyes, Ling Xiao was just bluffing. Gu Qin brought a set of fire attribute Zun Zun Dan's spirit herbs to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao sneered, "Open your eyes wide and take a look. This young master just wanted to show you a unique alchemy method. Unfortunately, you stupid pigs don't know what's good for you. You really don't deserve to be called alchemists." After saying that, Ling Xiao once again stuffed all the spirit herbs into the Zun Zun Dan. All of his movements were the same as before, but this time his movements were countless times faster than before. His palms kept flying, and a series of dazzling movements made it hard for people to see the movements of Ling Xiao's palms. The strong flame was like a fire dragon that incessantly burned the medicinal cauldron. Sizzle. The spirit herbs in the medicinal cauldron were being refined at an extremely fast speed. This time, Ling Xiao didn't use his spiritual force to isolate the spirit herbs. Waves of refined medicinal fragrance wafted out, causing everyone to be astonished. His movements are so fast. Is he using a palm technique? It's really fast and I can even smell the medicinal fragrance. Did he really refine the essence of the spirit herbs? Impossible, all the spirit herbs are stuffed together, how can he extract their essence one by one? Isn't this going against our usual refining methods? Could it be that the 3 medicinal pills just now were really refined by him? The disciples of the Gu family started discussing once again, and the people on the high platform revealed expressions of surprise. They watched Ling Xiao's palm technique as if they were fascinated and kept staring at it. As alchemists, they knew that a good set of alchemy palm techniques could control the fire extremely well, and the palm technique that Ling Xiao was using now was undoubtedly an excellent fire control palm technique. In their hearts, they didn't believe that Ling Xiao could refine medicinal pills, so they were somewhat shaken. What kind of palm technique is this? It's actually so incisive. It's much more brilliant than our Gu family's inherited fire control palm technique. Gu Qin was able to capture the trajectory of Ling Xiao's palm. As a Tier 7 alchemist, he could also feel the extraordinariness of Ling Xiao's palm technique. For a moment he was unable to extricate himself from watching. Hundreds of stalks of spirit herbs. An ordinary high-level alchemist would need to spend at least an hour to completely refine them. However, Ling Xiao only spent about a quarter of an hour to refine them all. The spirit herbs stuffed in the medicinal cauldron had already completely disappeared, and only balls of various colored essences were left inside. Watch carefully, I'm going to throw the beast core in. Ling Xiao raised the beast core in his hand and shouted, then threw it into the medicinal cauldron. Just like before, the moment the beast core was thrown in, it was completely refined by Ling Xiao in a short while. The essence of the spirit herbs and the energy of the beast core gathered together at the same time. Condense for me. Ling Xiao raised his bare arms high, then the flames on his palms pressed down towards the mouth of the medicinal cauldron. The surrounding spiritual energy squeezed in at the same time like a tide. Bang! The terrifying energy produced a strong muffled sound, and this muffled sound was much louder than before. A burst of milky white smoke appeared in the air. This milky white smoke was like pure energy, making the surrounding people feel refreshed when they smelled it. This is the milky pill fragrance produced by a top-grade pill. Did he refine a top-grade 6th-grade pill? Impossible to refine a 6th-grade pill, it would take at least half a day, but he refined it in less than half an hour. This is absolutely impossible, this pill fragrance is definitely fake. Are you saying that our noses have failed? Impossible, he's still naked and he doesn't have a space ring on his hand. It's impossible for him to cheat this time, right? Who knows, maybe there's nothing in the medicinal cauldron. After the pill fragrance drifted away, Ling Xiao turned around and said faintly, "You can inspect the goods yourselves." After saying so, Ling Xiao walked to the side and said to Bing Ruoshui and Yao Qingmin below, "Come up and help this young master put on his clothes." The 2 pretty figures did not hesitate and immediately jumped onto the stage. Their stunning faces were flushed red, and then they obediently helped Ling Xiao put on his clothes. "Tiske, young master's figure is really great." Yao Qingmin boldly pinched Ling Xiao's chest and clicked her tongue. This action caused the blood of the Gu family juniors below to spurt out. Their eyes were full of envy and jealousy as they stared at Ling Xiao. Anyone who saw another man being served by such 2 beauties would feel that the heavens were unfair. At this time, Qi Tong, who was on the stage, looked at the 2 women serving Ling Xiao with greed in his eyes. He then said coldly, "Who are you trying to scare? I don't believe that you can really refine a 6th-grade pill in such a short time." After saying so, he strode towards the medicinal cauldron. However, when he was about to reach the medicinal cauldron, there was another muffled sound. Qi Tong was startled and stopped in his tracks. Bang! The 5th-grade medicinal cauldron actually broke into pieces. Immediately afterward, 4 crystal-clear, round and flawless pills fell to the ground, and bursts of pill fragrance filled the Gu family inner courtyard. Everyone began to suffocate. Their eyes were about to pop out of their sockets, and their mouths were the size of fists, as if they could not believe what they were seeing was the truth. Chapter 687. The Gu family's alchemy hall was unprecedentedly silent. Apart from breathing, there was practically nothing else that everyone could do. Their eyes were fixated on the pills that were emitting an intense fiery color. It was as if these few excellent pills had become the focal point of all eternity. After a long time, Gu Qin stood up from his seat and walked towards the elixirs step by step. His pace was not fast, but in the blink of an eye he arrived in front of the pills. With a wave of his hand, the 4 pills on the ground fell into his hand. Gu Qin's eyes lit up with excitement as he stared at the round, flawless, fiery Zun pill. I really didn't expect that this old master would be able to see such a perfect alchemy technique in his lifetime. It only took half an hour for all the essences to be condensed together. It seems that all these years, this old master has really been looking at the sky from the bottom of a well. Gu Qin said with great emotion. His expression was both excited and self-deprecating. Then he made an unexpected move. Grandmaster Ling, I'm sorry, Gu Qin's eyes were blind. I didn't recognize Grandmaster Ling's talent in alchemy. This Gu Qin is ashamed. Please accept this Gu Qin's bow. Gu Qin bowed 90 degrees to Ling Xiao apologetically and at the same time, handed over Ling Xiao's space ring. Everyone present was stunned. No one expected Gu Qin to bow to Ling Xiao. Gu Qin was a high and mighty 7th grade alchemist. Even a peak mystic emperor was not worthy of such a bow from him. Ling Xiao was just a young man in his 20s. Even if he was a 6th grade alchemist, he was still a level lower than Gu Qin. Gu Qin should not be bowing to Ling Xiao, right? Others might have thought so, but Gu Qin didn't think so. To be able to achieve this kind of unpredictable alchemy at such a young age, it could only mean that Ling Xiao's alchemy skills were not as simple as they seemed. Even if Ling Xiao was indeed a 6th grade alchemist, but with his current performance, it was absolutely not a problem for him to advance to the 7th grade or 8th grade Tenbin. How could such an outstanding young man with Tenbin's potential not be worthy of Gu Qin's favor? At the same time, it was also his apology for questioning Ling Xiao's alchemy skills. Wu Fu bounced up from his seat and revealed a look of disbelief. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. In the next moment he arrived beside Gu Qin. Looking at the pill in Gu Qin's hand, he felt as if he had fallen into an ice house. The members of the Gu family stood up as well. Their faces were burning with embarrassment. The Gu family disciples below the platform still didn't seem to understand what was going on, and their faces were still full of confusion. What are you all still in a daze for? Why haven't you quickly saluted Grandmaster Ling? Gu Qin frowned and yelled at all the disciples of the Gu family. He, the dignified old ancestor, had already saluted. Why were his own descendants so insensible? Everyone in the Gu family was stunned. They all bowed in Ling Xiao's direction and said, "Greetings, Grandmaster Ling. Please forgive us, Grandmaster Ling." They had been mocking Ling Xiao all this while. But now they were slapped ruthlessly by Ling Xiao and even had to work hard to put on a smile and apologize. This simply made all of them extremely uncomfortable. But when they thought of Ling Xiao's means of refining 4 6th grade medicinal pills in one go, everyone was also convinced. If it was said that martial artists worshipped the strong, then alchemists similarly worshipped alchemists of higher grades than them. Impossible. He must be cheating. I absolutely don't believe that he can refine 4 medicinal pills in one go. This is absolutely impossible. Even my master, who is a 7th grade alchemist, can't do it. How can he do it? Qi Tong roared very agitatedly. The Gu family's people acknowledged Ling Xiao. That meant that they lost. Not only did they lose those 50 stalks of 6th grade high-rank spiritual herbs, they also lost an arm. Losing those 50 stalks of 6th grade high-rank spiritual herbs was lost. They could get it back in the future. But losing an arm, that was impossible to retrieve. Qi Tong was close to 100 years old. Relatively speaking, he was still very young and still had a long way to go. His beautiful life had just begun. He absolutely did not wish for himself to really become a cripple with a broken arm. What are you still in a daze for? Follow me. Wu Fu was definitely not Qi Tong. He quickly regained his composure. He knew that the situation was not developing as they imagined. He decisively swept to Qi Tong's side and grabbed Qi Tong's shoulder with one hand and immediately fled out of the Gu family. "Wanna leave?" "Not so easy." Lu Kun regained his composure. He immediately bounced up and chased after Wu Fu and his disciple. However, there was one person faster than him who caught up to Wu Fu and his disciple. You guys go back. I will plead on your behalf to Grandmaster Ling. Gu Qin clasped his hands behind his back as he looked at Wu Fu and Qi Tong. Grandmaster Gu Qin, I am your Gu family's guest. Please let us go. I don't want those 50 stalks of spiritual herbs. However, we absolutely cannot lose an arm. Wu Fu said with a pleading tone. Go back and beg for mercy. How could they be so naive to believe Gu Qin's words? How could that Ling Xiao let them off so easily? Wu Fu, you have been a famous figure for many years. My family's young master is willing to exchange his life for your arm. This is already thinking very highly of you. With me, Lu Kun, here, you can forget about escaping. Lu Kun shouted, blocking Wu Fu's path. Go back. Grandmaster Ling should be a person who understands his carelessness. I believe he will not make things difficult for you, Gu Qin repeated. If it wasn't for the fact that Wu Fu was also a famous alchemist like him, Gu Qin would have immediately cut off the hands of Wu Fu and his disciple. He hated these kinds of vile people who repeated their words the most. If Gu Qin could put down his old face and apologize, why couldn't Wu Fu go and apologize as well? Master, don't go back. I don't want to be crippled. Quickly take me away. Qi Tong shook his head vigorously and cried out in alarm. Wu Fu looked at Qi Tong and hesitated for a moment. His entire person became dispirited as he said, Fine, I will go with you. However, Grandmaster Gu Qin, you must ensure that my disciple is intact. Even if this old man has to compensate him with both of my hands, it doesn't matter. Master. Qi Tong cried out softly. His heart was somewhat touched, but he was even more delighted. As long as he could keep both of his hands, he would still be able to live a luxurious life in the future. Gu Qin looked at Wu Fu in astonishment before nodding his head and saying, I will do my best. The few of them once again returned to the high platform of the alchemy field. Grandmaster Ling, they're back. Gu Qin said to Ling Xiao. If it was said that Ling Xiao had defeated him and made him treat him as someone of the same level, then now he was treating Ling Xiao as someone of an even higher level. Ling Xiao, I admit that we underestimated your strength. We, master and disciple, admit defeat in this competition. However, I hope that you can be magnanimous towards my disciple and let him go this time. You can chop off both of my arms. Wu Fu said faintly to Ling Xiao. Even Gu Qin wasn't a match for Ling Xiao in terms of combat strength. He, Wu Fu, wasn't confident that he could subdue Ling Xiao, so he could only speak humbly. In order to protect his disciple, it could be said that he was protecting Qi Tong. Qi Tong, who was at the side, nodded his head repeatedly and said, Yes, yes. Grandmaster Ling, please let me go. I will never appear in front of you again. Gu Fun, who had been standing on the side of Wu Fu and his disciple, didn't dare to speak anymore. He knew that his plan this time had completely failed. On the other hand, Gu Ying stepped forward and said, Grandmaster Ling, I think we should forget about this matter. Grandmaster Wu Fu and nephew Qi Tong are only sparring with you in pill refining. There's no need to hurt everyone's feelings. You didn't lose anything after all. Why don't our Gu family compensate you with 1,000,000 high-grade profound crystals and 100 level 6 spirit herbs? Gu Ying was the head of the family, and Wu Fu and his disciple were guests of the Gu family. If he could help them once, he believed that Wu Fu and his disciple would be grateful to them in the future. From this point of view, Gu Ying's heart was much better than his cousin Gu Fin's. Gu Qin looked at Gu Ying with a gratified expression. It was obvious that he agreed with Gu Ying's words. Patriarch Gu. Wu Fu looked gratefully at Gu Su and called out. He then turned to Ling Xiao and said, Grandmaster Ling, please give me an explanation. I only want to protect my disciple. Even if you want me to die immediately, I will do so. At this time Ling Xiao finally spoke. Haha, what a good master and disciple relationship. Since you are so great, if I don't fulfill your wish, it would seem that I, Ling Xiao, am too unreasonable. Ling Xiao laughed out loud towards the sky and said, Grandmaster Ling, I think we should forget about it. At this time, Gu Qin also advised from the side. Ling Xiao waved his hand and said, You guys saw it too. If I had lost just now, they would have taken my life. Luckily I won, so they must pay the price. As he said that, he looked at Qi Tong, who couldn't help but retreat a few steps in fright from Ling Xiao's cold gaze. Grandmaster Ling, please let me go. Qi Tong knelt heavily on the ground and begged for mercy. Rest assured, I will let you go. Ling Xiao showed a cunning smile, pausing for a moment before saying faintly, As long as you cut off your master's arms, I will let you go. Saying so, he took out a long sword from his space ring and threw it in front of Qi Tong. Everyone understood Ling Zhao's intentions and their faces became ugly. Ling Zhao's Chofu was too ruthless. He actually ordered his disciple to cut off his master's arms. If Qi Tong didn't do it, then he would lose an arm. However, if he cut off his teacher's arms, then he would be no different from a rebellious person who killed his teacher. His reputation in the future would be ruined, and he would be hated and abandoned by the world. Qi Tong looked at the sword in front of him and hesitated for a moment before finally grasping it in his hand. Ling Xiao, why must you be so aggressive? Wu Fu shouted at Ling Xiao. Aha, aren't you very great? I want to see if your disciple is as great as you. Ling Xiao sneered. Everyone who saw Ling Zhao's smile felt their blood run cold. Only now did they realize that this first emperor was absolutely a ruthless person. Master, I'm sorry. In the future, this disciple will definitely find a spirit grass to cure your broken arms. Qi Tong clenched his teeth and raised his sword towards Wu Fu. Chapter 688. The sudden scene caused everyone's eyes to widen and their mouths to drop open. They did not expect Qi Tong to make a move so abruptly. He did not even care about their relationship as master and disciple. As the saying goes, a teacher for a day, a father for life. What he did was completely the act of killing his own master and father. This was the most despicable and despicable person. Wu Fu could not help but feel a wave of sorrow in his heart. He had thought of cutting off both his arms to protect Qi Tong. After all, Qi Tong was the child he had raised since he was young, and the successor he was proud of. He did not expect Ling Zhao's revenge to be so vicious, to actually make Qi Tong cut off both his arms. He hated Ling Xiao, but he hated himself even more for raising an ingrate. He had the ability to kill Qi Tong with his palms, but he could not let go of the relationship between master and disciple. Forget it, forget it. I did not expect that I, Wu Fu, who was famous for my entire life, would be muddled for a moment. I actually accepted such a disciple. Wu Fu lamented in his heart. He had already closed his eyes and dispersed all the dark protection force, waiting for Qi Tong's sword to fall. However, he realized that Qi Tong's sword did not fall even after a long time. He slowly opened his old eyes, only to discover that Qi Tong, who was already in front of him, had his neck gripped by a hand, rendering him speechless. Ling Xiao looked at Wu Fu disdainfully and said, "You sacrificed yourself because of the relationship between master and disciple, but this fellow only cared about his own life and death. This is your good disciple." After saying that, he flung Qi Tong away heavily. Ling Xiao did not make any other movements. He turned and flew down from the stage. He looked at Yi Yunfeng and Gu Jiaojiao. "In the future you two must be together well. Don't let down boss's hard work. Let's go, I believe no one will stop you." Yi Yunfeng excitedly pulled Gu Jiaojiao's hand and said, "Let's go, Jiaojiao. In the future accompany me to eat and drink with boss." Gu Jiaojiao's face flushed red, but her heart was filled with sweetness. "Grandmaster Ling, please wait." Gu Qin instantly caught up to Ling Xiao and called out. "Is there anything else, Master Gu Qin?" Ling Xiao asked. Gu Qin smiled and said, "Your gambling money is still with me. By the way, Guing also said that since you are willing to let go of Wu Fu and Qi Tong, our Gu family must give you 1 million upper-rank mysterious crystals and 100 rank 6 spirit herbs. Why don't you go to the guest room and rest first? I'll get someone to prepare everything for you." Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment but did not refuse. He accepted the 100 stalks of rank 6 high-rank spiritual herbs and then brought his group to the guest room of the Gu family. If there were benefits to take, why would he refuse? Unless he was a fool, Ling Xiao was naturally not a fool. The people of the Gu clan started to disperse. Only Wu Fu and his disciple stayed behind. With a face full of guilt, Qi Tong walked to Wu Fu and knelt down. Master, I'm sorry." Wu Fu had a desolate look on his face. He sighed heavily and said, "Go. Master, I know I was wrong. Don't chase me away, Master." Qi Tong kowtowed heavily towards Wu Fu as tears of regret flowed out of his eyes. In his heart he hated Ling Xiao to the bone. If not for Ling Xiao, how could he be like this? In the future, how could he still have the face to walk in the central region? "I've taught you everything that should be taught and you've learned everything that shouldn't be taught. Leave the Scarlet Serpent Cauldron and leave. I hope that in the future, you can be a down-to-earth person." Wu Fu sighed and said. Qi Tong looked at the determined Wu Fu and knew that he could not return to the way he was in the past. Qi Tong took out the Scarlet Serpent Cauldron and placed it in front of Wu Fu. Then he said emotionally, Master, this disciple knows he was wrong. I disdainfully hope that you can forgive me. I only hope that before I leave I can hug you. All these years you have treated me like a son. Wu Fu's heart tightened. He really wanted to change his mind and let Qi Tong stay, but he knew that even if Qi Tong stayed, it would be impossible to restore their previous relationship. Qi Tong knelt down and moved towards Wu Fu. He hugged Wu Fu's leg and slowly climbed up. He said in a choked voice, Father. Wu Fu's heart seemed to be melted by a warm current. He opened his dry mouth and replied, Yes. However, just when he let down all his guard, Qi Tong, who was holding him, broke through and showed a cold smile. Old fart, go to hell. A dagger appeared in Qi Tong's hand out of nowhere. He used all his strength to stab at Wu Fu's heart. Pooh. Ha. You old fart, you should have died long ago. All your treasures are mine. Qi Tong laughed crazily and pushed Wu Fu away. He immediately put away the Scarlet Serpent Cauldron once again. You ingrate. Wu Fu cried out in pain as he fell to the ground. He had never expected that Qi Tong would do such a crazy thing. Even though he was an emperor, the heart was the foundation of a person. Now that it had been pierced while he was defenseless, it would be difficult for him to reverse the situation. At this moment, not only was he about to die, but even the little fantasy he had of Qi Tong had been shattered. Qi Tong Kai didn't care about Wu Fu's curses. He had been eyeing his master's Scarlet Serpent Cauldron for a very long time. Originally, his master had said that he would pass the Scarlet Serpent Cauldron to Qi Tong Kai after he advanced to a 6th grade alchemist. But now that this matter had occurred, how could he have a share of the Scarlet Serpent Cauldron? It had to be said that Qi Tong had a thorough understanding of Wu Fu and had succeeded in one strike. Old fart, once you die, everything you have will be inherited by me. Don't worry, one day I will surpass you in all my achievements. I won't let you down. Qi Tong said to the dying Wu Fu and then reached out to grab Wu Fu's hand. He wanted to take away Wu Fu's space ring, which was the most important treasure. However, just as he was about to make his move, a raging voice rang out, Wonderful. I almost missed such a wonderful show. Unknowingly, Ling Xiao had once again appeared at the edge of the alchemy field and was looking at Qi Tong leisurely. Qi Tong was shocked when he saw Ling Xiao looking like he had seen a ghost. He didn't dare to touch Wu Fu's space ring anymore and immediately flew up into the sky. He had seen Ling Xiao's combat strength before. Even if he hesitated for a second, he could be caught by the other party. However, it was too late for him to escape. Gu Qin's figure appeared in front of him and sighed, I didn't expect Wu Fu to be so blind to accept a disciple like you. Master Gu Qin, I beg you to let me go. I am willing to offer the Scarlet Serpent Cauldron to you. Qi Tong was facing the real mystic emperor. How could he dare to escape? Both his legs had gone soft. Gu Qin didn't say anything more and struck out with his palm. Qi Tong was immediately sent flying back to the high platform like a kite with a broken string. Bang! Qi Tong fell heavily on the high platform and vomited large mouthfuls of blood. However, he was still breathing. Gu Qin returned to the high platform and immediately took out a high-grade recuperation elixir and stuffed it into Wu Fu's mouth. Ling Xiao also came up to the high platform and asked, Master Gu Qin, how is he? Although Ling Xiao didn't like Wu Fu and his disciple from the start, Wu Fu's performance later on made him feel a little touched. A master who was willing to give up everything to save his disciple was worthy of his respect. He let Qi Tong chop off Wu Fu's arms to test Qi Tong's feelings towards Wu Fu and whether he was willing to give up everything for his master. Unfortunately, Qi Tong ultimately cherished his life more. However, Ling Xiao still spared them and didn't ask for their arms. Who knew that not long after he left, Ling Xiao sensed that Wu Fu's aura had actually dropped. Therefore he quickly appeared. Gu Qin believed that he was the same as him. He also sensed that Wu Fu was strange and appeared. At this time, many heavenly venerables from the Gu clan appeared one after another. However, Gu Qin waved his hand and told them to leave. I'm afraid that it's not possible. Although my elixir can protect his heart from drying up in a short time, it can't let his heart recover. That dagger was too accurate. This Qi Tong is really ruthless enough. Gu Qin shook his head and said. Ling Xiao also checked Wu Fu's wound and sighed lightly. If there's a Tier 7 low-level rapid blooming flower, perhaps he can still be saved. Rapid blooming flower only bloomed every 5,000 years. After it bloomed, it would wither in just a quarter of an hour. It was also known as every-minute blooming flower. It had an extremely fast healing effect. No matter how serious the injury, how big the wound, consuming the rapid blooming flower could immediately heal it. Wu Fu's heart was pierced through. Large amounts of blood were already flowing out. If not for his powerful cultivation, he would probably have died immediately. However, the current situation was not optimistic either. If he still could not stop the bleeding and heal his heart, his life would also end here. Grandmaster Ling's knowledge is indeed extraordinary. But you also know that although the rapid blooming flower is not the most precious among the Tier 7 spiritual herbs, it is one of the most difficult to encounter. Gu Qin sighed. Forget it, this young master suffered a little. I'll save him. I hope that he doesn't bite the hand that feeds him. Ling Xiao sighed and a small blue flower appeared in his hand. This small blue flower with speckles was delicate and sparkling. Not only was it beautiful and alluring, but it also exuded a strong vitality, tempting people to want to take a bite. Rapid blooming flower. Gu Qin could not help but exclaim. That's right, it's the rapid blooming flower. Ling Xiao smiled and then bent down. He pinched open Wu Fu's mouth with one hand and quickly released a bit of scorching energy with the other, refining the rapid blooming flower. The essence of the rapid blooming flower was thrown into Wu Fu's mouth by Ling Xiao. And Ling Xiao also quickly pulled out the dagger from Wu Fu's heart. The moment the dagger was pulled out, Wu Fu's wound started to bleed again. However, in the next second the blood froze. Ling Xiao and Gu Qin both knew that the rapid blooming flower's effects were already rapidly taking effect. Ling Xiao fed Wu Fu 2 more pills before letting out a relaxed sigh and said, "This is a big loss. Ah, Grandmaster Ling is righteous. I think Wu Fu will not let Grandmaster Ling suffer a loss." Gu Qin praised. Ling Xiao shook his head and did not say what he wanted to say. What he had invested he naturally had to get back with interest. This had always been his style. Chapter 689. Wu Fu had already been taken care of by the Gu family, and Qi Tong had already been restrained, waiting for Wu Fu to wake up so that he could deal with it himself. Their matter did not cause much of a stir in Ling Xiao's heart. At this moment he only felt that it was a pity that the low-grade 7th stage rapid flower that Daoist had given him was a life-saving top-grade spirit herb, and it was gone just like that. At the same time, the Gu family quickly agreed to marry Gu Jiaojiao to Yi Yunfeng, as if they were afraid that something would happen if they delayed. Yi Yunfeng naturally agreed with incomparable joy. Because the Gu family was too far away from the Yi family, even with the help of the transfer array, it would probably take several months to return. Therefore the wedding was simple and was held in the Gu family. In the future, when Yi Yunfeng and Gu Jiaojiao returned to the Yi family, they would hold it again. As Yi Yunfeng's eldest brother, Ling Xiao became the host of the wedding for Yi Yunfeng. Ling Xiao sighed with emotion. When will I also hold a grand wedding with my own woman? Yi Yunfeng had become the son-in-law of the Gu family, so it was impossible for Ling Xiao not to participate in the pill competition on behalf of the Gu family. In the inner courtyard of the Gu family, Gu Qin and Ling Xiao sat at the head of the table, while Gu Ying and the elders of the Gu family sat below them. This was the highest level of treatment the Gu family had given to Ling Xiao. This time, Master Ling has agreed to let our Gu family participate in the pill competition. I believe no one has any objections, right? Gu Qin glanced at everyone in the hall and said indifferently. How could the people of the Gu family still have anything to say? They immediately began to respectfully praise him. Master Ling is a heavenly genius. If he represents our Gu family to participate in the competition, it will be easy for him to keep his position, and he might even be able to rise by a few ranks. That's right. In every pill competition, there are only a few youths who can truly become a 6th-grade alchemist. Now that Master Ling is holding the fort for our Gu family, we can rest assured. Yes, this time, we will definitely be able to raise our ranking, and we will be able to obtain more resources in the future. Yes, we all agree that Master Ling will participate in the pill competition for our Gu family. Ling Xiao already had the qualifications to sit on the same level as their ancestors, so how could they dare to put on airs in front of Ling Xiao? Of course, they were eager to immediately agree. Ling Xiao was a genuine Tier 6 alchemist. If he could lead the younger generation of the Gu family to participate in the pill meet, it would be beneficial to the Gu family. At that time their Gu family's ranking would definitely rise, and they would definitely obtain more resources. Gu Qin turned to look at Ling Xiao and asked, Master Ling, do you have anything else to say? I don't have anything to say. What I'm most concerned about is what benefits you can give me. Although Yunfeng is the son-in-law of your Gu family, it's still fair between brothers, isn't it? Your Gu family will get the biggest profit and I'll earn some compensation for my hard work. That shouldn't be too much, Ling Xiao said straightforwardly. At this point he naturally wouldn't be polite. Gu Qin smiled and said, of course. How could we let Master Ling work for us for free? As long as Master Ling helps our Gu family get a better ranking, we will definitely prepare a generous gift for Master Ling. Since he had already said this much, Ling Xiao didn't say anything else. After asking about the general situation, he asked the Gu family to arrange a place for him to go into seclusion before dispersing. Returning to the guest room, Yi Yunfeng and Gu Jiaojiao, the two newcomers, were already waiting. Ling Xiao joked, why didn't you two go and discuss the plan to make a human? Why did you come to find boss? Gu Jiaojiao's face instantly turned red. Boss is really not good. Sister-in-law Ruoshui, you should discipline him more. Bing Ruoshui smiled faintly and said, he's just like that. He always speaks without thinking. All men are more or less like this, but I like young master like this. Yao Qingmin laughed happily from the side. This girl seemed to be born to be an optimist. It was rare to see her depressed. Boss, the plan to create a human doesn't have to be done all the time. Yi Yunfeng rubbed his hands and replied. His words were immediately met with a series of punches and kicks from Gu Jiaojiao, causing him to cry out in pain. Ling Xiao teased from the side, I didn't expect Jiaojiao to actually have a violent streak. Yunfeng is really sorry for you. Ling Xiao. Gu Jiaojiao put her hands on her hips and glared at Ling Xiao as she roared. Ling Xiao immediately raised his hand in surrender and said, all right, this young master said the wrong thing. Speak, what do you want from me? I just wanted to ask, boss. Do you really agree to participate in the pill competition on behalf of their family? Yi Yunfeng asked with an embarrassed expression. He knew that if it wasn't for him, Ling Xiao wouldn't have caused all this trouble. Ever since he followed Ling Xiao had never treated him unfairly. Moreover, Ling Xiao had sincerely treated him as a brother. In his heart he was becoming more and more loyal to Ling Xiao. Even if Ling Xiao asked him to die, he wouldn't even frown. You've already sold yourself here, how can I not agree? Ling Xiao said as he spread out his hands. Great, thank you Ling Xiao. Gu Jiaojiao exclaimed from the side. Now her admiration for Ling Xiao had reached an unimaginable level. As long as Ling Xiao agreed, then her Gu family would be safe. Boss, thank you very much. Yunfeng said gratefully. Ling Xiao patted his shoulder and said, brother, there are some things that don't need to be said too much. After this pill competition is over, you and Jiaojiao should make a trip back to Yi Family City. With your strength, I believe that no one would dare to do anything to you. Yunfeng shook his head and said firmly, no, boss is in need of people, how can I leave at this time? After boss has made a name for himself, I will move all of my family members here. Yi Yunfeng had already planned to see the fate of the Yi family in Ling Xiao's hands. Ling Xiao didn't say anything else. After chatting with them for a while, he went to the closed-door training room that the Gu family had arranged for him. Alchemy was the same as cultivation. It was like rowing a boat against the current. Currently, Ling Xiao was already a middle-stage Empyrean, and as long as he had the pill formula, he would be able to easily obtain a 6th-grade pill. He could condense 3 or 4 pills at a time using a 5th-stage cauldron, and with the help of the obsidian cauldron he could already condense 6 or 7 pills at a time. With his current ability, he was completely qualified to charge towards a higher level. Therefore, the main reason he went into seclusion this time was to raise his alchemist level. This was not for the Gu family to deal with the Great Assembly, but to improve his own strength. Other than one of his reasons for agreeing to participate in this pill competition was for the sake of the Gu family, he also had his own reasons. Previously, the reason why he had participated in the Imperial List competition was not only to gain experience, but also to make a name for himself in the Central region. The current Dan Alliance's pill competition was not inferior to the Imperial List competition at all. It was even a bit more grand, all because the alchemist would always be the focus of attention. At that time, there would be representatives from all sorts of great powers coming to watch the grand occasion. Therefore, Ling Xiao must perform outstandingly in this pill competition so that the world would pay attention to him. He must let others know that he, the first sovereign, was not only powerful, but was also an expert in alchemy 10 bin. In this way he could truly be considered to have shaken the entire central region. At that time, if Yun Mingqi really heard news of him, she would definitely come looking for him. This was the main reason why he worked hard to become famous. Mingqi, no matter where you are, I must find you. He, that bitch, I must tear her into pieces. Ling Xiao swore in his heart with a strong killing intent. The place that the Gu family arranged for Ling Xiao for seclusion was a place that was extremely rich in spiritual energy. All the places for washing and resting were extremely clean. Ling Xiao was very satisfied with this. This was much better than the cave abode that he had temporarily opened in the wilderness. Alright, now it's time to concentrate and raise my level to the 7th stage. Ling Xiao took a light breath and murmured. He could not estimate the current level of his mental strength. He only knew that it should not be a problem to enter the 7th stage. However, before that, Ling Xiao had to enter the 3rd layer of the alchemy cauldron first. He had been looking forward to the 3rd layer for a long time. He hoped that it would not disappoint him. After Ling Xiao entered the 2nd layer of the alchemy cauldron, he immediately called out the cauldron's soul. Obsidian greets master. The cauldron's soul appeared in front of Ling Xiao and immediately said respectfully to Ling Xiao. Well, don't talk nonsense. Take me to the barrier of the 3rd layer. Ling Xiao nodded lightly and immediately cut to the chase. Obsidian said in surprise, Master has reached the heavenly venerable level so quickly? This is really worthy of celebration. If the first master was here, he would be extremely happy. Ling Xiao ignored the bastard and urged again, don't talk nonsense. Take me there quickly. The cauldron's soul felt bored and brought Ling Xiao to the edge of the 2nd layer. It muttered some incantations and after a while, a light screen appeared in front of Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao did not directly smash the barrier like when he entered the 2nd layer. He remembered that the cauldron said that he could open it with his mental strength. Ling Xiao's mental strength transformed into the shape of a golden dragon spear and directly pierced towards the light screen. Rumble. Who knew that not only did the mental strength fail to blast the light screen open, it was even rebounded by the light screen. Fortunately, Ling Xiao reacted quickly and cut off the connection with his mental strength. Otherwise, he would have been devoured by the rebounding force. He looked at the cauldron's soul with a black face and scolded, Damn it, didn't you say that you could open this door with your mental strength? The cauldron's soul put on an innocent look and said, I'm innocent. Master, when did I say such a thing just now? Ling Xiao almost swallowed blood. He shouted, You said that the last time we entered the 2nd layer. The cauldron's soul replied in an aggrieved manner. Last time was last time, this time is this time, all right? Master, why can't you distinguish between the important and the secondary? Ling Xiao almost fainted. Then what do I need to do to enter the 3rd layer this time? Ling Xiao asked while suppressing his anger. You don't even know that? Master, what should I say to you? The cauldron's soul said again. Damn it, are you going to tell me or not? If not, I'll make you eat shit. Ling Xiao was furious. He wanted to capture Obsidian and roast him with heavenly fire for 3 days and 3 nights. Master, don't be angry. Don't be angry, I was just joking. You have advanced to the heavenly venerable level. You only need to use your physical strength to blast it open. The cauldron's soul replied weakly. Chapter 690. Ling Xiao swore that if there was no reason, he absolutely would not provoke this damn bastard. It was simply too deceitful. Ling Xiao did not say a word. He gathered all of his anger and blasted a punch on that light screen. Rumble. The light screen could not withstand Ling Xiao's all-out blow at all. It directly blasted until not even a bit of light shadow was left. And Ling Xiao also successfully entered the 3rd level from the 2nd level. When Ling Xiao fell into another space, he only felt a strong wave of humidity pouncing over. This strong wave of humidity was impressively the spiritual qi in this space. It had actually reached an inconceivable level. This place was at least several dozen times richer than the outside world. It would not be an exaggeration even to say 100 times richer. Moreover, there were no impurities at all. It was very pure and vast. Ling Xiao only felt that the spiritual power in his body felt a small increase between breaths. This gave him a huge shock. Even in any grotto heaven-blessed land in the central region, it would probably be difficult to find a place with such abundant spiritual qi like this place. Ling Xiao felt that in less than 3 to 5 years of seclusion here he could absolutely reach the peak of middle-level Heavenly Venerable. Within 10 years he would definitely break through to the high-level Heavenly Venerable realm. One had to know that the higher a martial artist's realm, the more energy they had to accumulate and the harder it was to break through. With the massive speed at which Ling Xiao absorbed spiritual qi, to be able to break through one rank in 10 years was already very impressive monstrous. After all, some people might not even be able to break through one rank in 100 years. From this, it could be seen how rich and extraordinary the spiritual qi in this third level was. Although this place is good, it's a pity that the spiritual qi is limited. Once I cultivate here, I'm afraid it will be absorbed cleanly within a few years. Ling Xiao said with a sigh. The spiritual qi here was isolated from the outside world. Once the spiritual qi dried up, it would be very difficult to replenish. Therefore, although this place was good, it could not let him use it for cultivation and breakthrough. Ling Xiao began to size up this space. He discovered that not far away was surprisingly the same as the second level. There was a spiritual field. He quickly flew over. This place was surprisingly similar to the second floor. It was filled with spirit herbs, but the spirit herbs here were all 7th and 8th grade. The only difference was that the number of spirit herbs here was much less than the second floor. Low 7th level radiant star grass. This is a rare light attribute spirit grass. Ling Xiao's eyes shone as he looked at a white stalk of grass. Then he began to identify the other spiritual herbs. Mid-level level 7 heaven tongue bamboo, an elemental neutral spirit grass. High tier 7th grade 7 revolutions vine, wood type spirit grass. Low tier 8 dragon mark flower metal type spirit grass. Mid-8th level 8-leafed fire lotus, a fire-type spirit herb. High-tier 8th grade black serpent vine, a black-type spirit grass. The more Ling Xiao looked, the more shocked he became. Every single spiritual grass here had reached the 7th rank and above, and there was even a small portion of the 8th rank spiritual grass. Every single one of them was priceless, and it really made him extremely excited. He could not help but feel that this heaven cauldron was truly an alchemist's treasure. Not only could it improve the quality of pills, but it also contained so many spiritual herbs that it saved him a lot of time to search for spirit herbs. However, Ling Xiao knew that the items in this heaven cauldron were not that easy to obtain. It must be the same as the second floor, where one had to exchange for spirit herbs of the same rank in order to use the spiritual herbs here. Could it be that apart from these things, are there no other surprises? Ling Xiao asked with some dissatisfaction. If other alchemists heard this, they would probably want to slap him to death. There were so many high-tier spiritual herbs here, and yet he was still not satisfied. He really wanted to show off. Of course there are surprises. An old voice sounded faintly. Who? Ling Xiao's hair stood on end. This voice was clearly not the cauldron's soul, and yet that person was able to approach him without a sound. How could he not be shocked? Ling Xiao clearly saw the person who spoke. No, he was not a person but a remnant soul energy. This remnant soul energy condensed into the appearance of an old man with the demeanor of an immortal. Looking at his elegant appearance, one could guess that he was also a flamboyant person when he was young. He gently stroked his white beard and stared at Ling Xiao with satisfaction, as if Ling Xiao was a great beauty naked in front of him, making his face full of spring breeze. Ling Xiao shrank back and said, "Who the hell are you? Why are you here?" I don't remember who I am. I only vaguely remember that people respectfully call me Alchemist God. The old man revealed a wanton and arrogant laugh. Alchemist God. Ling Xiao's eyes bulged out as he exclaimed. Was there a god in this world? He only knew that when one reached the pinnacle of martial arts, one could fly in the sky and burrow into the earth, shatter mountains with their fists and split rivers with their feet. However, above this, there was a powerful great man who could create his own space and take in all things for his own use. This kind of great man was also known as the saint or the holy emperor. Above them, there was a kind of existence respectfully called God. Not only could they shatter stars with their fists, they could even soar through the universe and enjoy boundless might. They were practically omnipotent and immortal existences. They'd already broken away from the scope of humans and they were true gods. When an alchemist reached the pinnacle, they could also be called God or Alchemist God. This was the pinnacle realm that all alchemists revered. It existed in the illusory, yet it was truly born. The old man in front of him actually called himself the alchemist god, which made Ling Xiao unable to wrap his head around it. The old man looked at Ling Xiao and said with a smile, "What's wrong? Are you scared? No wonder you're still young and don't know the vastness of the sky. You don't even know the existence of God. It must have been hard on you." Ling Xiao shuddered and regained his senses. He walked to the old man's side and circled around him, sizing him up. The old man shrank back and said, "Little guy, this god refuses to be gay." When Ling Xiao heard this, he directly fell to the ground and vomited 3 liters of blood. He bounced up from the ground and shouted, "Damn, are you a human or a ghost? You're actually gay? Your whole family is gay." He really didn't expect that this old man would be like that cauldron soul, causing him to show signs of collapse. "Little guy, it's not a good thing to have a bad temper. You should know that in the path of alchemy the most taboo is to have a bad temper. That kind of person will never be able to refine good pills." The old man was actually not angry but very patiently advised. Ling Xiao was too lazy to talk nonsense with him and directly cut to the point. "Tell me, why are you here? Did you swallow that guy Obsidian?" "What a joke, Obsidian was created by me, how could I swallow it? Obsidian, come out," the old man said snappily. When Obsidian heard the call, he immediately appeared in front of the two. He knelt down on one knee and said, "Greetings, Big Master and Little Master." "Hey, what do you mean by this? Big Master, Little Master?" Ling Xiao's brain was a little confused. What was this? Obsidian said with a drooping face. "He is the Big Master, you are the Little Master." "Wait, can the obsidian cauldron be shared?" Ling Xiao asked in confusion. Just when Obsidian wanted to say something, the old man waved his hand and said, "Obsidian, you can leave first. I don't have much time, let me explain to him." After Obsidian bowed, he once again disappeared in front of the two. The old man sighed and said, "I am the first owner of the obsidian cauldron, and it was also created by me. Do you understand now?" The old man had already made it very clear. Ling Xiao was not a fool, so he already knew who this old man was. Ling Xiao's angry expression just now immediately turned into a spring breeze-like smile. He bowed slightly to the old man and said, "Aha. So it's Senior Junior Ling Xiao pays his respects to you." He was worried in his heart. This is bad, this old man is the original owner of the obsidian cauldron. No wonder he can stay here. Don't tell me he wants to take back the obsidian cauldron? The old man seemed to be able to see through Ling Xiao's thoughts and said, "You little rascal, this old man has already been dead for God knows how many years. Why would I fight with you over the obsidian cauldron?" Ling Xiao let out a sigh of relief and said, That's good, that's good. I knew that Senior is a righteous sage god. Why would he fight with us mortals over this insignificant cauldron?" The old man lightly shook his head and said with a smile, "You're just like me when I was young, narcissistic enough, but I like it." Ling Xiao shrunk back and immediately covered his chest as he looked at the old man vigilantly. The old man's face was full of black lines as he said, "I don't have time to waste with you. Since you can come here, prepare to receive my inheritance." "Your inheritance?" Ling Xiao asked. "That's right. You can come to the 3rd level before the age of 30. This proves that you are already an Empyrean, and also proves that you should be a 6th grade alchemist, so you are qualified to receive my inheritance." The old man nodded in response. "Sounds good." Ling Xiao happily nodded. The old man smiled and said, "At least you know what's good for you. You are the first person to receive my inheritance and you will also be the last. You should feel honored." "Wait. Why do you say that? Did none of the previous owners of the obsidian cauldron accept your inheritance?" Ling Xiao asked. Although they are not bad compared to you, their aptitude is simply a pile of shit," the old man said disdainfully. Hearing this, Ling Xiao secretly rejoiced in his heart. He looks like this young master is really a 1 in a million genius. Alright, I don't have much time left. You will only receive 1/3 of my inheritance now. Wait until you reach the 8th level of the Saint Alchemist realm, then go to the 4th level to receive the rest of my inheritance. After the old man finished speaking, his shadow gradually became blurry, and little sparkling and translucent balls of light, like fireflies, quickly flew into Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness. "Hey, you haven't said what the inheritance is. Don't tell me you want to take over my body?" Ling Xiao called out nervously. Unfortunately, those little balls of light still forced their way into his sea of consciousness. Suddenly, Ling Xiao fell into a sluggish state. and his soul in his sea of consciousness had been forcibly injected with some kind of mysterious memory inheritance by the little balls of light. After an unknown amount of time, the old man had completely disappeared, and all the balls of light had also entered Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness. In the space, only a sigh resounded for a long time. I, the alchemist god, have finally found a successor. Chapter 691. In the third layer of the cauldron, Ling Xiao sat in a daze for an unknown amount of time. He only felt that his mind was filled with a large number of unfamiliar memories, just like when he absorbed the remnant souls in the chaotic abyss of war. However, these memories were all about alchemy. Among this knowledge there was a vast amount of knowledge about spirit herbs, pill recipes for all kinds of pills from the 1st to the 8th grade, and a variety of alchemy techniques. In short, these memories made Ling Xiao feel enlightened about spirit herbs and the art of alchemy. He was like a child who had just started school, constantly trying to absorb the new comprehensive knowledge. He realized that his original knowledge of alchemy was only superficial. Now he had seen what true alchemy was and what a true qualified alchemist was. He had always thought that the alchemy method in the alchemy sect had already recorded extremely perfect alchemy techniques. Now it seemed that it was only some basic alchemy techniques. The alchemy technique he was currently receiving from the inherited memories was the true and perfect alchemy technique. There were as many as hundreds of pill recipes for each grade, and there were all kinds of pills, each with different medicinal properties. It was also because of this that Ling Xiao knew that some unknown weeds that he usually saw were actually extremely helpful to alchemy. They could improve the medicinal properties and promote the quality of the pills. For example, the pill recipes that he had previously seen in the alchemy method were all common pill recipes used by the major alchemists on the continent. They seemed to be extremely perfect pill recipes, but now in his mind he knew that there were many pill recipes that had a lot of flaws. 1 or 2 spirit herbs were missing, or 1 or 2 spirit herbs were added. Although it was only 1 or 2 auxiliary spirit herbs, it led to the quality of the refined pills and the degree of medicinal properties being exerted. Ling Xiao knew that he had received a part of the medicine god's inheritance and possessed the essence of alchemy. He understood the vastness of the art of alchemy and the power of all kinds of pills. This allowed him to have greater room for improvement in his future alchemy techniques. The medicine god is truly worthy of the title of god! Ling Xiao opened his eyes and said with great emotion. After seeing the alchemy god's knowledge and understanding of alchemy, Ling Xiao was full of admiration for the alchemy god. He finally understood why the drug god had chosen him as his successor. It turned out that he had previously set up a huge barrier. Only those who could reach the strength of an Empyrean and become a 6th grade alchemist before the age of 30 would be recognized by him. Only then would he appear to irrigate the inheritance. As for the other part of the inheritance in the 4th layer, only those who had attained the strength of a saint and an 8th-tier alchemist before the age of 500 could receive his inheritance. The highest level, which was the 5th level, required one to reach the God-King realm before 2000 years old. Only those who had reached the 9th grade alchemist realm could receive his inheritance. Those who didn't meet the requirements would be left to the fated person in the future to accept it. The alchemy god's requirements for his successor were extremely harsh. However, Ling Xiao was confident that he could meet the requirements of the divine alchemist and inherit all of his memories. After all, he had always felt that he was an omnipotent genius. Ling Xiao spent nearly 10 days to organize his memories and refine some of the 1st to 6th grade pills. He discovered that the quantity and quality of the pills he had refined had greatly increased, which made him go crazy with joy. After he had digested most of the knowledge, he began to refine 7th grade pills. Ling Xiao had many years of experience. He did not choose to refine 7th grade pills that were too difficult to refine. Instead, he began to refine some ordinary 7th grade pills. After all, a 7th grade pill required a more rounded technique, and the size of the fire throat was more in place. A slight carelessness could easily lead to a failure or a difference in the color of the pill. Fortunately, when Ling Xiao went to the desolate mountain range to bring the prodigal son out, he had harvested a lot of 7th grade spirit herbs, and the prodigal son had beast cores of various ranks on hand. Only then did he have enough materials for him to squander. Otherwise, an ordinary force would have to spend a lot of effort to gather all the spirit herbs and beast cores needed for a 7th grade pill, and they might not even be able to gather all of them to refine it. For an entire month, The closed-door training room that Ling Xiao was in would often ring out with terrifying explosions. The elders who were in closed-door training near the Gu family were unable to meditate and cultivate in peace, nor were they able to calm down to refine pills. If it was any other time they would have cursed out loud. However, they knew that the person in the closed-door training room was their Gu family's distinguished guest. The old ancestor had already ordered that no one was allowed to disturb him, so they could only endure it. However, they were also getting more and more curious as to what kind of pill this masterling was refining to actually cause such a huge commotion. At the same time, they were also sighing at Ling Xiao's fighting spirit for pill refining. It was not until the second month after Ling Xiao entered the closed-door training room that the sounds of the explosions started to become much softer, and from time to time, a rich pill fragrance would be emitted. That kind of pill fragrance was of the highest grade, and was even more intoxicating than the average 5th or 6th grade pill fragrance. As a family of alchemists, the Gu family understood that to be able to emit this kind of pill fragrance, it was at least the pill fragrance of a 6th grade pill. However, today it seemed to be exceptionally different. A bright red glow actually appeared in the sky above their Gu family. That glow shone down towards the place where Ling Xiao was in seclusion, causing the seclusion place to be especially dazzling and sacred, as if some kind of rare treasure of heaven and earth had been born. Everyone in the Gu family was alarmed. This is a heaven and earth anomaly. Someone has refined a 7th grade pill. Could it be that a certain elder from the previous generation has reached the 7th grade realm? The heavens are truly blessing our Gu family. No, I heard that the one who is in closed-door training there is our son-in-law's eldest brother. That Ling Xiao who has just obtained the title of First Emperor is the one who is inferior to Qi Tong. So it's him. He looks so young and he has actually reached the 7th grade alchemist realm. This is too abnormal. It's really frustrating to compare people to others. Even the older generation of alchemists in the central region can't compare to him. Gu Qin gazed at the place where the glow was, and his old eyes blossomed with emotion as he said, "A heaven and earth anomaly is definitely accompanied by the appearance of a rare treasure. Grandmaster Ling is truly a genius, to be able to advance to the 7th grade realm in just 2 short months. This really leaves us speechless." An old figure beside him sighed and said, "That's right, I believe that in a few years, there will be another alchemist saint in the central region." The person who spoke was actually Wu Fu, who had come back from the dead. He looked several times older than before, and his originally black hair was now completely snow-white. There were also several wrinkles on his old face. Qi Tong's stab must have been a huge blow to him. Gu Qin nodded excitedly and said, "Yes, this time I made the right bet. Perhaps our Gu family will be able to take another step forward." The more powerful Ling Xiao was, the higher their Gu family's ranking would be and the more benefits they would obtain. Gu Qin had already decided that when Ling Xiao headed to the pill gathering, they must show their sincerity towards him. Wu Fu lightly nodded and said, "You're right. Perhaps this is also the opportunity for me to come back from the dead." Gu Qin turned to look at Wu Fu and asked, "Are you sure?" "I'm sure," Wu Fu resolutely replied. Within the seclusion room, Ling Xiao was in a sorry state. His clothes had almost all been torn apart, and only a few strips of cloth were left to cover his vital parts. His skin and hair were charred black in many places, making him look extremely ugly. It was as if he had just been sent by the heavens and he looked extremely comical. However, his miserable appearance did not make him feel that anything was wrong. Instead, there was an extremely excited smile on his face. His gaze landed on the 2 scarlet-red pills in the cauldron and he seemed to be in a daze. "I've finally refined the pure yang pill. It was really killing me. Fortunately, this young master is an outstanding person in Tenbin. Otherwise, who knows how long it would take for me to succeed." Ling Xiao carefully stored the 2 pills. This was the first time he had successfully refined a 7th grade pill. Moreover, he had condensed 2 pills in one go. The significance of this was extraordinary. If Ling Xiao had not received the inheritance of the alchemy god, he definitely would not have been able to grasp the perfect method of refining a 7th grade pill so quickly. It would also be impossible for him to successfully condense 2 pills on his first try. Once he succeeded, he would succeed a second time and even a third time. In the next 10 days, there were many strange phenomena in the sky above the Gu residence. Everyone was sure that Ling Xiao was already a genuine 7th grade alchemist. Moreover, they all knew that Ling Xiao's knowledge was even more solid than that of the two great ancestors of the Gu family. They remembered that when the two great ancestors of the Gu family concocted the 7th-grade medicinal pellets, the natural phenomenon was not so obvious, nor was it so real. Compared to this, there was a world of difference. Sometimes they wondered if their ancestors could be considered a true 7th-grade alchemist. Or perhaps had Ling Xiao already surpassed the existence of a 7th-grade alchemist? It was also because of Ling Xiao's unrestrained performance that the entire Gu family tried their best to curry favor with their son-in-law, and Yi Yunfeng's position in the Gu family soared. As for Lu Kun, Li Shui, Bing Ruoshui and Yao Qingmin who came with Ling Xiao, they all received the warmest reception. It was to the point where many of the disciples of the Gu family had the thought of acknowledging Ling Xiao as their master. The older generation of the Gu family also tacitly agreed to their thoughts. Ling Xiao's strength was there for all to see. If someone could catch Ling Xiao's eye and become Ling Xiao's disciple, it would mean that their Gu family would also be able to become a high-grade alchemist in the future. As the days passed, the Dan Alliance's pill competition gradually approached. After a round of internal competition, the Gu family finally selected 4 candidates to head to the pill competition. These 4 people were the 5th-grade alchemist, Gu Li, and 3 top 4th-grade alchemists, Gu Jiaojiao, Gu Hongtian, and Gu Chang. The 4 of them were the most outstanding young alchemists in the Gu family. They would head to the medicine capital with Ling Xiao to participate in the pill competition and determine the final ranking of the Gu family in the Dan Alliance. And Ling Xiao finally came out of seclusion 5 days before the pill competition. Chapter 692. In the closed-door training room, Ling Xiao washed his body several times, put on a set of martial clothes and then walked out of the room. As soon as he walked out of the room, there were already many people waiting at the door. "Welcome, young master, Master Ling, out of the closed-door training." The people on both sides bowed and greeted him. Ling Xiao touched his nose and said, "What are you doing?" Looking at the people in front of him, in addition to a few people around him, Gu Qin and the senior members of the Gu family were all here. Moreover, their expressions were more respectful than before, which made Ling Xiao a little uncomfortable. Gu Qin stepped forward and cupped his hands, saying with a smile, "Master Ling, congratulations on your great progress in alchemy. It really makes us feel ashamed." Ling Xiao waved his hand and said, "Master Gu Qin is too serious. It's just a little progress, it's really not worth mentioning, not worth mentioning." The senior members of the Gu family all showed strange expressions. They were all secretly thinking, advancing to the level 7 realm is not worth mentioning? How can we live like this? Well, all of you can go now. Prepare to go to the medicine capital in 5 days. Gu Qin waved his hand at the people of the Gu family and at the same time gave Gu Su a wink. Gu Su understood and stayed behind. There were a few teenagers around 15 years old beside him. These teenagers all cast an admiring look at Ling Xiao, and the meaning of immediately worshipping Ling Xiao as a master was clear on their faces. "Master Ling, Gu Su has a request." Gu Su bowed and said. Since their old ancestor was Ling Xiao's brother, Gu Ying naturally didn't dare to act like an elder. Ling Xiao did not need to guess to know what Gu Su wanted to say. He immediately stopped Gu Su's words, saying, "Patriarch Gu, don't talk about your matter. After the Elixir Association competition, I still have important things to do." "Master Ling, you really don't want to think about it? Our Gu family can provide for all their consumption, and we will also give you enough compensation," Gu Ying said anxiously. "Family head Gu, there's no need to say anything more about this matter. I don't have the time to mislead people right now." Ling Xiao very straightforwardly refused. He still needed to establish his own faction and search for Yun Mingqi's whereabouts. How could he have the time to accept another disciple? His own direct disciple Exin Li was still under the tutelage of his master Mu Huai. Gu Qin winked at Gu Su and then said to Ling Xiao, "Since Grandmaster Ling has no intention of accepting disciples, then don't make things difficult for him, Tan. Go and prepare a banquet to welcome Grandmaster Ling, and at the same time, send them off and wish them success." Gu Su didn't say anything more and left with the teenagers. However, before they left, the youths all revealed disappointed expressions. Gu Qin and Gu Ying left together. In addition to the few people around Ling Xiao, there was also a white-haired old man who stayed behind. Ling Xiao glanced at Wu Fu, then waved his hand at his men and said, "You guys go first, I'll be there in a moment." After the others left, Ling Xiao turned to look at Wu Fu and said, "You guys go first, I'll be there soon." Wu Fu's old face twitched. He really didn't expect Ling Xiao to be so direct. Why couldn't he be a little more tactful? "This old man knows, so I stayed behind to thank you." Wu Fu bowed slightly. "Words are useless, I've always been a person who values benefits the most. If you can't take out enough benefits, I can take your life right now," Ling Xiao said very bluntly. Wu Fu sighed. "I've already died once, so I don't mind dying again." Ling Xiao's eyelids twitched as he looked at Wu Fu. He also knew that his words just now were in vain. "Tell me, how are you going to repay me? The quick knot flower is very expensive," Ling Xiao said again. Wu Fu said again, "I'll do whatever you want me to do. In any case, even my dearest disciple betrayed me. I don't want to live anymore, but for that little bastard, I feel that it's better for me to live." "Seeing that you're so unwilling, then take out half of your treasures and give it to me. People like you have already lost their faith. Even if you were to be my servant, I would still feel ashamed." Ling Xiao couldn't be bothered to get entangled with Wu Fu, so he directly put out his bargaining chip. He originally hoped that he could take Wu Fu under his banner, but looking at his attitude, Ling Xiao felt disgusted. What he wanted was a person of value, someone who would follow him loyally for a lifetime, not a soulless walking corpse. Wu Fu frowned. He didn't know what to say. No matter what, he was still a 7th-rank alchemist. He had already lowered his stance, but who would have thought that Ling Xiao would actually look down on him? Wu Fu took out half of his treasures and gave it to Ling Xiao, but his old eyes still looked at Ling Xiao in confusion. It was as if he was hoping that Ling Xiao's words were just a test. Who would have thought that Ling Xiao would immediately leave after putting away his half of his treasures? Ling Xiao cursed in his heart. What kind of joke is this? Even if you want to rely on this young master, you don't have any sincerity. Do you think this young master runs a shelter? Wu Fu looked at the departing Ling Xiao and felt a wave of bewilderment in his heart. He was a dignified 7th-rank alchemist and the most welcomed guest of all the major sects and clans. But now he was actually ignored when he wanted to be someone else's follower. This was the first time he had experienced such a feeling in many years. 5 days later, Ling Xiao's group, along with several elders from the previous generation of the Gu clan, as well as the 4 young alchemists who were participating in the pill gathering, headed to the medicine capital. The medicine capital was the largest city in the central region. It was twice as large as the Feng city where the Feng clan was located. This was the territory of the Medicine Gate, a paradise for alchemists. The ratio of alchemists here was countless times higher than anywhere else. The trade of spirit herbs here was also more bustling than in any other city. Anything that one could think of could be provided here. And this was where the headquarters of the Herb Hall was located. The Herb Hall had branches all over the continent. It was a joint venture between all the alchemist sects and aristocratic families in the Pill Alliance, and the Medicine Gate accounted for 30% of the Herb Hall's income. There were probably hundreds of thousands or even millions of Herb Hall branches all over the continent. Everyone could imagine how huge the income represented by 30% of the profits was. When Ling Xiao's group first arrived at the medicine capital, they were deeply shocked by the city. The tall city walls looked like they were made of bronze and steel. Mysterious runes were carved on them, as if a great power was suppressing this place. From afar, it looked like a ferocious beast, causing people to feel a kind of shock from the bottom of their hearts. None of the martial artists on the city walls were lower than the Earth King level. They were just ordinary soldiers, and the martial artists with Celestial Master level were the real leaders. Such a force would be able to flatten any sect below the 5th grade. And they were just the gatekeepers of the medicine capital. One could imagine how terrifying the strength and foundation of the Medicine Gate was. This was the first time that Ling Xiao had seen how terrifying the strength of one of the top forces in the central region was. Seeing such a scale, Ling Xiao was very excited in addition to being shocked. This was because he also wanted to build a foundation of such a great force. He also wanted to become a big shot in the central region, and the Black Demon Gate was the best stepping stone for him. Bing Ruoshui and Yao Qingmin, who were next to Ling Xiao, glanced left and right. It was obviously their first time in such a big city, and they were very curious and excited. "Master Ling, let's settle down first and then I will take you to report." The leading elder of the Gu family, Gu Wei, said respectfully to Ling Xiao. The old ancestor had spoken to treat Master Ling like an old ancestor. Therefore he didn't dare to put on airs in front of Ling Xiao. Well, it's good to settle down first. Ling Xiao replied softly. The Gu family certainly had their own place in the medicine capital. Ling Xiao didn't need to think to know this. After everyone settled down, Yao Qingmin couldn't help but suggest that they go to the medicine capital. Master, young master, let's go take a look around the world's #1 city. They said that there are many top-grade spirit herbs and pills for sale here. There's nothing you can't think of, Yao Qingmin said to Li Shuai and Ling Xiao. At this moment she was jumping with joy like a child who had never seen the world. Li Shuai rolled her eyes at Yao Qingmin and said, "We're here to take care of business. We'll listen to young Master Ling's instructions." This was also Li Shuai's first time in the medicine capital, and she also wanted to take a look around the legendary #1 city. However, since they were following Ling Xiao, it was naturally better to listen to Ling Xiao's opinion. Ling Xiao naturally wouldn't stop them. He said to Li Shuai, "You accompany them for a walk. Alright, Lu Kun, go and protect them. Don't let anything happen to them." "Yes, young master." Lu Kun immediately replied respectfully. Now that he knew that Ling Xiao was already a 7th-grade alchemist, he was even more loyal to Ling Xiao. With such an outstanding master, would they still have to worry about not being able to advance in the future? After they left, Ling Xiao said to Gu Wei, "Elder Gu Wei, what should we do now? You can tell me. Since I've chosen to help your Gu family, I will definitely do my best." Gu Wei looked at Ling Xiao with gratitude and said, "In the past, if an alchemist wanted to participate in the pill gathering, they would first have to verify their alchemist's identity. In other words, after passing the Pill Alliance's Alchemist Guild's examination, only alchemists who have reached the 3rd level can register to participate. Right now they have already verified their identities, but Master Ling, you shouldn't have verified your identity, right?" Ling Xiao shook his head very naturally. "Just tell me what to do. There are still 2 days until the Great Assembly. Why don't I take you to verify your alchemist's identity first?" Gu Wei said. "Sure, no problem." Ling Xiao immediately agreed. On the way, Gu Wei told Ling Xiao that the Dan Alliance's Alchemist Guild had a lot of credibility in the central region. As long as an alchemist passed the certification in the Dan Alliance's Alchemist Guild, they would be able to receive the recognition and respect they deserved no matter where they were in the central region. At the same time, they could buy spirit herbs in any city's spirit herb hall and enjoy the corresponding discounts. Ling Xiao and Gu Wei arrived in front of the Dan Alliance's Alchemist Guild and discovered that there were already a lot of people queuing up. It was obvious that they were all alchemists who wanted to pass the certification. The Gu family was ranked in the top 10 of the Dan Alliance's members, so they had the qualifications to open the back door. Therefore, Ling Xiao did not need to wait and was brought into the guild by Gu Wei. Chapter 693. According to Gu Wei, it would be best for Ling Xiao to be certified as a 5th-rank alchemist. This way the Gu family could hide their strength and amaze the world with a single brilliant feat at the conference. In any case, after the conference ended, they would be able to obtain a certification badge on the spot. With Ling Xiao's realm, passing the 5th-rank alchemist certification was naturally a piece of cake. Moreover, he also had a unique badge in his hand. Don't look down on this badge. As long as it was worn on the chest, it would be a supreme honor. It could even attract some wandering cultivators to seek shelter, as well as some sects and aristocratic families to invite them. After understanding the mysteries of this small badge, Ling Xiao was even more determined to amaze the world with a single brilliant feat at the conference. This was because he thought that to establish a power he would need a large number of people. Moreover, how many people would believe someone like him who started from the grassroots? Therefore he had to expose his identity as a high-rank alchemist. This was because he knew that there was no one more astonishing than the summoning power of a high-rank alchemist. After leaving the Alchemist Association, Ling Xiao originally wanted to go back with Gu Wei first. However, he didn't expect to be intercepted halfway. "I didn't think that you would actually dare to appear in the medicine capital." A man wearing alchemist attire stood in front of Ling Xiao and Gu Wei and said faintly. His eyes were filled with boundless hostility and anger. Behind him were several alchemists wearing the same attire as him. They all had 3 to 4-star badges hanging on their chests. Their expressions were especially arrogant. Hee, why wouldn't I dare to appear in the medicine capital? Ling Xiao looked at the man wearing the 5-star badge in front of him and said playfully. This person in front of him was shockingly the Medicine Gate disciple Huafeng, whom he had dealt with in the chaotic abyss of war. At that time he had stood up for his cousin Wan Yenshu. Not only was he beaten into a pig's head by Ling Xiao, even his beast fire spark was devoured by Ling Xiao. If it wasn't for the fact that he was a member of the Medicine Gate, Ling Xiao would have killed Huofeng on the spot. He didn't expect to run into enemies on a narrow road here. Senior brother Feng, who is he? How could he be so arrogant? Behind Huofeng, a young man with a 4-star badge asked disdainfully as he looked at Ling Xiao. The medicine capital was the medicine sect's territory. Here, all forces had to be courteous to the medicine sect's disciples. No one would dare to offend them. Therefore they had always been arrogant here. His name is Ling Xiao. Huofeng clenched his fists and glared at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao? Which Ling Xiao? The 4th-rank alchemist behind him asked. Senior brother Feng, he can't be that first emperor-level expert Ling Xiao, right? Another person looked at Ling Xiao in surprise. Yes, it's him. Huofeng nodded. The few people behind Huofeng began to seriously look at Ling Xiao. Their eyes were filled with a different color. What? Do you want to fight here? Ling Xiao asked Huofeng as he wore the 5-star badge on his chest. Everyone's expression changed when they saw Ling Xiao's badge. I didn't expect you to be a 5th-rank alchemist. Huofeng narrowed his eyes as he looked at Ling Xiao. There are many things you didn't expect. If you don't have anything else, then I'll be leaving. Ling Xiao indifferently said. Then he bypassed Huofeng and left. He didn't want to cause any trouble here. After all, this was someone else's territory. Bastard, you're actually so arrogant. Don't think that just because you're the first emperor-level expert that you're amazing. In the medicine capital, whether you're a dragon or a tiger, you better lie down. Immediately kowtow to senior brother Huofeng and admit your wrongs. Maybe we'll let you go. The 4th-rank alchemist moved to block Ling Xiao and roared. His name was Wuxia. He was a disciple of the same elder as Huofeng. He had the strength of a middle-stage Earth Emperor and was just like Huofeng, an arrogant person. Both of them were true disciples of the medicine sect. No matter where they went, everyone had to give them some face. However, he could see that this Ling Xiao was even more arrogant than them. Most importantly, this guy was even more handsome than him. Moreover, his alchemist rank was higher than his. He was in a bad mood. He didn't know what his senior brother was worried about, but he didn't dare to flip out. Then he would let his junior brother vent some of his senior brother's anger. Everyone, this old man is an elder of the Gu family, Gu Wei. Please, for the sake of the Gu family. Gu Wei immediately said from the side. However, before he could finish speaking, Wuxia immediately glared at him and shouted, Who does the Gu family think they are? They're just a small family that wants to become a second-rate alchemy family. You dare to show off in front of us? You better scram as far away as you can. You're being presumptuous. Even if it's an elder of the medicine sect, he wouldn't dare to insult our Gu family. Gu Wei shouted angrily. Although he didn't want to offend the people of the medicine sect, hearing such a junior insult their Gu family like this made him very angry. They were still one of the top 10 families in the Dan Alliance, and even the elders of the medicine sect would give them a certain amount of respect. He never thought that this disciple of the medicine sect would be so rude. If not for the fact that they were in the medicine capital, he would have taught this reckless junior a lesson. What? Do you want to make a move? I advise you to think it through. This is the medicine capital, the land of our medicine sect. Wuxia pointed at Gu Wei and spat out saliva. It was as if he was the ruler of this place and didn't put anyone in his eyes. However, before he could finish speaking, his face was ruthlessly slapped by someone. Pow! A clear and ear-piercing sound rang out. Huiya's entire body spun a few times on the spot, and 2 of his teeth flew out of his mouth. The people at the side were all dumbfounded. Who would have thought that Wuxia, a true disciple of the medicine sect, would be slapped to the point where he couldn't tell north from south? Bastard, you dare to make an enemy out of our medicine sect? Huofeng glared at Ling Xiao and shouted. His eyes revealed a hint of complacency because this was the result he wanted. After his roar, the surrounding people instantly dispersed. No one wanted to provoke the people of the medicine sect. At the same time, many powerful auras instantly flew over. Gu Wei's expression changed greatly. Master Ling, you've caused trouble. Let's hurry up and leave. Can you guys leave? The law enforcement team is already here. Neither of you can even think about leaving. That's right. You actually dared to offend someone from our medicine sect. You really don't want to live anymore. So what if you're the first sovereign? Even if an Empyrean comes here, you'll have to obediently accept your death. The few disciples of the medicine sect separated and surrounded Ling Xiao and Huo Feng as they clamored. It was also at this moment that several Empyreans and a dozen Earth Emperors landed in front of the crowd. A high-level Empyrean stepped forward and asked, "What happened?" Huya came back to his senses now. He revealed an incomparably sinister expression and roared, "I want you dead. I must make you die." After saying that, he raised a fire palm and actually smashed it towards the Empyrean. "Wake up." The Empyrean's aura shook as he roared. His aura sent the fire crow flying. Huya was miserable. He had stopped just now and attacked without looking at the person clearly. He didn't expect that the person he was attacking was the law enforcement captain of the medicine sect. This time he suffered another loss. "Law enforcement elder, this person beat up junior brother Huya. Please punish him immediately." Huo Feng pointed at Ling Xiao and said to the high-level Empyrean. At this time the few disciples of the medicine sect also began to speak up for Huya. Without a doubt they were all pointing their spears at Ling Xiao and Gu Wei. The high-level Empyrean looked at the two of them and said faintly, "What do you two have to say?" Gu Wei was the first to stand up and speak. "I am an elder of the Gu family. We are here to participate in the pill competition. They were the ones who provoked us first. Please don't bully us. No matter what, you were the ones who attacked first." Huo Feng said firmly. In fact, it was Ling Xiao who attacked first. Just as Gu Wei was about to say something, Ling Xiao spoke up. "Elder Gu Wei, this has nothing to do with you, you can leave first." Then he looked at Huo Feng and said, "The one who beat him up is me and the one you guys want to find trouble with is also me. It has nothing to do with him, moreover he is a member of the Dan Alliance. If you guys really want to involve him, it will not be good for your medicine sect's reputation." "Master Ling," Gu Wei said somewhat nervously. He really didn't expect that Ling Xiao would cause trouble the moment he arrived at the medicine capital. Furthermore, he had provoked someone from the medicine sect. He sighed in his heart. In the end, he's still young and vigorous. "Let's go, they won't make things difficult for me. I'll be going back soon." Ling Xiao waved his hand and said. Gu Wei hesitated for a moment, then looked at the people from the medicine sect and said, "I will report this matter to the Dan Alliance's arbitration. I hope that you will consider the consequences." After saying that, he quickly left. At this time the fire crow also crawled up from the ground. This time he didn't recognize the wrong person. He stared at Ling Xiao with a venomous expression and said, "You damned bastard, you actually dared to hit me. You will definitely die miserably. Quiet down first. Tell us what exactly is going on. Our medicine sect will never bully others, but if someone provokes our medicine sect, no one will have an easy time," the law enforcement elder said faintly. For some reason when he faced Ling Xiao he felt a sense of stage fright, as if this young man contained an energy that made him afraid. "There's nothing to say. He kept biting people like a madman, so I just taught him a lesson." Ling Xiao spread his hands and said indifferently, "You bastard, I'm going to kill you." The fire crow could no longer hold it in and attacked Ling Xiao again. Pow! Before he could hit Ling Xiao, his face was slapped once again. This time he didn't spin around on the spot. Instead he was sent flying far away. Blood bloomed in the air in a beautiful parabola. The expressions of the medicine sect's disciples changed instantly. They had seen many arrogant people, but they had never met someone as arrogant as this. This was their medicine sect's territory. Even if the people from the spiritual martial court came here, they wouldn't dare to cause trouble. But this guy in front of them was playing cards so unreasonably. They couldn't believe it. Huo Feng, on the other hand, looked as if he was watching a show. The complacent smile on his face became even wider. The more trouble this matter caused, the more impossible it was for Ling Xiao to escape. Their medicine sect rarely caused trouble, but that didn't mean that they didn't have anger. "How dare you hit our medicine sect's disciple in front of me? Today I will cripple you first. Let's see what else you have to say." The high-level celestial master's face darkened as he roared. Then he attacked Ling Xiao. Chapter 694. The merciless strike of a high-level heavenly venerate was not something that an ordinary person could withstand. The law enforcement elder was obviously unable to determine Ling Xiao's true strength, so he did not plan to take the risk to probe him. Moreover, this person had injured a true disciple in front of them, so even if he killed him on the spot, no one would dare to do anything to him. How could Ling Xiao let him have his way? He instantly punched out. Bang! The two fists collided, producing a muffled sound. The intense aura caused the people nearby to immediately retreat far away. At the same time, a figure was sent flying by the powerful fist force. The person who was sent flying was actually the high-level heavenly venerate, while Ling Xiao was still standing motionless in his original spot. Such formidable strength. The law enforcement elder steadied himself inside. His hand was faintly aching and his blood was constantly churning. The other law enforcement elders and bodyguards were shocked. They had never expected that this young man would possess such terrifying strength. However, they did not have time to think too much about it. At the same time, powerful auras erupted and swarmed towards Ling Xiao. They did not dare to release the power of their world, as that would destroy the order of the medicine capital. They only needed to quickly capture or kill this person. They had their own considerations, but this also allowed Ling Xiao to escape unscathed. With his speed, the number of people around him would not affect him much. Even so, he still did not want to thoroughly provoke the medicine sect. Otherwise, his trip to the medicine capital would have been in vain. Therefore, he needed to take down the person in charge first. His figure flickered as he shuttled through the gaps between the attacks of the many experts, heading straight towards Huofeng. The law enforcement elder seemed to have sensed Ling Xiao's intentions. He roared and blocked in front of Huofeng, sending out another punch towards Ling Xiao. The fist wind was like lightning and the fist force was like thunder. Ling Xiao was shattered, but that was only his clone. His real body had already circled around to Huofeng, who was continuously retreating. Huofeng and Ling Xiao were no longer on the same level of strength. He only felt his vision blur as his neck tightened. His entire body had already fallen into Ling Xiao's hands. "All of you stop!" Ling Xiao shouted. The people from the medicine sect did not dare to act rashly for a moment. The law enforcement elder's face darkened. "What a joke. You're forcing me to be your enemy, not the other way around." "What a joke. You're the ones forcing me to be your enemy, not the other way around." Ling Xiao sneered. He paused for a moment before continuing. "I, Ling Xiao, have always been the one to bully others. No one has ever bullied me, not even the medicine order." Ling Xiao unleashed his imperial might as a powerful wave of pressure spread out, as if he was afraid that no one would not know that he was causing trouble. Unknowingly, a 2-meter-tall sturdy man had appeared beside him. He had an imposing aura that seemed to look down on the world. His extraordinarily majestic appearance caused the surrounding people to feel a chill down their spines. "Greetings, young master." The towering brawny man knelt down and greeted Ling Xiao like the most loyal servant. The earth-flaming tiger was the prodigal's servant. He had his own pride and had never had a good impression of humans. Similarly, he did not have a good impression of Ling Xiao. However, he could not disobey His Royal Highness's orders. He had to treat Ling Xiao with the same respect as he treated him. Hence, he was now bowing respectfully to Ling Xiao. "Get up. Let them feel the might of a tiger king," Ling Xiao said lightly. He did not want to cause trouble, but some things just had to come knocking on his door. He had no choice but to completely intimidate them. Roar. The earth-flaming tiger obeyed Ling Xiao's orders and roared into the sky. The powerful sound wave spread out in all directions like a tsunami. The nearby heaven and earth seemed to be on the verge of being shaken by the tremors. Those martial artists with low strength were shaken to the point that they covered their heads and fell to the ground, crying for their parents. The celestial venerables were not much better. Their minds were in a mess and their minds were not clear. If someone wanted their lives now, they would not have any chance to resist. Huofeng, who was in Ling Xiao's hands, was the closest to the earth-flaming tiger and was also the most miserable one. He was shaken to the point that he was bleeding from his 7 orifices. However, he was not dead yet. If he died, Ling Xiao would really have an irreconcilable enmity with the medicine gate. Who dares to be impudent in the medicine capital? An earth-shattering roar came from the horizon. A rapid fiery shadow arrived in the sky above Ling Xiao in the blink of an eye. It was a tall and thin old man with an extremely dignified expression. Ling Xiao could tell at first glance that this person had the strength of at least an emperor stage. The earth-flaming tiger roared, "I hate it when someone is above me." After yelling, his tall figure immediately disappeared from the spot. The mystic Tharch suddenly had a bad premonition. A figure suddenly appeared in front of him, and before he could react, he felt a pain in his lower abdomen. Then his shoulder was heavily smashed and his entire body fell like a meteor, crashing onto the ground. Bang! The dignified mystic Tharch was actually not a match for that burly man. He was directly smashed onto the ground and fresh blood flowed out of his mouth. The celestial venerables who had just regained their senses all widened their eyes with a horrified look. When the medicine sect's disciples saw this, they fainted right away. They knew that they had kicked a steel plate this time. Even if the elders in the sect came out to mediate, they would still inevitably be punished severely. The earth-flaming tiger descended from the sky, and it seemed as if it still did not want to let the mystic Tharch go. Just as it was about to attack again, Ling Xiao had no choice but to loudly stop it. Stop. How can you be so rude? We want to subdue people with virtue, not force. The earth-flaming tiger did not understand what Ling Xiao meant, but when it heard Ling Xiao stop, it did not continue. However, its mighty appearance was still very frightening. The mystic Tharch stood up with difficulty and immediately circulated a healing divine art to recover from his injuries. His old eyes stared at Ling Xiao and the earth-flaming tiger and he said, "Who exactly are you? Why did you come to the medicine capital to cause trouble? Could it be that you do not place our medicine gate in your eyes?" Even though he was injured, he could not be timid and afraid because of this. After all, this was their territory and he believed that there would be other supreme elders rushing over very soon. However, he was shocked. Who exactly were these young men and this burly man? They were actually not afraid of their medicine gate. In the central region he could not think of anyone who would dare to be so bold. "I am Ling Xiao, Ling Xiao's Ling, Ling Xiao's Xiao." Ling Xiao threw the unconscious Huafeng to the side like a dead dog, and then very politely said to the mystic Tharch. That mystic Tharch naturally did not know who Ling Xiao was and immediately asked, "Why did you come to our medicine capital to cause trouble? Could it be that you look down on our medicine gate?" The purpose of his question was to stall for time, and he was waiting for the arrival of his fellow sect members. "I only came here to verify the rank of the alchemist, but I didn't expect the quality of your medicine gate's disciples to be so low, biting people everywhere. I only wanted to teach him a lesson, but your medicine gate bullied him with numbers. As expected of the medicine gate with 1 pavilion and 2 sects, it has broadened my horizons." Ling Xiao crossed his arms in front of his chest and said disdainfully. Ling Xiao had never been one to compromise with bullies like this. Hence he wanted to bully them for once and see what the medicine order could do to him. The mystic Tharch grabbed one of the medicine gate's disciples and woke him up with a slap. "Speak, did you guys provoke him first?" The mystic Tharch's might shot straight into the disciple's heart as he spoke. The disciple's body trembled and his face revealed a look of panic as he said, "No. It's not my fault. It's senior brother Huafeng and the fire crow who provoked him. It's not my fault. It's really not my fault." Seeing that this disciple was about to cry, he cried out in his heart, "I'm just adding oil paste, I didn't do anything." Hearing this, the mystic Tharch roughly understood what had happened. It must have been because these bastards had provoked him and were even taught a lesson by him. That was why the law enforcement team was here. The mystic Tharch was so angry that he vomited blood. He cursed in his heart, "Why did you provoke him for no reason?" This Tharch even vomited a few mouthfuls of blood. "Damn it. Scram to the side. When I return, this city lord will definitely report everything to your master and let him punish you." The mystic Tharch threw the disciple out and said unhappily. Meanwhile, Gu Wei had returned, and a quasi-emperor realm expert was following behind him. "Old Xing, hurry up. They're right in front of us. Don't cause any trouble," Gu Wei urged the half-emperor stage expert. This person was also a member of the Gu family. His name was Gu Longxing and he was one of the arbitrators of the Dan Alliance. He was also the spokesperson of the Gu family in the Dan Alliance, and had a certain status in the Dan Alliance. Gu Longxing saw City Lord Sun Zheng from afar. Without needing Gu Wei to urge him, he increased his speed. "City Lord Sun, please show mercy," Gu Longxing called out from afar. Before he came, he had already heard from Gu Wei that Ling Xiao was the external help that their Gu family had invited. He was a genuine Tier 7 alchemist, and he knew that this matter was related to the Gu family's position in the Dan Alliance. He did not dare to delay and rushed over. Even the city lord was alarmed. He was afraid that this external help would die before he could help their Gu family. That would not be worth it. When Sun Zheng heard Gu Longxing's words, he almost vomited blood again. *CK You should be asking them to show mercy. I didn't even touch their hair and I already vomited a few mouthfuls of blood. Is it easy for my old bones? Sun Jing protested in his heart. City Lord Sun, he is an alchemist who just passed the Alchemist Guild's test. This matter cannot be blamed on him. Gu Longxing immediately explained to Sun Jing. Sun Jing nodded and replied, I already know about this matter, but it is a fact that he attacked a member of our medicine gate. You can rest assured. I can make him apologize and make amends immediately. That should be enough. Otherwise, if this matter were to be reported to the Arbitration Council, it would be bad for the Medicine Gate's reputation, Gu Longxing said. Facing a colossus like the Medicine Gate, Gu Longxing did not dare to act forcefully. He could only discuss in a low voice and control the situation to the smallest extent possible. Impudent. My Daoist fire crane's disciple was beaten. Do you think an apology can resolve this? An aged voice came from the horizon. Chapter 695. Just as the voice fell, a few powerful auras arrived with the sound of wind breaking. There was no need to guess. This was definitely the medicine sect's supreme elder. 4 mystic emperors, a total of 4 mystic emperors were dispatched at the same time. In addition to City Lord Sun Jing, there were already 5 mystic emperors here. It could be seen how vigilant the flaming tiger's roar was. It also made it clear that the medicine sect was worthy of being an old and powerful force. This kind of foundation was enough to shock many people. The flaming tiger looked at the few people in the sky and really wanted to go up and knock them down one by one. However, Ling Xiao told him not to act rashly, so he suppressed his anger and didn't go up. Sun Jing, why didn't you take down the murderer who injured my disciple? The old man who called himself Fire Crane stared at Sun Jing, who had been injured by the flaming earth tiger, and asked. Sun Jing was suffering. He cursed in his heart. Do you think that I, Sun Jing, am very powerful? Just now, this city lord fell from a few hundred meters and almost broke my old waist. Are you all blind? However, Sun Jing was also embarrassed to say it out loud. After all, Fire Crane's status was 1 level higher than his. He could only patiently say, Elder Fire Crane, this matter was caused by your disciple. It's better for you to handle it. I can't handle it anymore. Sun Jing, what kind of attitude is this? Fire Crane glared at Sun Jing and shouted. At this time, another old man with an extraordinary bearing said, Let's go down and see what's going on first. Seeing that the man had spoken, Fire Crane did not say anything else and responded, Yes, senior brother. The 4 mystic emperors descended from the sky at the same time, while Fire Crane went in front of his disciples and stuffed a pill into their mouths to wake them up. However, when he saw the miserable state of Fire Crow and Huofeng, the anger that he had just suppressed rose again. Who beat them up? How dare they? Fire Crane glared at Ling Xiao and the flaming earth tiger as he shouted. A wave of Emperor stage power pressed towards the 2 of them. Elder, please be merciful. Gu Longxing immediately called out. Unfortunately, it was too late. The pressure had already descended on the 2 of them. However, the pressure was like ordinary air, and it did not cause any harm or discomfort to the 2 of them. Like teacher, like disciple. They are all unreasonable things. Make him shut up, but don't take his life. Ling Xiao said calmly to the blazing flame tiger. Just as his words fell, the earthen flaming tiger had already disappeared from his side. Be careful, junior brother. Among the few mystic thearchs, the strongest one had sensed the earth flame tiger's strange movements and immediately spoke up to warn them. However, his reminder was too late. The earth flaming tiger had already arrived in front of the Fire Crane. A tiger fist with a strong tiger roar smashed towards the Fire Crane. The Fire Crane was shocked. It immediately circulated its dark protection force, and layers of feathers wrapped around its body to prevent it from being injured. Bang! Puff! That tiger fist was incomparably powerful. His feather couldn't even withstand a single blow. His mouth was ruthlessly punched by the flaming tiger, and his entire body was sent flying. Several of his old teeth fell out and even his chin was displaced. When the others saw the scene, they were extremely shocked. The Fire Crane already had the strength of a low-tier peak stage mystic thearch, but it couldn't even withstand a single blow. Sun Jing didn't know why he felt rather carefree. Now you know why this city lord didn't make a move. You are really asking for trouble. Gu Longxing and Gu Wei were also flabbergasted. How could they have known that Ling Xiao had such an expert by his side? He was actually this terrifying. Let's attack together and see how capable he is. One of the Medicine Gate mystic thearchs shouted out. At the same time, the few of them wanted to attack the Earth Flaming Tiger. However, that mid-tier mystic thearch opened his mouth and said, "Don't be rash. We are not his match." "What? Senior Huatang, are you joking?" One of the mystic thearchs said in disbelief. "I can't sense how deep his strength is. Perhaps he is at the peak stage of the thearch tier, or perhaps he has already surpassed it. However, there is one thing I can be sure of. This person isn't human." The Medicine Gate's Grand Elder, who was addressed as Huatang, squinted his old eyes and said. The few mystic thearchs present were stunned. Huatang's strength was the highest and his words were the most convincing. If Huatang was unable to see through the opponent's strength, then no matter how many of them went up, they would be like moths flying into a flame. They weren't even worth mentioning. Then, should we immediately send a message back to the sect? Another mystic thearch asked cautiously. Huatang lightly waved his hand and said, "The opponent didn't kill us. I think the situation isn't as bad as we thought." After he finished speaking, he walked towards Ling Xiao and said, "I wonder how I should address you, little friend?" Looking at this old man, Ling Xiao's mood became slightly better. At least this old man knew how to speak to him in a polite manner. "This junior is Ling Xiao." Ling Xiao cupped his hands towards Huatang and said, "Ling Xiao? The first Emperor Ling Xiao?" Huatang was stunned for a moment and asked. Ling Xiao didn't expect this old man to actually know his name. He immediately nodded and said, "That's right, it is this junior. I didn't expect senior to have actually heard of me. It is truly my honor." At this time, City Lord Sun Jing also remembered that the name of the first emperor was Ling Xiao. "So it's him. I heard that he's that person's disciple. No wonder he's so arrogant." Sun Jing suddenly thought. So it's you." As expected, heroes come from young. Huatang laughed loudly and then said, "Can you let your people release my junior brother first?" On the other side, the flamingo had already been knocked unconscious by the Earth Flame Tiger. He and the Earth Flame Tiger were not on the same level, so this result was natural. Ling Xiao laughed dryly, then looked at the Flaming Tiger and said, "You big idiot, didn't I just tell you to win people over with virtue? How can you hit people so easily? Really, let him go quickly and see if he's hurt." Ling Xiao laughed dryly, then looked at the Flaming Tiger and said, "You big idiot, didn't I tell you just now that we have to win people over with virtue?" Ling Xiao's words sounded like he was very concerned, but in the ears of the crowd, it was very sarcastic. "You were the one who called for people to attack just now, and you still want to use virtue to win people over." The Earth Flame Tiger threw the fainted flamingo towards Huatang. Just as Huatang was about to catch it, he realized that the flamingo's figure was coming at him quickly and faintly carrying a powerful aura. He didn't dare to be negligent and immediately used all his strength. His hands spun and caught the flamingo with a gentle force. However, even though he had caught the flamingo, his entire body was forced back a few steps. His hands were still faintly numb. "So powerful. Fortunately, I didn't act rashly." Huatang secretly cried out in his heart. The other Emperor Xian also revealed looks of shock, and they were somewhat convinced by Huatang's words just now. Ling Xiao took a few steps forward and asked with concern, "Senior, are you all right? My servant doesn't know his limits. When I get back, I will definitely teach him a lesson." Huatang threw the flamingo towards his companion and suppressed the displeasure in his heart. He revealed a harmonious smile and said, "I'm old, I'm useless. Senior, look at what you're saying. You're old but vigorous. Even if 8 or 10 of these fools came, they wouldn't be a match for you." Ling Xiao was very flattering. When Huatang heard this, his face turned green. "If 8 or 10 more of them came, wouldn't they be able to flatten our medicine sect? How can this brat be so ruthless?" "Kiki, young friend, you must be joking." "That's right, I think what happened just now was a misunderstanding. I wonder if young friend thinks so?" Huatang immediately changed the topic. He didn't want to understand the whole story anymore. Now that he knew Ling Xiao's identity, he didn't dare to put on airs. Regardless of whether the matter was right or wrong, he couldn't do anything to Ling Xiao. "Of course. I've heard that a large sect like the medicine school wouldn't take advantage of its power to bully others. If you had appeared earlier, I wouldn't have been bullied. Fortunately, nothing happened," Ling Xiao said gratefully. "I wouldn't have been bullied. When the surrounding people heard this, they almost vomited blood. This guy was shameless. He beat people half to death, and he actually dared to say such things. How could he let people live? Gu Wei and Gu Longxing's brains couldn't wrap around it. It turned out that they were worried for nothing. Gu Wei, what is this little guy's background? Gu Longxing asked Gu Wei quietly. I don't know either. I only know that he's Ling Xiao, who just finished the Imperial ranking tournament and obtained the champion. But he defeated the old ancestor. I saw it with my own eyes. Gu Wei replied excitedly. He didn't expect that their Gu family really picked up a treasure this time. They actually invited a great god who could contend with the medicine sect. This time they had a marriage relationship with Ling Zhao's little brother. Their Gu family could have no worries in the future. Isn't he the first emperor? How could he defeat the old ancestor? Gu Longxing asked puzzledly. He's already a middle-level celestial venerable. Gu Wei said again. Gu Longxing didn't plan to ask any further because he was afraid that the more he asked, the more he would suffer a blow to his heart. Could a mid-level Empyrean defeat a real Emperor Xian these days? Since little friend is so careless, then let's forget about this matter. Hu Tang said very amiably. Seeing that the people from the medicine sect had admitted defeat, Ling Xiao didn't plan to continue. However, there were some people that he couldn't let go so easily. They just insulted Mai and the Gu family's friends. Ling Xiao pointed at the disciples of the medicine sect and said, especially at Hu Feng and Hu Ya. A look of disgust flashed in his eyes. Hu Tang immediately replied, You can rest assured about this. After we return, I will have someone order them to face the wall for 20 years. They are not allowed to take even half a step out of the sect. What do you think about this? Ling Xiao waved his hand and said, This is your medicine sect's own matter, I don't dare to interfere. If there's nothing else, then I'll be leaving first. Just as Ling Xiao turned around, Hu Tang immediately called out, Little friend, can you wait? Ling Xiao turned around and asked, Senior, is there anything else? I would like to invite little friend to our medicine sect as a guest. I wonder if little friend has the time? Hu Tai asked. Ling Xiao immediately frowned and said, Senior still doesn't want to let Junior go? It wasn't a good thing to be a guest now. Hu Tang waved his hand and said, Little friend, don't misunderstand. I am sincerely inviting you in and will definitely not touch you at all. You can leave whenever you want. Ling Xiao didn't know what Hu Tang meant, but he still straightforwardly refused. I still have to participate in the pill competition in 2 days. Why don't we wait until after the pill competition? Chapter 696. The small disturbance in Ling Zhao's eyes disappeared along with the departure of Hu Tang and the others. Before Hu Tang left, he specially instructed the city lord, Sun Zheng, to treat Ling Xiao well and that such a thing must not happen again. Sun Zheng of course agreed without hesitation. He thought to himself, with such a thing happening, who would still dare to provoke this lord? They must have nothing better to do. Gu Wei and Gu Longxing wiped off their cold sweat before they were pleasantly surprised. They became incomparably respectful towards Ling Xiao and the Flaming Tiger. Ling Xiao was probably the first person who could beat up a member of the medicine sect and make them apologize with a smile on their face. After a long time, when Ling Xiao returned to his residence, Li Shui, Bing Ruoshui, Yao Qingmin and Lu Kun had also returned. They obviously didn't know what happened on Ling Zhao's side. They were still excitedly talking about what they had seen and heard when they went out. Ling Xiao couldn't be bothered with them. He directly entered his room and began to make use of the time to cultivate. Now that he had provoked more and more people, it wouldn't be good if he didn't improve his abilities. 2 days was a very short time. There was no need to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. He could use these 2 days to properly explore the second stage of the spirit controlling technique, the advanced spirit incantation, and how to condense and control it. The elementary spirit incantation could only cause a person's mind to scatter, but it couldn't cause much harm to the person. The intermediate spirit incantation could cause the person to be controlled, but after being controlled, the person would become a mindless puppet and be at his mercy. The advanced spirit incantation was different. Once the person was under Ling Zhao's incantation, the person's mind would still be there, but they would be completely controlled by Ling Xiao. They would absolutely obey Ling Zhao's instructions. At the same time, they could also cultivate on their own, no different from an ordinary person. This advanced spirit incantation was the most perfect method to control a puppet, and it was also the essence of the second stage. Ling Xiao silently chanted the incantation. In his sea of consciousness, the spiritual fluid at the bottom of the spiritual world evolved into profound runes. These runes were like tadpoles, constantly wriggling and changing in the spiritual world, giving off an extremely strange and abyssal feeling. To cultivate this stage of the mental incantation, one needed to have an abundance of mental strength. Now that Ling Xiao's mental strength was quite abundant, it was not strenuous to cultivate. In the blink of an eye, 2 days passed and the time for the pill gathering also arrived. Dong dong. Someone knocked on Ling Xiao's door. Master Ling, it's time for the convention, we must enter a little earlier. Gu Wei's respectful voice sounded from outside the door. Ling Xiao woke up from his meditation, and his temperament became even more elegant and extraordinary. In the short span of 2 days he had already grasped the rough runes of the high-grade spirit incantation. In the future, as long as he continued to practice, he would definitely be able to truly grasp the essence of the incantation within a few months. However, to reach the proficiency stage he still needed to ponder and use it more. Walking out of the door, Gu Wei held a set of alchemist attire and stood guard at the door. Master Ling, you're representing our Gu family to appear, so you'd better change into this attire. Gu Wei said. Every major family would have a uniform alchemist attire, and the Gu family was naturally no exception. Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment but he still took it. And at this time Yao Qingmin jumped out from God knows where and said, Young master, I'll help you change your clothes. Bing Ruoshui also walked over from behind and said, Senior apprentice sister, you go to the side, let me do it. Gu Wei retreated very sensibly. Ling Xiao glanced at the two people and said with a naughty smile, Two beauties, come in and help this young master change clothes. He had tasted the taste of ice beauties before but it was only once. After that he did not have any other opportunities. And Yao Qingmin, this chick, also frequently swayed in front of him. Ling Xiao really wanted to pull the two of them to sleep together. However, the important matter in front of him was at hand. This matter could only be pushed back and found another time to deal with in the future. After changing into an alchemist's robe, Ling Xiao finally had the true demeanor of an alchemist. Striding out with that dragon-like gait, it gave people a feeling of magnanimity like the heavens. Two beauties, is this young master handsome? Ling Xiao wore an alchemist's robe for the first time and asked Bing Ruoshui and Yao Qingmin very smugly. The two girls could not help but nod their heads. Regardless of how Ling Xiao dressed, in their eyes, Ling Xiao was undoubtedly the most outstanding. Haha, I knew that you guys are the most honest. Ling Xiao laughed very proudly, only then did he walk out of the door. The pill-gathering grand competition was divided into a total of 3 stages. The first stage was also today's mission. One had to complete the drawn alchemy pill within a specified time. This stage was just to guard against some ordinary alchemists. The second stage was a little more difficult. That was, every alchemist had to refine the same kind of alchemy pill, and then the top 100 would enter the final round. The final round's requirements were especially simple. The alchemists could freely display themselves and refine their highest grade of alchemy pill, and then compare and choose the final ranking. Under Gu Wei's lead, Ling Xiao came to a relatively spacious plaza in the medicine capital. This plaza was divided into various stations. There were a total of as many as 500 stations. However, these stations, compared to the thousands of alchemists waiting here to participate in the competition, still appeared extremely spacious. Most of these alchemists had 3-star badges hanging on their chests. There were also quite a few 4-star badges, and 5-star badges were comparatively much fewer. Some of them knew each other and were conversing with each other about various alchemy refining methods. There were also some chatting about what they had seen and heard. Ling Xiao occasionally heard people discussing what had happened in the past 2 days, and his ears couldn't help but perk up. Do you all know what happened in the past 2 days? What's the matter? I just arrived yesterday. It's just that a few true disciples of the medicine sect were beaten up by Ling Xiao, who had just obtained the first imperial throne. The people of the medicine sect originally wanted to seek justice, and later on a few supreme elders appeared, but in the end, they also left with their tails between their legs. Can't be, is this Ling Xiao that terrifying? Even if the people from the spiritual martial pavilion came here, they wouldn't dare to be so arrogant, right? That's right, but I saw this with my own eyes. There is a super expert by Ling Xiao's side, and those supreme elders are not his match. I think that super expert is at least a saint. A saint's guard? This is too heaven-defying. Stop talking. If the people from the medicine sect heard this, they would definitely castrate you all. It's not a loss to be bullied by others. At least my reputation has increased a little. Ling Xiao laughed to himself. Master Ling, you can line up with Gu Li and the others. No one can cut in line or have priority here, Gu Wei said. Ling Xiao nodded and did not pretend to be a big shot. In any case, everyone else was queuing up, so there was no reason for him to cut in. Just as Gu Wei and the others were walking away, an ear-piercing voice rang out. Yo, isn't this the Gu family's people? Do you still have the face to participate in this competition? You might as well just give up on the top 9. You won't have that chance. Similarly, 5 people wearing alchemist clothes walked over. The one who spoke was the man at the front. This man looked quite decent, but his arrogant attitude and the way he walked like a tortoise made people feel disgusted. The Gu family members immediately turned their heads to look. Gu Li frowned slightly and said, I knew who it was. So it's the Wanyan family's dog. Impudent. Do you want to die? Gu Li's words immediately angered the people who had come, and they all had the urge to attack. Hey, only the weak know how to talk. I don't know which family almost fell out of the top 10 last time. This time it's your turn to be a second-rate family. The person who had just spoken sneered again. This group of people was from the same Alchemy family as the Gu family. The Wanyan family was ranked 7th among the Alchemy Alliance members. In the past they had always been suppressed by the Gu family. In recent years, they had steadily suppressed the Gu family, so they had a feeling of small people intoxicated by success. Wanyan Kong was the most outstanding alchemist of the Wanyan family's younger generation. He was only in his 70s, so he was still relatively young. He was now a true 5th-rank alchemist, and compared to Wanyan Shu, who had been killed by Ling Xiao, there was a big difference. And in the last competition, it was under his leadership that the Wanyan family had achieved outstanding results. Whether it's just a matter of words or not, we'll know after the competition is over. I hope that the Wanyan family can still maintain their position and not fall out of the top 10. Gu Li looked at Wanyan Kong and replied. With Ling Xiao's participation, the Gu family could be said to be full of confidence, and he had nothing to be afraid of. The smile on Wanyan Kang's face disappeared, and his aura became fierce as he said, I'm not here to talk about this. I just want to know. My younger brother Shu was killed by you. In a few days, my grand elder will personally go to your Gu family to seek justice. I hope that you can still be so unyielding at that time. I hope that your Gu family hasn't fallen out of the top 10, otherwise, just wait and see. You want to stay in the top 10 with just a 5th-rank alchemist? You're really a fool's dream. You Gu family can just wash your necks and wait. The Wanyan family's people said ruthlessly, then turned around and left. The Gu family's people all wanted to attack, but they were all suppressed by Gu Li. If they started a fight with the Wanyan family here, they would only be laughed at. It was meaningless. At this time, Ling Xiao opened his mouth and asked Gu Jiaojiao, what Shu family is that? Gu Jiaojiao nodded and said, that's right, it's their family. It seems that they already know what happened in the chaos abyss of war. Doesn't that mean that I implicated you? Ling Xiao asked. How could that be? I'm the one who implicated you. If they know that Wanyan Shu died, they must also know that you were the culprit, Gu Jiaojiao replied. Wanyan Shu was killed by Ling Xiao in the chaos abyss of war, but the cause was caused by Gu Jiaojiao. Alright, if they really want to harm you, I don't mind making the Wanyan family disappear. However, as long as you achieve good results in the competition, they won't dare to do anything to you, Ling Xiao replied. Thank you, boss. Gu Jiaojiao replied gratefully. She had changed the way she addressed him since she was with Yi Yunfeng. At this time, it was finally Ling Xiao and the others' turn to enter the competition. Chapter 697. The entrance was very simple. After registering at the entrance, they could enter, and when they came out, they just had to take out the refined pills to be tested and judged. In order to prevent themselves from dying, there were several half-step emperor powerhouses watching. Their divine sense could know everyone's every move. If anyone took out a pill from their spatial ring, they would be discovered immediately. Ling Xiao took his own plate and found the place where he would be refining pills. The spirit herbs and medicinal cauldron had already been prepared here. The first test was to determine what kind of pill these spirit herbs could be refined into, and then used the medicinal cauldron in front of him to refine these spirit herbs into the desired pill. This test seemed simple, but it also tested the alchemist's ability to adapt. Could they distinguish the pill recipe by observing the spirit herbs and refine the desired pill? If an alchemist didn't have any real skills and knowledge, they would probably be flustered. Because it was also stipulated that the pill must be refined within 2 hours. Exceeding the time limit would be considered a failure. Of course, this was not a problem for Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao scanned the area with his divine sense and immediately understood all of the spirit herbs. A top-notch third-grade medicinal pill, the Exploding King pill, but there are a few different types of spirit herbs. This conference is quite interesting. Ling Xiao noticed that something was amiss, so he sneered and started to refine it. Given his strength as a celestial master and his 7th grade cultivation, he didn't need to use his mental strength to refine 3rd grade elixirs. He didn't need to be too cautious either. A furnace of perfect elixirs would still appear in front of him. 10 burst king pills fell perfectly into the medicinal cauldron, appearing extremely dazzling. An alchemist not far from him happened to see this scene. His expression froze, his hand trembled, and the spirit herb essence he had refined leaked out. What the hell? The alchemist with the 3-star badge on his chest cursed. Ling Xiao brought the 10 burst king pills to the inspection area and handed them to the old man who was in charge of registration. The old man's expression was a bit strange. It was obvious that he was surprised that Ling Xiao had refined the pill so quickly. The Gu family's representative, Ling Xiao, number 78, has refined the Violent King pill. After saying that, he began to examine the pill that Ling Xiao had handed over. The old man raised his eyebrows, then looked at Ling Xiao and asked, "Did you refine this?" Ling Xiao nodded and said, "Of course. Does this count as a pass?" The old man did not reply to Ling Xiao's question, but instead lowered his head and picked up Ling Xiao's 10 burst king dan and carefully observed them. His eyes flashed with a bright light as he muttered, "Every one of them has an extremely good color, the size is uniform, round and flawless. This is a perfect burst king dan, and 1 furnace of 10 of them. This is truly inconceivable. Not a single bit of spirit grass essence was wasted." Then I should be considered to have passed. Ling Xiao laughed. The old man nodded repeatedly and said, "You passed. You are the first person to complete such a high-quality pill in such a short period of time. Work hard, I think highly of you." Ling Xiao nodded and took the lead to walk out. When he came out, he discovered that the others had not come out yet. Just as he was feeling bored, he saw a familiar figure walking towards him. "Are you here to cause trouble again?" Ling Xiao narrowed his eyes and muttered. "I heard that you came 2 days ago, but I didn't expect to actually see you, first Emperor-level expert." An extremely handsome young man with an extremely resolute temperament looked at Ling Xiao and said indifferently. Beside him stood a beautiful woman dressed in red armor. Her leather armor outlined her figure perfectly. The places that should be protruding were very obvious, and the places that should be concave were definitely not protruding. Coupled with that delicate and heroic face, it gave people a kind of wild visual impact, causing any man to have the desire to punish her. This pair of young man and woman was precisely Hua Hao and Hua Xiangming, the 2 people who participated in the Emperor List contest previously. Ling Zhao's impression of Hua Hao was average, but he would not forget Hua Xiangming, because this woman had once chopped off his arm with a sword. Moreover, this woman was also pretty good-looking. Presumably you guys don't like to see me. But there are always many things in life that go against one's wishes, right? Ling Xiao said with a faint smile. Presently, Hua Hao and Hua Xiangming had already advanced to become genuine middle-level Empyrean strife. For them to be able to advance so high in one go, it should be because they used medicinal pills to advance. There was a huge difference from Ling Zhao's thick accumulation. If they really fought, the 2 of them would also not be Ling Zhao's match. "You're very straightforward, but I really didn't expect you to actually be a 5th-grade alchemist. Your tenbin really makes people go crazy with jealousy," Hua Hao said indifferently as he looked at the 5-star badge on Ling Zhao's chest. Ling Xiao chuckled and said, "There are still a lot of things that you didn't expect. Slowly, you will realize that this young master is not on the same level as you." Then Ling Xiao no longer paid attention to Hua Hao. He turned to look at Hua Xiangming and said, "Beauty, we meet again." Hua Xiangming rolled her eyes at Ling Xiao and ignored him. Don't forget that you still owe me a sword." Ling Xiao chuckled, then ignored the 2 of them and left. This damned bastard is really arrogant. Hu Xiangming clenched her fists and said angrily. If someone else had spoken to her like this, she would have already attacked and injured them. However, the sect had already said that no one was allowed to provoke Ling Xiao, so she endured it. Hua Hao smiled faintly and said, I wonder who would often nag about this bastard when they returned to the sect. Senior brother, you bastard. Hu Xiangming stomped her feet and glared at Hua Hao angrily. Hua Hao laughed and said, Hee hee, junior sister, don't be angry. I think he's a good match for you. The first emperor-level expert is actually a 5th-rank alchemist. Moreover, he has another identity. It can be said that he's already at your doorstep. If you don't hurry up, don't regret it in the future. When Hu Xiangming heard Hua Hao's words, she turned around and looked in the direction that was already far away. A few traces of hesitation flashed through her heart. In the first stage of the test, Ling Xiao and the 4 people from the Gu clan had naturally passed smoothly. After all, for people like them who had the 10 bin and strength to refine medicine, this stage was not difficult. After this stage, more than half of the thousands of participating alchemists had already been eliminated. The second stage was a little more difficult, and the Dan Alliance had also begun to pay attention to it. Early in the morning, there were already 10 Dan Alliance arbitration elders who had arrived at the scene. They sat on the judging platform and coldly looked at every batch of alchemists who had come to refine pills. This stage would be carried out over several days, and every alchemist would need to refine the same 3 kinds of pills as everyone else, 2 4th grade and 1 5th grade. After refining, they would be handed over to the arbitration elder for evaluation, and the top 100 would be decided by points, and they would enter the final round of the alchemy competition. In the first 3 days, it had never been Ling Xiao's turn to enter. This was because he had heard from Gu Wei that they were a first-rate alchemy family, and that they would wait until the last day to compete with the other 9 alchemy clans. They had to wait for the people in front of them to finish their assessment. After Gu Wei's inquiries, he already knew that the 3 kinds of pills that were designated to be refined this time were 4th grade Dan, King Advancement Dan, and 5th grade Blood Qi Dan. The first 2 were top-notch 4th grade pills, while the latter was a low-grade 5th grade pill. Each pill was scored with 10 points, and the better the quality, the higher the score, with a full score of 30 points. These few pills were enough to keep those Tier 3 alchemists out of the door, and Tier 4 alchemists would also feel pressured. Only Tier 5 alchemists would have a chance to get a higher score. And for this stage, as one of the top 10 members of the Gu clan, there was a specific requirement. That was, all the participating alchemists had to refine the first 2 pills, and at least 2 alchemists had to refine the last pill. Only then would they have a chance to enter the top 100 and maintain their original ranking. This stage was completely effortless for Ling Xiao. Even if he did not receive the medicine god's inheritance of memories, he would still be able to pass it smoothly. On the other hand, the other members of the Gu clan revealed a troubled expression. It was obvious that they were not as confident as Ling Xiao. Looking at their worried expressions, Ling Xiao could not help but say, "Follow me." "Grandmaster Ling, what's the matter?" asked Gu Li. "All of you go and refine these 3 pills for me once. I'll watch from the side." Ling Xiao said lightly. "Boss, you're going to give us pointers?" Gu Jiaojiao asked in surprise. "I can't say that I'm giving pointers. But looking at your lack of confidence makes me feel ashamed. I don't want my teammates to be so weak." Ling Xiao shook his head and denied it. Good. With Grandmaster Ling's guidance, you'll definitely be able to pass," Gu Wei flattered from the side. The others did not have any objections. They happily followed Ling Xiao to the courtyard. "Come one by one. I want to see how you usually refine pills." "I'll start with you," said Ling Xiao. The person Ling Xiao was referring to was called Gu Chong. He was the weakest of the group, but he was still a Tier 4 alchemist. Gu Chong's refining level could be considered average, and his technique could be considered to have not disgraced the name of an alchemist family. The others repeatedly nodded their heads as they watched, their faces even showing satisfaction. Just as Gu Chong was about to throw the beast core into the cauldron, Ling Xiao suddenly said, Stop. Don't waste this beast core. Just now you refined the spirit grass too fiercely. Your speed was too fast and extreme, causing a lot of the spirit grass essence to be damaged. Your level isn't good enough. You need to take it slow and be calm. You can't deliberately show off your alchemy skills just because of our existence. All of us here are better than you." Ling Zhao's merciless words almost made Gu Chong hit the wall out of shame. What did he mean by his level wasn't good enough? In any case, he was still a genuine Tier 4 alchemist. This was too much of a blow to him. However, thinking back to Ling Zhao's words just now, he was indeed a bit too impatient. He didn't control the fire well enough. He took a light breath and let himself return to his normal state of mind. Once again he began to refine the spirit grass essence. Not bad this time. But when refining the water attribute beast core, you can increase the fire a bit more. So, what are you doing? Refining medicine into rain is not bad, but you lost quite a few stalks of spirit grass. You didn't even extract a bit of essence and you still have the nerve to show off in front of me? Damn, I really don't know how your alchemist family's name came to be. You can't even control the simple method of refining spirit grass well. Let me show you. You need to follow the flow of your heart, be firm and gentle. Don't be slow or fast. Chapter 698. After Ling Zhao's guidance, the 4 members of the Gu family had improved a lot, but they had improved under very painful circumstances. They had been called the hope of the new generation of the Gu family since they were young, and they were the geniuses of the new generation. It really made them feel very sullen. However, after Ling Xiao pointed out their weaknesses, the quality of the pills they concocted had improved, and the success rate was also much higher than before. This was the only thing that comforted them. Otherwise, they would have had the urge to commit suicide. Alright, follow my method and correct your own shortcomings. It should not be a problem for you to get a good result in the second round. However, if you want to be an outstanding alchemist in the future, you must be more focused. Ling Xiao said meaningfully. Gu Li, Gu Jiaojiao and the others all bowed to Ling Xiao and said, "Thank you for your generous guidance, Master Ling." Ling Xiao was not a member of the Gu family, but he was generous enough to point out their shortcomings. This kindness was worth this bow. One had to know how difficult it was for many alchemists to ask for guidance from a high-rank alchemist. This wasn't much different from a debt of gratitude for teaching. Therefore Ling Xiao accepted their bow very calmly. Alright, after Master Ling's guidance, we must not make any mistakes in the competition tomorrow, or we will let Master Ling down. Gu Li, you must refine the blood chi pill and the others must also try to get as many points as possible. It would be best if all of you can enter the top 100. Now I will tell you some things that you should pay attention to. Gu Wei said from the side. Everyone began to listen to Gu Wei's words. The top 10 members of the Dan Alliance are the Medicine School, the Dan Sect, the Heaven Returning Sect, the Yen Clan, the Mu Family, the Serene Grass Sect, the Wanyan Family, the Burning Seal Sect, our Gu Family and the Zhuang Family. These sects and families are all the top 10 members of the Dan Alliance, and the top 5 are all veteran powers. It should not be difficult for them to keep their positions, and now that we have Master Ling joining us, keeping our positions is definitely not a problem. The key is that we cannot stay where we are. We can at least raise our ranks by 2 and defeat the Burning Seal Sect and the Wanyan family, because they will not have a true Tier 6 alchemist in charge. Gu Wei slowly said. Then how is the ranking of each clan determined? Ling Xiao raised his doubts. It's also calculated based on points, starting from the second round. When the last round ends, the total points of the 5 participants will be calculated to determine the final ranking, Gu Wei replied. I see. Then let's do our best. Ling Xiao replied. In his heart he was looking forward to the grand occasion of the last stage. In the second stage, it was finally the turn of the elites of the top 10 alchemy forces to enter the arena. The square was already filled with alchemists. The last 2 tests were open to the public, allowing everyone to view. However, those who came to view had to pay a certain amount of Xian crystals. Otherwise, anyone could sneak in, which was inconvenient for the management of the scene. The 10 forces were divided into 10 regions. The further back they were, the lower their ranking was. The Gu family and the Zhuang family were both ranked at the bottom of the previous competition, so they could only be at the bottom. Finally, it's time for the competition between the top 10 alchemy forces. Now it's going to be interesting. That's right, I've been waiting for this day for so long, but I heard that the Lu family, which has been in decline for many years, has the possibility of rising again. They obtained quite a few points in yesterday's alchemy competition, especially that Lu Ming, who is the #1 alchemy genius in the Lu family for hundreds of years. I heard that he is already a quasi-6th grade alchemy genius, and they might be able to replace one of the top 10 powers and return to the ranks of the top alchemy families. I heard that too. It seems that the one who will be eliminated in the end will either be the Zhuang family or the Gu family. These two families have been declining for the past 100 years. That's true, but I heard that both families have found external help. I just don't know which family will be able to hold on until the end. In any case, the medicine sect and the pill sect are still firmly in first and second place. Aren't you talking nonsense? When Ling Xiao and the others arrived at the entrance, the Wanyan family appeared again. The two families met and the smell of gunpowder was still very strong. However, this time Wan Yenkong's gaze fell on Ling Xiao, who had a 5-star badge on him. You are the external help that the Gu family invited, right? What benefits did they give you? I'll give you double, no triple. How about you withdraw from this competition? The Wanyan family still had some understanding of the Gu family. In the younger generation, other than Gu Li, there was no other alchemist who had reached the 5th level. Wan Yenkong's words were to attack the Gu family with all his might. As long as he could bribe Ling Xiao to withdraw from the competition, then the Gu family would be finished. Wan Yenkong, you are still as shameless as ever. Gu Li glared at Wan Yenkong and scolded him. Thank you for your praise. In order to make your Gu family withdraw from the top 10, so what if I, Wan Yenkong, am a little shameless? Moreover, you really don't have the strength to maintain the top 10. Don't you feel ashamed asking for external help? Wan Yenkong said mercilessly. A dignified alchemist family had to ask for external help to maintain their position. This was an unspeakable difficulty for the Gu family. After all, old alchemist families like them were very concerned about their face. If they were not forced to, they would definitely not ask for external help. That would only be telling others that this generation was no longer capable. The people of the Gu family became incomparably angry. Wan Yenkong's loud words were like slapping their Gu family's face in front of everyone. How about it? If you agree, the Wanyan family will give you a position as an elder of stipends. We will give you endless resources for alchemy. We will help you reach the level 6 sooner. Wan Yenkong continued to tempt Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao smiled faintly, rubbed his chin and said, Sounds good. Master Ling. Other than Gu Jiaojiao, the rest of the Gu family members all cried out in alarm. If Ling Xiao were to withdraw at the last minute, it would be a fatal blow to their Gu family. However, Gu Jiaojiao did not believe that Ling Xiao would change his mind at the last minute. It's not just good as long as you agree you are my brother. Wan Yenkong laughed straightforwardly. But I killed your brother. Can you treat me as a brother? Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment and asked. Of course. What do you mean by that? Wan Yenkong was about to agree, but he realized that there was something wrong with Ling Xiao's words. It's nothing. My name is Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao replied faintly. You're Ling Xiao? The first emperor-level expert Ling Xiao. Wan Yenkong burst into a strong anger in an instant, and a powerful aura spread out, startling the people around him. It's good that you know. But looking at your man-eating face, I know that you won't take me in. So I have no choice but to stay in the Gu family, Ling Xiao said faintly and then winked at the people behind him. The group of people ignored the Wan Yen family, and walked towards the Gu family's position in the middle of the square. Wan Yenkong stared at Ling Xiao's back and his eyes burned with a raging fire. Ling Xiao, don't think that the Wan Yen family is the only one who wants your life. I will make you like a stray dog that everyone wants to kill. Wan Yenkong thought maliciously in his heart. An old man on the viewing platform announced the start of the alchemy competition after everyone was in position. Then everyone began to refine the elixirs. In front of Ling Xiao there was a medicinal cauldron, a large pile of spirit herbs and 3 beast elixirs. He could use his own medicinal cauldron to refine the elixirs, or he could use the medicinal cauldron in front of him. The spirit herbs for the King Raising Pill, King Advancement Pill and Blood Chi Pill were mixed together. This was also a test of whether the alchemists could divide the 3 portions of spirit herbs, and then refine them one by one. Ling Xiao smiled and immediately began to divide the spirit herbs. Ling Xiao didn't immediately start refining the elixirs after he had divided the spirit herbs. Instead he began to size up the people around him who were completely focused on refining the elixirs. He wanted to understand what was so special about the alchemy geniuses of the various forces. Through his observation he finally discovered that there were a few people who faintly had the demeanor of a great master. He assumed that they already had the qualifications to become 6th grade alchemists. What surprised him the most was that there were 2 people whose flames had actually caused the blue demon fire bead in his sea of consciousness to fluctuate greatly. Apart from the urge to devour the other party, this fluctuation also contained a strong sense of hostility, which clearly made it feel somewhat afraid. Could it be that there are two heaven beats here? Ling Xiao thought in shock. One of the two people Ling Xiao noticed was a man from the medicine sect who looked more mature and handsome than Hua Hao. The alchemist from the medicine sect seemed to be very relaxed and carefree. His control of the fire throat was very smooth, and he had reached the realm of controlling it with his hands. There was a strange yellow flame in his hand, which appeared demonic and dazzling. The other person was an extremely beautiful woman, who was even more bewitching than the fire incense tea. There seemed to be a soul-stirring smile on her face at all times, which would make any man feel a strong desire to possess her. However, the powerful aura she emitted gave people a strong sense of oppression, and the purple flame dancing in her hand made her look even more alluring. Her alchemy technique was very pleasing to the eye, as if she was not refining pills but dancing. She was like a beautiful fairy, constantly waving her delicate hands and gently twisting her full and delicate body. The flames of these two people caused Ling Xiao to fluctuate the most. Besides them, there were also a few other special flames that attracted his attention. It seems that I'm not the only one favored by the heavens, and I'm not the only one with demonic talent. Ling Xiao sighed in his heart. Immediately after, his hands moved and many spiritual herbs came under his control. The flames began to pounce on the medicinal cauldron like a dragon. Refining medicine into rain was a piece of cake for Ling Xiao. The essence of the spiritual herbs fell into the medicinal cauldron like crystal raindrops. His palms kept changing as if he was performing some kind of profound palm technique, giving off a feeling of fast, swift and steady momentum,